Hogwarts, forbidden son of the Black and White Lord. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 101 Brothers. Tom opened his eyes wide and pretended not to understand what Dumbledore was saying and asked ignorantly, "Who is he, Professor? What are you talking about?" "I'm sorry." Dumbledore's face was full of concern. "I mean Nelson." Tom nodded slightly, then rolled his eyes to look at Dumbledore from below and said with a frown, "His name is Nelson Williams, Professor." Dumbledore raised his mouth and then tightly pursed it. He couldn't open his mouth when he wanted to say something. He pursed his lips and remained silent for a long time. Soon, his expression was depressed. "Get up," and asked softly, "Nelson, how is it lately, Professor? Why are you asking me?" Tom raised his head, stared straight into Dumbledore's eyes, and asked indifferently, "Aren't you the one who knows what Nar is like now?" "Sorry. I know it's a bit late to say this, but I also want to understand. What happened that day was my fault. I should give Nar better guidance." "It's Nelson, Professor. You don't have to apologize," Tom interrupted Dumbledore rudely, clenched his teeth and said, "You don't have to give him any guidance. No one needs another person to guide him life." "Well said, Tom." The dust on the threshold of the bar shook off, and a pair of heavy Martin boots stepped in. The new man had messy chestnut hair and a dragon fur coat, looking bohemian, with an expression in his eyes that is very similar to Dumbledore, except that the face is younger, and the upright nose is a little different. It is Aberforth who has recovered his original appearance. He took a dusty chair and sat on it, looking at Tom appreciatively. "No one needs another person to guide his life, Aberforth." Dumbledore looked happily at his younger brother who suddenly appeared, and the worry in his eyes became more intense. These two very different emotions intertwined into a strange expression on his face. "Oh, we haven't seen each other for a long time. Thank you for remembering me." Aberforth didn't look at him, but bent down to find something in his pocket, and replied casually, "It's an honor, but can you call me Mr. Dumbledore?" "Listen to me, Aberforth always feels a little strange." "Aberforth, we just passed the letter a few days ago," Dumbledore said with some helplessness. "Oh, yes." Aberforth raised his head and clapped his hands suddenly. "Then I would like to thank you for remembering what I look like." "My dear brother." Dumbledore squeezed out a smiling face and walked towards Aberforth, but was interrupted by his fierce look. Aberforth put on a mocking expression and said earnestly, "Don't think I promise you I have a good relationship with you. When I do things, please don't get close to me. If it's not for Anna's sake, I even want to change my surname. In the past, I'd better tell Anna later that you used to go, Albus." After digging for a long time, Aberforth finally took out a bulging money bag from his pocket, threw it heavily on the table, and said contemptuously, "You don't need to talk about your big principles here. Someone as smart as you must be able to see it." He looked around and said softly, "Even if you are a noble and kind person in everyone's eyes, in this bar, you have already betrayed everyone." Aberforth stood up, grabbed the purse from the table, and the dragon fur coat studded with rivets rattled along with his movements, disturbing people's inner irritability, and he strode towards the bar, passed by Dumbledore who was stunned in place, and then threw the money bag onto the bar with greater force than before, making a loud clang sound, and the boss inside ran out tremblingly when he heard the sound. "Albus, don't feel that you owe me anything. It's not me that you've been sorry from the beginning to the end." Aberforth turned around. Two pairs of identical blue eyes met in the air, and he turned his head again, looking at no one. Fang squeezed his eyes hard before turning around and continuing to speak. "I don't want to accept your gift. I'll pay for it myself." He bent down and handed the money bag to the old man, who just ran over. "You can return the money to him. This is a private matter between us." When the boss accepted the money bag in a daze, he straightened up with a relaxed face and said happily to Dumbledore, "When I heard that I had appeared in Hogsmeade at school, I was taken aback, thinking it was Grindelwald calling, but I didn't expect it to be my former brother who wanted to give me a gift that was not festive. I just saw that the signboard at the door has been removed, so this bar probably doesn't have a name yet." He looked at the former boss, thought for a while, after getting an affirmative answer, and continued, "Today's meeting is really wonderful. To commemorate this historic moment when we met, I decided to take this moment and call it the Hog's Head. What do you guys think? Dumbledore is indeed a great wizard with a tough personality. Anyone who changed the scene today might have broken the defense, but he just nodded and smiled self-deprecatingly. You are right, I'm indeed a pig. What do you think? Tom?" Aberforth looked at Tom, as if he didn't hear him, and asked eagerly, "What do you think of this name? As long as you are happy." Tom shrugged helplessly, "But I think the name Pig's Head Bar is not elegant enough, and it doesn't quite fit your identity. What's the matter?" Aberforth laughed out loud, as if he had heard some big joke. He drew out his magic spell, and pointed at a pile of broken wood outside the door, and waved it lightly. Soon, a huge ferocious pig's head bared its fangs and slowly rose from the waste pile, and stuck itself on the signboard. After all, the people who come to this place to drink are some of the highest grades. Even if it's called a bee tavern, it doesn't matter. Tom continued to shrug like a pillar driver. Seeing this, Aberforth finally remembered his brother, turned his head and asked, "Do you think so, Albus?" "Sir." Mr. Dumbledore took the money and disapparated away. After a long silence, the voice of the former boss sounded, and he pointed to the table next to where Dumbledore had just stood. "He's still staying there something." Aberforth looked up, and there was a small package on the table, and on it was a folded note with the words Tom Riddle written on it. "Open it and have a look." Aberforth pouted. "I thought my dear brother would leave me something. I'll go to the warehouse inside to check the inventory first. Boss, can you take me there?" "Okay, but now you are the boss, Mr. Dumbledore." The old man handed Aberforth a bunch of keys and led him inside. The slightly trembling hand of the wand indicated that his heart was not at peace. Tom walked up to the package, opened the note, and there was a passage on it. "Tom, I understand that my actions have hurt both of you a lot, but I understand even more that all my amends and apologies now pale in comparison. My brother Aberforth and I have turned against each other because of some things that are not humane and have even reached the point where we have no contact with each other. In my eyes, the relationship between you and Nar is like a brother. I understand this, the pain of parting brothers. I don't want to see you continue my tragedy, so I brought you a double-sided mirror. This is two connected mirrors. You need to send the other side to Nar. I think he is unwilling to accept my letter, so I have to trouble you. As long as one of you calls the other one at the mirror name, these two mirrors can be connected to each other, and the images and sounds reflected in it can be stored and sent to another person. I hope these two mirrors can help you, and you can also take your own mirror to class, so that Nar will not miss his homework, even if he is wandering outside. Sorry, Tom. Albus Dumbledore. Dumbledore's handwriting is full of recognizability, with slender letters and circles within circles. Tom stared dazedly at the letter, threw it aside, and reached out to open the package. Tom glanced at it. Inside were two exquisitely shaped round vanity mirrors, which looked like things for girls. Maybe their previous owner was a young witch who grew up in a deep boudoir and longed to be with her lover day and night. He grabbed one of the mirrors. The back of the mirror was painted with complex patterns. The blooming rose flowers surrounded a complex emblem with B, which might be the family emblem of a wizard family. "Is it easy?" Tom called Nelson's name to the mirror in his hand with some confusion. "Nal, can you hear me?" "What?" Aberforth, who finished checking the inventory, wandered out alone and approached Tom while stretching his neck curiously. "So it's a double-sided mirror. What are you doing? Why are you calling names with two mirrors?" Aberforth explained to Tom. "The other mirror can only function in the hands of another person. You can't activate it like this." "Yes. Do you know how it works, Mr. Aberforth?" "Yes, this thing was quite popular in our time, but since the Flu network was upgraded and it became possible to stick your head into it, this thing has been gradually eliminated, and it has a long-term and effective relationship with the two mirrors. The transformation spell is a very laborious thing, which baffles most wizards, and this magic has higher requirements on the material of the mirror as the carrier, so it has always been sold very expensive." Aberforth picked up another A mirror, whispering into it, "Tom Riddle." Tom lowered his head, and Aberforth's red eyes appeared in the mirror in his hand. "Aberforth Dumbledore." Tom also imitated calling Aberforth's name at the mirror. He raised his head. Aberforth was passing the mirror in front of him, and he saw himself in its face. Actually, you can study this spell, and sometimes it's much better than sending a head through the flu network. Aberforth nodded, put the mirror upside down in the package, and asked casually, "What did I do this morning?" "Seeing that little follower of yours running around the castle," I asked, as if to find someone for you. "Yes, Mr. Aberforth." Tom nodded and said, "I organized a study salon, and when I came to Hogsmeade on weekends, I helped some friends with poor grades to study their homework, and let the grades good classmates have a place for extracurricular exchanges. Today is the first meeting. We are studying the Iron Armor Curse, and it happens to be in your, the pig's head bar." "Oh." Aberforth raised his eyebrows in surprise. "I was really mistaken before. I really didn't realize that you are so helpful." Should be. Tom nodded vehemently. Nar also said that the economic development must first get rich, and then get rich, and we also need to get good grades in study, and take the initiative to help students who are less advanced. "Oh." Aberforth became more surprised. No wonder Albus likes him so much. He always likes people who can tell epigrams. If you're, well, the study group has a lot of people and the distribution is scattered, then I suggest that you can study the magic related to this mirror. Aberforth pulled Tom to sit down and patted him. "This magic is very suitable for informing a group of people. As far as I know, the aura troops of the Ministry of Magic are equipped with this kind of equipment. They can exchange some simple intelligence." "Thank you, Mr. Aberforth." Tom gripped the mirror and nodded gratefully. "You're welcome. As far as I know, Grindelwald is not very able to understand this magic." Aberforth said nonsense in a serious manner. "Otherwise, why do you see why every time he calls someone, he only raises some magic in the sky? Hey chap, make yourself look like a performance artist." "Oh, yes." Aberforth looked at Tom with a funny expression. "I forgot that he is indeed a performance artist on the streets of Paris." Okay, Mr. Aberforth, I see." Tom hurriedly waved his hands for forgiveness. He hated people talking about performance art to him now, but he didn't know that in the Muggle world, he was already popular in half the sky. "Okay, go and accompany your classmates. If you don't go in, they may come out to rescue you." Aberforth patted Tom on the shoulder, stood up and said, "By the way, go in with some snacks. Well, you are the first batch of customers of our newly opened store. This order will be waived for you." Tom's exchange meeting lasted until 6 o'clock in the afternoon, and the doubts of the first year freshmen also became adored with Tom's selfless impartation of knowledge. Tom left the box surrounded by everyone, and called a few times. Arbufus didn't seem to be in the tavern. He put together the approximate cost, and stuffed it in a drawer in the bar. "Today, I was disturbed by the wild mail gun, and I was depressed all night, so I posted a big chapter of one chapter is worth 2 chapters. 100 chapters. Chapter 102 Hey Erbo's Remnant Soul." In the second half of the night, dark clouds crawled towards the moon from all directions, surrounding it like packs of jackals, gnawing on it bite by bite point. The wind also picked up, and the whole of Krakow was shrouded in an atmosphere of rainy weather. The moon is dark and the wind is high, so avoid traveling. Nelson got up from the bed, dressed in the dark, leaned his cane against the leg of the chair, took out a sticker in the shape of a snake, and stuck it to the back of his hand. "Herbo, noble Herbo." He put his right hand on the back of his left hand, stood by the window, and chanted the mantra softly. As soon as he finished speaking, a piercing tingling sensation traveled along the veins on the back of his hand to the entire left hand, and then a sense of oppression covered his whole body. "Hiss. I hope you don't lie to me." A lightning-like green light flashed across the room, and when he opened his eyes again, Nelson had already arrived at the top of the mountain that he had just visited a few hours ago. "It's for your own good, Herbo. Let me see, where are you?" Nelson casually tore off the sticker stuck under the railing. After being triggered by magic, it was like a real snake at this moment, spitting out a letter and stretching its neck towards the construction site directly below. "It's so high." Nelson smacked his lips, looked out and saw a pile of haystacks at the foot of the mountain, and immediately beamed with joy. He climbed to the top of the awning on the viewing platform, raised his hands high, and crossed them to his chest, aimed at the haystack and jumped. Nelson closed his eyes and opened his hands freely, enjoying the thrill of the rapid descent and the wind filling his arms. The whistling wind in his ears was like the call of a red-tailed hawk, which stimulated his adrenaline soaring. Woohoo! In the process of falling, Nelson's body turned 270 degrees forward and quickly approached the haystack. Float quickly. The wand was pulled out from the cuff, and the moment Nelson fell into the haystack, Nelson's downward momentum stopped. He stepped on it lightly, turned over and jumped off. You don't really think I'll jump in, do you? What if there's a pitchfork in it? Nelson saw that the little snake's head was still pointing firmly at a construction site, so he patted the grass clippings on his body and calmly pointed at the fiery snake. Go to the construction site. Who? A bright light shone on Nelson. Sentinels around the construction site spotted him, and there was the sound of guns being loaded. Look clearly, I'm a member of the advisory group of Special Operations Forces, and I'm here to investigate potential safety hazards. Nelson raised his hands and walked towards the sentry box. A soldier with a Mauser on his back jumped out of the sentry booth, trotted to Nelson, saw the uniform he was wearing through the light, and quickly stood at attention. The heels colliding with each other made a crisp sound of snap. It was especially harsh in the quiet night. Sir. Hello. After standing still, the soldier raised his right hand and shouted loudly, "Long live! Long live!" Nelson raised his arm, echoed weakly, and was about to walk around him and go inside. Sorry, sir. The soldier's German smelled like the seaside, and his strong accent and sonorous speech made Nelson's eardrums tremble. He took a step to the right, still standing in front of Nelson. Sorry. This is an important facility under construction. I need to check your ID before you can let it go. Let me state first, I'm not going to draw a gun. Nelson put his hand into the inside pocket of his coat and shook his wand with the other hand that had been in the pocket all the time. When he took out his hand, he had already held a proof material that was almost exactly the same as Andre's. He handed the material to the soldier. What are you repairing? Long live. The soldier carefully checked the proof materials and suddenly raised his right hand and gave another overly energetic salute. Report to Lieutenant Colonel Karkaroff. The laboratory is built here, and an airtight structure specially designed by domestic experts is adopted. Used for poison gas experiments and research. No wonder I chose this place. What did you say? It's nothing. Nelson took the ID from the soldier and exhaled a puff of white smoke. Can we go in and talk? It's cold outside. Yes. Please come with me. The soldier turned around and walked away with a goose step. There's no need to walk like this. I'm not here for a military parade. Yes. The soldier looked a little normal, but it seemed that he was not normal. After explaining the situation to another sentinel, the soldier took Nelson to the construction site. There was still a distance, and Nelson, who couldn't bear the sound of the soldier stepping, spoke to him. Soldier, what's your name? Report to Lieutenant Colonel. My name is Kan, a corporal of the Armed Combat Executive Force stationed in Poland. Kan stood still, stood at attention, and turned to face Nelson to report loudly. You don't have to do this. Nelson spread his hands helplessly, pointing forward and said, we are walking and talking. You can relax. Good sir. Kan was a young man who was deeply poisoned by the fanatical thoughts of the Communist Party. The only time he traveled was when he joined the army and was sent to Poland. In a few sentences, he almost told the whole story of his life. The young soldier came from Kukes, a small seaside town with fishing and shipping as its main industries. After graduating from middle school, Kan stayed at home to manage the fishing business until the Communist Party launched a war across the country a few years ago. Mobilization. When he arrived in Krakow after a long journey, the war in Poland was basically over, so he didn't understand the cruelty of the war at all, but was very excited about it. Kane, how long have you been here? 1 month, sir. I arrived in Poland a month ago, and I arrived in Auschwitz 2 weeks ago and settled here. Oh. Nelson nodded. Have you ever fought the Polish army? We have fought, sir. Kan nodded. When we first arrived here, we encountered resistance from the local guerrillas, but their fighting power was completely incomparable to that of our great army. Once we encountered them, they would be defeated. Now their leader is still hanging at the entrance of the town. Hiss, how many troops do you have here? 200 people. We have a combat force of 500 people, plus engineering troops, a total of 200 people. Can said proudly. More troops have already set out from her hometown and will come one after another here and make Auschwitz a stronghold for taking the first step of our great cause. There are only 200 people. I'm afraid there are tens of thousands of Poles in this town. Counting Krakow, isn't there any resistance? The great Aryans can defeat 100. Those inferior Poles dare not resist under our machine guns. Can's expression suddenly became frantic. So are you here to test our achievements? Question mark. We have completely occupied this area with several times the number of us. Partly because of this. Nelson nodded solemnly. Are you shooting civilians with machine guns? No. We don't do that kind of thing. Can said seriously. Nelson's expression softened a little, but after hearing the second half of Can's words, his expression became more serious. They have a greater use. It's too wasteful to shoot with machine guns. When the base here is built, they will become the nourishment of our country and make their contribution. Sir? What's the matter, sir? Are you dissatisfied with my answer? The soldier's expression became terrified. Haven't you thought that what you have done is too cruel? Don't worry, sir. I have undergone ideological and political education before joining the army, and I have already reversed those wrong thoughts. When I was young, I just took a thought test in the police department 2 weeks ago. The soldier's face was full of pride. I have done this test, and I can answer it again. The lives of these lowlifes are worth nothing before the great deeds of the Aryans. Nelson lowered his head, hiding his face and expression deep in the night. Sir, are you satisfied with my answer? Can asked in a low voice. Did I pass the test? You passed, Corporal. Nelson nodded. Your answer is standard. The excitement on the young soldier's face was so strong that it was extremely conspicuous in the night. Sir, have you seen the head of state? His voice trembled with excitement. I heard from the commander of our army that, if you behave well, you will have the opportunity to see the great head of state in person. I haven't seen him. Nelson shook his head, but my colleagues often see him. Okay. Can lowered his head in disappointment and pointed to a brightly lit barracks ahead. Sir, this is a garrison headquarters. The commander of our troops lives in Auschwitz. My partner tonight, the superior, has been notified. You can wait inside for a while. I have other patrol tasks. You go, Can. Nelson nodded, opened the door of the barracks and walked in. Before entering, he turned his head and looked at the soldiers watching him and said softly, you will see your head of state. Don't worry. It was warm in the barracks, but Nelson's heart couldn't warm up. The first ordinary soldier he met looked like this. He could imagine the future of Auschwitz at the first sight of Can. It's hard to imagine how distorted this team and this country have become. He shook his head, not thinking about these disgusting things, and took out the little emerald green snake from his pocket. The moment he let go of his hand, it opened its mouth wide, bit Nelson's little finger fiercely, and then turned into a ray green light and shadow penetrated along the wound. Feeling a sense of dizziness attacking his mind, Nelson was already prepared. He took out a small glass bottle, opened the cork, and poured a small half of the jumping golden liquid into his mouth. Today is my lucky day. He felt much better, found the most comfortable looking chair, and sat on it. Put on Riddle's ring, no longer resisted the feeling of dizziness, and closed his eyes voluntarily. A thick white mist filled the air, and when Nelson opened his eyes again, there was another landscape in front of him. As expected of the despicable Hellbow, Nelson lowered his head and realized that he was still wearing the SS uniform. He reached into the pocket where he had cast the untrace stretch charm and touched the full things in the cold fir tree wand. He raised his eyebrows in surprise, took out the wand and hid it in the sleeve, raised his head in confusion, and said to himself, where am I? Are you here to pick me up? Looking around, there is desolation everywhere. This is a wilderness similar to the Gobi, with a dirty grey on the top of the head. There is no wind, rain, thunder and lightning, and there is no sun, moon, and stars. Nelson can't feel it. He could feel the airflow, but couldn't feel the temperature. This place was like a ruined case before the creation God created the world. A translucent white phantom suddenly appeared in front of him and asked eagerly, is it time? Open the door quickly. Let me absorb those wronged souls. Who are you? Nelson looked up and down the white phantom. Is it the split soul of Hellbow? You don't know who I am? The white phantom's mood became unstable, which was easy to see, because its body was trembling to the point of blurring. It split open, and flew towards Nelson as a whirlwind of white. "Then you must be the ration I sent? Do you finally know that I'm hungry?" Nelson only felt that the skin around him was being torn by thousands of sharp knives with barbs at the same time. As the place where the little finger was bitten by the snake burned, he felt that he didn't seem to be affected by anything other than pain. He suppressed the idea of pulling out his wand and said, "Despicable Hairbo, your body gave you to me. Give it up. You can't hurt me." The white whirlwind didn't give up and was doing useless work around Nelson. After a while, Nelson finally couldn't help it, and he grasped the wand that slipped out of the sleeve and swung it vigorously. Drowsy, the red fire swayed along with his movements, touched the white whirlwind, and soon spread to its whole body like a necrosis, and soon dyed it red like a curse. "Ah. Why did you bring the wand in?" The phantom suffered pain, moved away from Nelson, and burrowed into the sand under his feet. Nelson felt a violent vibration under his feet. "Your soul is delicious. Although it's hard to chew, it's really delicious." The phantom's voice echoed in the whole space. "Give me to you? Are you kidding me? I'll come now, to eat you." Suddenly, a huge pale figure broke through the ground and stood in front of Nelson. He looked up, and his breathing slowed down for a moment. It looks like the skeleton of a giant snake, with deathly paleness all over its body, but it is too huge. In Nelson's eyes, it is even taller than the tallest black tower in Nurmengard, and this is only the part where it protrudes from the ground. It's just a part, and no one knows how long the underground part is. Nelson couldn't help but think of the giant serpent surrounding the courtyard in Norse mythology. If every myth and legend can find its prototype in the wizarding world, then Jormungandr, the prototype of the snake, may be the big snake in front of him who has been dead for an unknown amount of time. "Are you afraid?" Nelson followed the voice and looked up. On the huge head of the snake bone, Beowulf hid in one eye socket of the giant snake and shouted, "I will crush you, hang you, tear you apart, eat you. Why can't you talk well?" Nelson held up his wand, and the ground under his feet rose rapidly with the release of the transfiguration curse, becoming a high platform enough for him to look at the white phantom in the giant snake's skull. There are neatly shaped battlements around the high platform, depicting the myth of Odin throwing Jemingard into the bottomless deep sea, with torches stuck in the four corners. Nelson always pays a lot of attention to such small details. He looks at the white phantom in the eye socket of the giant snake's skull. He reprimanded in a flat tone, "Don't resist, I'm your master. Hee. I like to fight with young people like you. Young and energetic guys always like to squander their magic power with flashy things." The white phantom showed an abstract smile, and he directed the giant snake to twist its body, slowly winding up the high platform under Nelson's feet. "Don't you know that people will die if they fall from a high place?" "I know, but haven't you discovered it for so many years here?" Nelson smiled sarcastically. "This place is also part of the misty illusion, so the magic power and the outside world cannot be regarded as the same." He gently pushed his wand forward and held his other free hand. The high platform suddenly shone with a metallic cold light, and it had already been transformed into an iron tower. At the moment when Nelson's hand clenched into a fist, suddenly a countless sharp steel thorns emerged, and the snake's body tightly wrapped around the tower became its shackles. It was instantly pierced into the body by these countless steel thorns, and was firmly locked on the tower. "Haven't you discovered it yet? The magic here has nothing to do with what kind of wizard you are outside. It only has to do with the strength of your soul." Nelson stepped forward, stepped on the fiercely struggling neck of the giant snake, and slowly walked towards its empty eye sockets, towards Hairpo's trembling soul. "I know you are a famous dark wizard outside, a famous bad guy in history, but you underestimated my strength. Overestimate yourself, this shattered shard of soul. Don't overestimate yourself." Hairbo's remnant soul screamed. The giant snake's body shook violently. Cracks began to grow from where each steel thorn was inserted, and gradually spread throughout the body. Nelson, the dying cry of the ancient corpse was heard. "It's useless." With a flick of the wand in his hand, sharp barbs emerged from the tip of the steel thorn, hooking on the skeleton of the giant snake that was gradually breaking free. "I said, the power of my soul is unimaginable, let alone I also came in with a wand. Give it up." Hey Urbo, I said it at the beginning, you belong to me. Don't be too arrogant. Hey Urbo's white remnant soul emitted bursts of red light from those thin places. The giant snake raised its only movable head, twisted it hard, and twisted its own skull, and then taking advantage of gravity, he slapped Nelson hard on its neck. I really underestimated you. Nelson stretched out his left hand, leaving a green Ouroboros brand like a ring on the base of the little finger bitten by the snake. He wiped away the brand, and the moment before he touched it, a mid-spirited voice made its grand debut. Good brother. Are you in danger? I'm here to help. I originally wrote this big chapter of words, and I deleted part of it. On the one hand, it was because **** Germany was not easy to write, and on the other hand, I was afraid that the writing would be wrong, so I deleted that part of the content, but it didn't matter if I deleted it. The main line that affects this chapter is the battle with Hey Urbo's remnant soul. I feel that the battle scenes are written rather palely. From the first battle with Nagini, it's not very good, and I can't write the kind of martial arts novels since. Got me thinking about other applications of transfiguration. Everyone can guess who is the last grand debut. Chapter 103 Armor Fusion. No, it's Kamen Rider. Transform. Good brother. I'm here to help. The holy golden light burst out from Nelson's chest, burning Hey Urbo's remnant soul blindly. Accompanied by a burst of passionate music, a set of simple and heavy plate armor covered his whole body, and a gleaming silver crown. A full coverage visor appeared in front of him. The visor of the visor opened and closed, and a thick male voice came from it. The armor fits together. The visor slowly lifted up, and was about to be buckled on Nelson's head. I'll show up in time. Wait. Nelson grabbed the visor with one hand, and stopped its movement. We should put it another way. What? Come on, Hansen. Nelson picked up the helmet, and buckled it on his head. As the buckle on the neck made a click sound, the whole suit of armor became one, and the elf-like halo flowed on the clean and bright armor. The light effect burned the side of the giant snake's skeleton facing him into a large scorching mark, and the flame met the residue of the soul, sizzling and emitting a disgusting smell. Nelson's body moved uncontrollably. He slightly bent his knees and squatted halfway on the top of the high platform. Then his legs suddenly exerted force, and the high platform that had been turned into metal by the transformation technique instantly gave birth to cracks spreading all over his body from the inside out. In the next second, Nelson appeared under the black shadow above his head and raised his right fist against the huge skull, smashing down. Boom! The moment the right fist touched the lower jaw of the skull, the snake's head was stumbled by the huge impact, and Nelson clenched his left fist again and hit the stagnant snake's head hard. Cobweb-like cracks quickly spread and grew along the place where Nelson's fist fell, and then there was a neat click sound next to his ears. It sounded like a sound, but it was actually the sound of countless bones breaking at the same time. The hair grows, and the original subtle sound becomes extremely obvious. This picture, stagnant in the air, froze for a few seconds, and even the sound disappeared in this space, like an animation playing a freeze frame picture due to insufficient funds. In the next instant, the ferocious tower covered with steel thorns and shimmering with metallic luster cracked, and the sharp debris struggled to maintain its original shape, and then scattered in all directions in an instant, ejecting chaotically like countless sharp daggers. It completely covered the huge snake body that wrapped around the tower, making a tooth-piercing cutting sound, and where Nelson's fist fell, grains of bone dregs fell, more and more and more. Nelson saw the snake's skull opened its jaws to an unimaginable angle and let out a soul-shattering roar in the silence. Immediately afterwards, it exploded completely, turning into pale bone dust, mixed with the metal fragments flying upwards from below. The remains of this prehistoric monster finally turned to ashes and ashes to ashes, leaving only the eye sockets, where Hey Urbo was hiding, slowly falling in the shape of a thin and fragile ring. Nelson found a slightly larger piece of metal debris flying in the sky, took a light step, and slowly fell in the storm of bone dust and metal debris. These high-speed moving debris kept hitting the armor on his body, sending out rapid and continuous knock-hit sound. Nelson fell lightly to the ground, and saw Hey Urbo's remnant soul frozen in the eye frame of the snake bone, and remained silent for a long time. After experiencing such an unexpected storm, his soul seemed to be thinner. He stood on the opposite side of Hayabo's remnant soul without saying a word. The storm above his head gradually lost its vitality. They spread across the entire sky and then fell slowly, turning into a sharp and dead rain. This may be the result of this lonely land. The land has rained for the first time since its birth. Despicable Hayabo. Nelson's voice came out from the armor, which seemed thick and ancient. He took 2 steps forward, raised his left hand to hold the helmet's visor, lifted it upwards, raised his right hand, and pointed at Hayabo with his wand. Come, count your sins. I've repented. My master. Hearing Nelson's voice, Hayabo's remnant soul, who had been dazed before, suddenly regained consciousness. He raised his head to look at Nelson, lay down on the ground with lightning speed, and kept crawling towards Nelson. He moved like a funny big toad, quickly crawled to Nelson's feet, stretched his neck, and kissed the iron boots under his feet. His lips were burned by the halo lingering on the armor, and his body became thinner, but he kept repeating his movements, as if he didn't care about the pain, while begging for mercy. My great master, I'm honored to be your pet. My great master, thank you for giving me the opportunity to be your property. My great master. The armor controlled Nelson's leg, kicked him away, and made a disgusted voice. It's disgusting. Can you stop letting this guy kiss me? Well, I don't know where you kicked him. Nelson slightly bent his knees, jumped up, and looked towards the direction where Hayabo's remnant soul disappeared. The remnant soul was struggling to crawl forward in his direction. He moved skillfully and quickly. He landed and knocked on his chest. It will take a while for him to crawl over. Why don't you come down first? It's strange to be contained inside by you. Okay, I haven't moved my body for a long time. I was afraid of scaring the students in the castle, so I stood there and didn't dare to move. I only dared to fall apart occasionally. The armor was stripped from Nelson's body piece by piece and quickly assembled into its original shape in front of him. The armor displayed at the door of Dumbledore's office, but with a lot less dust and some special effects added. The direction of the leg was backwards, so he couldn't wait to start the conversation. My good brother, how good you are. What will happen? After strenuous exercise, Nelson was a little tired. He looked up at the metal rain flying in the sky, tapped his wand, and the flying metal fragments flew towards a steel thorn residue at his feet, and they melted together, sticking to each other, and finally an exquisitely carved iron chair appeared beside him, and Nelson sat on it, looking at the armor that was enjoying the movement addiction. To be honest, I can be regarded as an old man who has lived for many years, but I have never seen you so good at pretending. It paced in front of Nelson, looked at him in a circle, and kept opening and closing its visor to make a TSK exclamation. Merlin's pants. Come, count your sins. I now think of this sentence, I still get goosebumps when I say it. I want to write it down, and I must tell others when I have the opportunity to go out in the future. The armor doesn't get goosebumps. You should be rusted. I'll polish it for you. Nelson stood up, raised his wand, and approached the armor with a grim expression. I need you to count your sins. Question mark? No, thank you. Armor waved his hand quickly. While stepping back, he tripped over a rock under his feet, fell to his buttocks and squatted, and the helmet bone-like rolled a long way. Nelson sat back again, and the good brother Jayajia came back with the helmet, put it on the ground, and sat on it. Its head buzzed under its buttocks to invite credit. To be honest, my grand debut can be said to be very just in time. It's really timely. Nelson breathed a sigh of relief, looking at the appearance of his good brother Canyon. He couldn't help changing it into a chair. If you come a step late, I can kill him alone. It's so deformed. Ha 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 ha. Good brother, you are still so humble. Jayajia put his head back, sat on the chair and let out a barbell-like laugh, and then talked about another less embarrassing topic. How can you provoke me? To him? Him? Hayabo? Yes, he is a notorious dark wizard. The first time I came here, I thought I was going to explain it here. Armor patted his chest with lingering fear, and gave a hollow echo. I didn't expect us to be so strong. Actually beat him in his base camp. Base camp? Nelson caught a key word. You mean, this is Hayabo's base camp? Yeah. Anyone who understands death knows that only split souls stay in the misty illusion. Armor nodded. Helbo hasn't died. After being killed by Pythia for so many years, the body must have stayed in the misty illusion well. A person like him, even if he becomes a weak remnant soul, will definitely find a way to survive. Isn't that corpse just now the best example? He can even cast simple magic. Why can you use a wand here? No. Why did you come in with a wand? Isn't this the misty illusion? Here it is. I'm not an ignorant person, so I naturally have a reason to bring things here. Nelson raised his chin humbly, staring at his good brother with his nostrils. Why did you appear here? Say really, in my imagination, there are countless people who may break into the battlefield between Helbo and me, but you are definitely not included among them. Don't you think that's how we feel about our relationship? Armor let out an artificial cry like a dumbbell. Don't I? Okay, it's Albus. The armor spread his hands helplessly and explained. He set a protection spell on you, and the trigger mechanism is quite complicated. What mechanism? HMM. Let me imagine. The armor held his chin, thinking, you need to face the threat of black magic that can cause death or loss of autonomy. After you come into contact with gel at Grindelwald, the snake head just fell off. Is this black magic enough to kill people? Maybe, I don't know too well. Armor shook his head. Anyway, the mechanism is like this. My surface is engraved with the magic of exorcising evil spells, so it can dispel all the black magic on your body in an instant. So now I don't know if it's true, but I really didn't expect the two of us to be so good that we can do Helbo. This has something to do with the nature of the trance. Nelson shook his head. If in the real world, Helbo could press us to death with one finger, there would be no need for any snake bones. But here, the magic power is controlled by the soul and thought decides. Never mind him, we are really good anyway. Alma praised, and then asked, may I tell Albus about this? There is one thing to say, indeed. Nelson narrowed his eyes, stroked the little finger of his left hand, looked at the remnant soul of Helbo who appeared in his vision, and was struggling to crawl, and muttered, black magic that is enough to cause death or loss of autonomy. His face became stern in an instant, and he stood up from his chair like a cold black wizard, walked towards Helbo, and stepped on his head. Helbo really deserves to be a despicable Helbo. At this time, he was still trying to kiss the sole of Nelson's shoe with his mouth, and shouted indistinctly, Master, I'm back. Find a place to bury yourself, okay? Nelson looked at him coldly. It seems that you are still lucky. Master, I swear enough, I don't have time to listen to your nonsense. Nelson stepped hard, and Helbo's remnant soul's head was trampled into the ground. Now, immediately, bring me the Horcrux. Master, please, I didn't say it clearly enough. Nelson looked at the white phantom under his feet. This is a withered image of an old man. This Horcrux should have been made in Helbo's later years, so it looks old. I don't want to repeat the first twice. Okay, Master, I understand. Helbo turned into a cloud of white mist, moved away from Nelson's feet, and condensed into the original image, knelt down at his feet, stretched his neck, and kissed his shoes, gritting his teeth. He said, okay, I'll go right away, and I'll go get it right away. Then it turned into a white whirlwind and disappeared. Okay, good brother, you after watching this scene, Jayajia murmured, holding his chest, are you going to be a black wizard? Why are you stuttering too? Don't stutter like others, or you will easily stutter yourself. Nelson said to the armor with a smile, how dare I tell my true face to a wizard like Helbo, who gets along with him kindly. None of them ended up well. That's true. Armor nodded in agreement, stroking his non-existent beard like an old man and said, you have grown a lot during this study tour. HMPH. Nelson squinted at him, sitting on a chair, and waiting for Helbo, who came galloping from afar. Helbo's remnant soul soon appeared in front of him, holding a strangely shaped ring in his hand, which was almost exactly the same as the wound on Nelson's little finger bitten by a snake, in the shape of Ouroboros. Master, this it is a Horcrux you want, but it has not been perfected to the most powerful level, and it still lacks the final ceremony, so you don't teach me how to do things. Thank you. Nelson grabbed the ring, and checked the authenticity with the method he learned from Helbo of Nurmengard. He nodded and put the ring in his pocket. Yes, you didn't. What are you thinking about? It's all for your satisfaction. Hayabo's remnant face showed a flattering smile, and he turned into a white mist and was about to drill into the ring. Then I'll go in, master. Wait. Nelson stretched out his wand to stop him, showing a sarcastic smile. When did I say I wanted you? You stay here, and I will come back to find you when I need you. After that, he grabbed the back of the chair and the chair under the armor buttocks and disappeared with a thought. By the way, you can tell Professor Dumbledore my conjecture about the misty illusion in the barracks at the Auschwitz construction site, Nelson said to the armor. Okay. Armor looked at Nelson with some confusion and struggled for a moment before asking, if I heard correctly, you just got Hayabo's Horcrux? Yes, that's it. Nelson took out the green Ouroboros ring from his pocket with his left hand. He noticed that the scar in the shape of Ouroboros on his little finger had disappeared, and thought, so this is the sign of death or death. Is there a threat of black magic that loses its autonomy? May I ask, what are you looking for it for? Of course. Nelson nodded, stretched out his right palm to the armor, and turned the side of the obsidian engraved with the Deathly Hallows logo towards himself. Look, I have a ring on this hand, so I don't need to wear 2 bar. I learned from a certain source that Hayabo is preparing to complete his Horcrux with a ceremony of a human tragedy that is about to happen here. According to the prophecy of the ancient female prophet Pythia, a tragic tragedy is about to happen here. Massacre. Nelson said with a heavy tone. At that time, he will also use this perfect Horcrux to escape from the illusion, and I came here to destroy his plan. Oh. The armor let out an echoing voice. It nodded and stopped talking about it and glanced at the 2 chairs that Nelson was holding. Why did you even bring out the chairs? Bring it out? Nelson shook his head. No, I brought it in. What? To tell you the truth, the only magic I can use is transfiguration. It is very inconvenient to use the materials at hand when fighting against the enemy. Nelson pulled out his wand, tapped the back of the chair lightly, and they quickly curled up into a group that turned into 2 shiny metal balls. He grabbed the balls and stuffed them into his pocket, explaining, so I prepared a lot of these small balls, which can be used as spellcasting materials for transfiguration when dueling with people. Look. Nelson lifted the hem of the windbreaker, raised it above the table, let go of his hand, and let it fall freely. Only a loud bang was heard, and a big hole was smashed into the conference table in the command room point hand. The quality of this table is a bit poor, but I have a lot of these small balls in my pocket, and of course, there are some other things. I understand. Jayajia nodded, smacked his lips and sighed. This action on the armor is to keep opening and closing his own face armor, as expected of my good brother. He has a hand. It's still thanks to you. Nelson sat at the top of the command table, raised his legs to put his leather boots on the table, and hummed leisurely until the chaotic sound of military boots hitting the ground sounded outside the tent. Chapter 104 Patrol. Are you the officer sent here to inspect? The visitor opened the curtain and walked in. Military boots made dull footsteps on the ground. Nelson raised his head and looked at the German officer directly opposite. He looked slovenly, with the SS uniform loosely worn on his body, and the officer had a standard Aryan face with thick hair, thin features, sunken eyes, but prominent cheekbones and chin, even with puffy cheeks, whose cover-up also showed that his facial features were extremely sharp, with thick dark circles under his eyes. He yawned, and a cloud of white mist came out of his mouth. Long live. He opened the door curtain and walked in, lazily raising his right hand in salute. You guys are here. Long live. Nelson also raised his arm as a greeting. He walked to the command table, pulled out a chair at the lower end of Nelson, and sat on it with his legs crossed. He took out an iron cigarette case from his pocket, poured out 2 crumpled cigarettes from it, and grabbed it. Throwing one into his mouth, he picked up a box of matches on the table and lit it. The officer shook the burning match, threw it on the ground, took a sip of the cigarette, and then looked at Nelson through the smoke that filled the barracks, and asked vaguely with the cigarette in his mouth, "Sir, do I still want to give up? You have to check your documents. After all, the young people below are less knowledgeable." Pa Nelson threw his ID card in front of him and nodded. I understand. Oh, Lieutenant Colonel Karkaroff. The officer took Nelson's certificate, held it up to his face, and glanced at it, showing a knowing smile, and handed it back while winking. I didn't expect you to be so young. After the head of state came to power, there is such a door. It has a lot of energy. You're not young anymore. Nelson was already tall, and his voice was a bit deeper. He looked like a middle school student with a late development. He stuffed the certificate back into his pocket and said, "The furrow is called selecting talents and appointing talents. Ask where." Ha 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 ha. I understand. I understand. The officer stood up and stretched out his right hand to Nelson. "Let me introduce myself. My name is Franz, Lieutenant Colonel of the Armed Combat Executive Force stationed in Krakow, currently Auschwitz, the person in charge of this construction site." "Hello, Lieutenant Colonel." Nelson shook his hand and nodded. "Lieutenant Colonel Karkaroff, when will the people above come down?" As soon as he sat down, Lieutenant Colonel Franz asked impatiently, "I've been waiting for you for a long time, and it's useless to stay here again. If you stay there, your ass will get rusty." "What? Don't you want to stay here? Don't you think so?" "Oh, that's right. You may like this kind of comfortable station." Lieutenant Colonel Franz waved his hand. "But it's different for a low-level officer like me who is suffering. Those who made meritorious service on the frontal battlefield. Do you know? Ever since I came to Poland, I have been in trouble everywhere. Every time the troops marched to a new place, the Polish army would be defeated the day before I arrived. The front feet were excited to serve the head of state, and the back feet when I arrived. I found out that I was drinking the bath water from the leader." He twisted his face. His hairy face looked like a malnourished gorilla. "How can I do that? You must give me a chance to be loyal to the head of state. I would rather be hit by stray bullets on the battlefield and lie down in Hohenling for the rest of my life than build a house here until I retire." "Since when is a lieutenant colonel considered a junior officer?" Nelson pouted. "Besides, isn't it good to be alive?" "Alive? It depends on how you live." He began to complain again. "Isn't the lieutenant colonel just a low-level military officer? To tell you the truth, it's okay for an officer like you who came from the capital. If it's the local secret police, he asked me for money when he came up. Where can I get him money when I'm new here? It's better to kill me. Good guy. Those guys still know how to let me pay on credit and tell me this is the rule. Don't ask me for it money, and their leaders will ask them for it. What a genius." Nelson was amused, and his tense face softened a little. Lieutenant Colonel Franz slid forward. Are you not the secret police?" "To be honest, before I was called here, I already sent this month's tribute ready." Nelson held out his hand. What is this?" Lieutenant Colonel Franz's smile froze, and he couldn't help touching his arms. "What are you going to do?" "Pull out your gun," Nelson said with a smile. "After all, this is the rule. If you don't ask for money, my leader will ask me for it." "No, it's not the gun, it's the money," Lieutenant Colonel Franz said dejectedly. "No, just kidding." Nelson shook his head. He felt that the officer in front of him didn't seem to have been tortured too deeply, and he didn't have the fanatical war thinking of the soldier he just saw. "My officers don't like this. Some money. Let's get down to business. I'm here because there are some things that I need to understand." "Okay, sir." Lieutenant Colonel Franz sat down, ready to face Nelson's next questioning. "Have you noticed anything strange in those hills to the north recently?" "No, sir. We didn't even go there," Lieutenant Colonel Franz reported. "When we first arrived at Auschwitz, we tried to build fortifications in the hills between it and Krakow to the north, but the dispatched engineers always came back in a daze, and Krakow's chief felt that there must be some magnetic field or supernatural things in the mountains blocking the way into the mountains, so they forbade us to go to investigate and applied to the capital for support." "That's right." Nelson nodded. "We're here to solve this." "Oh." Lieutenant Colonel Franz smashed his fist into the palm of his hand. "I remembered. You are from the Special Operations Force. Please allow me to say something. If there are no accidents, you will be able to enter the mountain to build your fortifications in a few days." Nelson interrupted his question. "Don't ask other questions." "Understood, sir. How is the ideological education in your team?" Nelson was stunned by the second question. On the way here, I chatted with one of your non-commissioned officers on guard, and I found that they seem to be very fanatical. Sir, we have been carrying out ideological education for the soldiers below in strict accordance with the regulations sent by the capital. Could it be that their thinking has wavered? Which soldier is it? I will deal with it civilly when I turn around. No, I mean, the effect of ideological education is very good. Nelson shook his head. I'm moved by their loyalty to the Fuhrer. That's good. I mean, don't you think they are too fanatical? Nelson frowned. Fanatic wanting to kill innocent people in other countries. Don't you think this kind of mentality is very bad? Ha 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 ha, sir, you. Lieutenant Colonel Franz showed a suddenly realized expression. So you are doing a thought test? Don't worry, my thoughts will always follow the head of state and walk in the right place. HMM. Okay. Nelson shook his head in disappointment and said reluctantly, congratulations, you passed the thought test. Your performance is indeed beyond reproach. The soldiers of our combat units are the most determined. Lieutenant Colonel Franz grinned proudly, showing a mouthful of yellow teeth. Of course, I didn't say that officers in the capital, like you, are not firm. I know, that's right. Nelson asked, looking at the officer who was racking his brains for an excuse. Do you know what the fortifications you are building will be used for in the future? I know. Lieutenant Colonel Franz showed a confused expression, as if he was surprised that Nelson asked such a question. Isn't it a research facility? Do you know what to study? Study firearms, study poison gas, study how to efficiently kill people. Lieutenant Colonel Franz said without changing his face, and then corrected, oh no, study how to efficiently remove obstacles in front of our great cause. Hiss, by the way, I heard that the country is applying for the establishment of a transfer station and prison for detaining and transferring prisoners and prisoners of war around Krakow, because the railway here is really convenient, and it also helps to obtain experimental materials easily. They said. Lieutenant Colonel Franz scratched his head, thought for a moment, and said, they gave this facility a new name, called, what is it called? Oh, I remembered. Concentration camp. It's called a concentration camp. Sir, do you know when the officials sent from above to manage the concentration camp will arrive? He asked. We have heard the news a long time ago, but there is still no sign. Well, it may take a while. You should make plans to celebrate the new year here. Nelson nodded and stood up. I have learned what I want to know, so I will leave first. Thank you for your cooperation. Don't send it away. Lieutenant Colonel Karkaroff, don't you want to know about the construction of the fortification? No need, professionals have already surveyed and mapped. If you are passive and sabotage, the military law office will come to you. Nelson not only took out the soft felt hat he wore every day, put it on his head, and walked towards the door. Go, if the problem is serious, it will be the state secret police. Thank you, Lieutenant Colonel Karkaroff. Lieutenant Colonel Franz chased him out, holding Nelson with one hand in his bosom, and stopped Nelson with the other. This is a little heart. He took out his hand from his arms, along with a heavy money bag. No need, and there is no place to spend money. Nelson pressed his hand and said solemnly, there are too many eyes watching us in the world, especially here, so when you do things here, you must focus on influence, international influence, understand? I don't want the rest of the world to say that the Aryans are a brutal people. But this is just my personal suggestion. Nelson wrapped his coat tightly and said in a low voice, although we are Aryans, they are much more numerous than us after all. Do you understand? There are too many eyes staring at this place. Okay, don't send it off. I'll go back by myself. Nelson walked into the cold wind at the turn of autumn and winter in Auschwitz without stopping. By the time he walked out of the camp, it was already dawn. Interesting guy. Lieutenant Colonel Franz lifted the curtain at the entrance of the barracks of the headquarters, walked in, sat in the upper position like Nelson did before, put his legs up on the table, and hummed a song, while running his finger around the hole in the table. Outside the barracks, Nelson sighed and whispered a spell. Pithy, I want to just cast a killing curse on him. How nice it is to live in fantasy novels. I can do whoever I want. Nelson shook his head helplessly and closed his eyes. I really didn't expect that at this time. Wizards are no better than muggles. When he opened his eyes again, He had already appeared in his room in Lorian's castle, Hogsmeade. It was snowing, and the first snow came very early this year. Tom put on a scarf embroidered with the T and the NT combination, and he felt a little warmer. He was walking through the alleys of the village when he was suddenly stopped by a short figure. Tom opened his eyes, that were squinted due to the disturbance of the wind and snow, and took a closer look. Christian was standing in front of him with his arms outstretched. The little girl was wearing the newsboy hat Tom had given her with the Slytherin emblem on it, and a teacup was hanging on her nose, and she was glaring at herself angrily. "Chris," Tom said sternly, "why are you here? First year students are not allowed to enter Hogsmeade, and Mrs. Cole will definitely not sign for you." Christian's face puffed up. The teacup was dangling from her nose. She looked ridiculous, and her eyes became more and more unfriendly. "I'm going to write to Auntie Bella and tell her okay." "Okay, Chris, what is this? Why is this teacup hanging on your face?" Tom stretched out his hand, trying to remove the teacup from Christian's face. As soon as he stretched out his hand, he was caught. He bit it hard. "Oh, what is this? Lee Song Jinzi." He quickly pulled out his wand, pointed at the teacup, then shook his arm vigorously, threw the teacup to the ground, rubbed his red fingers, and asked, "What is this thing?" "Good guy, so it hurts. How did you hang it on your face for so long?" "I bought this at Zuko's joke store. I wanted to give it to you as a gift." Christian's nose was red, and he looked pitiful as he wanted to cry but couldn't. Unexpectedly, I took a closer look. It just bit me, and I couldn't get it off. Ha ha ha. Tom turned around, covered his face, and laughed silently, while shrugging his shoulders. "You're still laughing, Tom," Christian shouted angrily. "Why didn't you take me? I clearly saw that you brought a lot of first year Slytherin students out of the tunnel." "Chris, you are a Gryffindor." Tom looked at her helplessly. "And your hat should be changed. I'll make you a Gryffindor." Chapter 105. When the first snowball flies out, the snowball fight begins. Tom. Christian gritted his molars tightly and pushed forward step by step like a kitten whose tail had been stepped on, and said viciously, "You know that's not what I'm talking about." Because of long-term malnutrition, Christian's height just reached Tom's chest, which made her eyes only see the scarf on Tom's chest when she was too close. "I see." Tom nodded and said, "You want a scarf like this, don't you? I'll write to Aunt Bella next week and ask her to weave you one for Christmas too. We can make it up NTK combo. Sounds pretty cool." Tom put his hand on the top of Christian's head, and the moment she showed a narrow-necked and squinting kitten look, he grabbed her hat with lightning speed. Tom. Christian was stunned for a while, then started to catch up with Tom, who had already run a long way. Bat attack. She pulled out her wand and chased Tom, who was laughing angrily. In the first snowfall, young boys and girls were chasing each other in the snow. Christian's half-long hair lost the restraint of the hat and flew wantonly as she ran. The crystal snowflakes fell on the top of her head and did not immediately melting, but will choose to stay for a while, like a veil and like a crown. From a dynamic point of view, dots of silver light flicker in the long black hair, as beautiful as a galaxy. Mischievous spells were flying all over the sky. Hogsmeade was mostly Hogwarts students who came to relax today. Everyone watched this pair of rowdy classmates with great interest, and everyone was eager to try. Until a slug curse that Tom dodged hit a Ravenclaw boy. The young people around finally couldn't bear the restless desire, pulled out their wands, and started a spectacular snowball fight. "Are you okay?" Tom hurried to the boy who was knocked down, turned his head to avoid a spell, and helped him stand up, squinting his eyes to identify the hapless boy, and asked, "Are you Dwight?" "You, vomit." Dwight turned his head and spat out a slug into the gutter beside the road. "Yes, vomit. Do you know me? You were sometimes with Nelson in potions class last year, remember?" Tom took out his wand and pointed at him. "Curse stop." "Ugh." Dwight spat out the last slug and said gratefully, "Thank you, I'm much better. Thanks to you. Otherwise I would be interrupted by this slug if I didn't say the stopping spell myself." "It's a good idea." Tom couldn't help giving him a thumbs up. "Hold, sorry, Tom." Christian ran over in a panic, first glanced at Dwight, and then whispered to Tom after finding that he was fine. "I seem to have gotten into trouble." "What's the matter?" Tom turned around. On the streets of Hogsmeade, colorful spells were flying back and forth. From the 2nd grade to the 7th grade, almost all the students who could go out were in a ball. Maybe it was to celebrate the first snow. The carnival is still venting years of accumulated anger. Miss, this has nothing to do with you. Vomit. Dwight suddenly spit out another small slug. Why is there another one? They just want to find a chance to indulge. I'm going to. Goodbye. After all, he aimed at the back of a Ravenclaw boy and flew over with a fierce tap dancing curse, and then jumped at the boy who started dancing, laughing horribly. Hiss, it's scary. Tom grabbed Christian's arm and pulled her to another quieter street next door, looking at her face flushed red from the cold because she didn't have a hat, and said apologetically, let's go drink some hot tea and see how the child is frozen. After finishing speaking, he dragged her to a deserted tea house on the side of the road, which was on the verge of closing down due to poor management. I know this tea house. Alfred found a secret passage that leads directly from Hogwarts to the basement of this shop. The entrance is, I won't tell you. Tom took Christian away. Go in and say to the store manager, 2 cups of taro mash bobo milk tea. Please warm them up. Thank you. He said that, when he has money in the future, he must take this store down and open a candy store, specializing in all kinds of sweets. Tom continued the topic just now, and then lowered his head and told Christian, you find a place first. Sit down, I'm going to do some shopping, and I'll be right back. Then he opened the door, took the newsboy hat and walked out, not forgetting to ask, don't drink my cup. Let me see, where is it? I remember seeing it when I came here. Tom looked around and found his target. I found Fengar Wizard clothing store. Tom wrapped his scarf tightly and walked towards the clothing store against the increasingly bitter wind and snow. Ding dong, he pushed open the door and touched the wind chime at the door, which made a crisp sound. The shopkeeper who was staying in the workshop heard the sound and came out quickly. Honey, do you want to see a dress that matches yours? The shop owner is a bald man with a charming figure. He is wearing a plain silk white robe. He is holding an orchid and pointing at Tom. The soft robe follows him vigorously, twisting the steps of the hip joints. He floated magically, making people dizzy. He proudly raised his orchid finger to his ear and said, I can find the most fashionable clothes in the world here. If you are not satisfied, I can also customize it. No need. Seeing the shopkeeper's appearance, Tom felt a chill, quickly raised his newsboy hat, and said quickly, I just want to buy a Gryffindor crest, just like this hat, similar in size to the Slytherin emblem on it. Of course, my dear. The shopkeeper walked slowly to the clothes hanger next to him, opened a small drawer, and found a gold badge. He gently blew the dust on it, picked up the badge, and walked back to Tom. This was in stock when Hogwarts ordered school uniforms from our house many years ago, but in the past 2 years they let students buy wizard robes by themselves, so they all went to Diagon Alley to order. Yes, it's amazing, said Tom dryly. So, my dear, you're lucky. The shopkeeper tossed the badge into Tom's arms and held up a finger. It's only 10 sickles. Are you going to sew it on your hat? I can help you. No, thank you. Tom shook his head, quickly counted out 10 silver coins, and put them on the counter, and fled this strange shop. I can do it myself. When he returned to the street, Tom found that the flames of war in the next street had spread to this street, and a fiercer battle than before was taking place. There were spells flying over the street, and he ran back to the tea house through the hail of bullets, sat on the chair, took a sip of her milk tea, and started to sew her hat in front of Christian. I want to wear Slytherin. Gryffindor's lion is so ugly, Christian said awkwardly, lying on the table, drinking milk tea with his chin propped up. And you made me this hat of? No, you will be isolated by your classmates wearing a Slytherin hat, and I bought it in Diagon Alley, not made it myself. Tom skillfully picked off the stitches on the inside of the hat, and put the Slytherin badge on. He took it off, and put it back in his pocket, snapped his fingers with one hand, and said to the waiter who ran over, can you get me a toothpick? No. I see that they and I often play together. You can't think so simple. Tom turned the toothpick brought by the waiter into a needle, unpacked the thread bag attached to the badge, and threaded the thread onto the needle. You have to be gregarious in school, otherwise it's easy being bullied. I know a girl who is always bullied by her classmates. Ah. How is she? Christian quickly became concerned about others. Is she okay? Fortunately, Tom's long and pale fingers fluttered up and down, the fine stitches were quickly formed, and the gold and red badge was quickly sewn onto the hat firmly. I think this matter should be settled soon. I have already found someone to help solve it. To be honest, I feel that the brains of those who engage in school bullying are somewhat out of order. That's right. The blind student quickly discovered who Ardian. Do you like that girl? No, but I think she likes Na very much. Tom shook his head and continued, I'm not sure, but everyone says so anyway. Oh. Christian rolled her eyes, and she seemed to know who Tom was talking about. After thinking about it, she turned to look at the hat that had been gradually finished and exclaimed, not bad. I didn't expect you would this kind of manual work. I can't help it. When I was in London, the elbow of the old coat was easy to tear. If you stay in the orphanage for a long time, you can also sew clothes. Although we don't have to worry about food and clothing, we still have to wear old clothes. Na will also, but we usually go to Martha who is next door to Na to sew hats. On the knot, the end of the thread quickly curled up. He picked up the hat and patted it, and placed it squarely on Christian's head. He nodded with satisfaction. Very good, very symmetrical. Thank you. Christian held the hat with both hands, as if he was afraid that it would fall off, and said happily, while drinking milk tea, I will also give you a warm hat when you celebrate your birthday. You're welcome. Oh, by the way, he said again, don't you know when your birthday is? Professor Sloan told me a few days ago that every little wizard with magical talent, when the UK is born, his name will be recorded in the school roll. You can go to your dean and ask to see the roll. I don't think they will refuse a request from a girl who wants to know what day her birthday is. Today is Laura's birthday, said old Tom Riddle standing on the edge of the deck, wearing a heavy coat, holding a pipe in one hand and a wine glass in the other, and said to Captain Jack beside him, crying, if she was still with me, she would be 12 years old by now. Old Tom only looks like a mature adult when he talks about his dead wife and daughter. To others, the words I'm rich, come and lick me are always written on his face, and he is always pretentious. Domineering attitude. This attitude even includes when he talks about his son. In his opinion, this son does not seem to be much different from the housekeeper at home. I hope I can find my son in France this time. Old Tom grinned, showing his yellow teeth. I have already made a will. When I die, he will inherit part of my family business, and the other part of the will is he will only be announced by the lawyer after he finds Laura. In order to inherit this part of the family property, he will definitely spend all his wealth to find my daughter, but he does not know that all the wealth in the other will is left to Laura. Ha ha ha. He smiled triumphantly, as if calculating his own son was something to be proud of. It will be found. Even though Captain Jack slandered countless times in his heart, he still comforted old Tom. The cruise ship was approaching the French harbor, and he couldn't stand old Tom's repeated requests. He was holding 2 photos in his hand, ready to go back later, and posted on the notice board at the door of the captain's cabin a clipping of Tom's report, and an old photo. In the photo, a quirky little girl smiles sweetly. I'll ask you later. Ask the newspaper friends I know, like Mr. Williams and this, Mr. Gellert Grindelwald. As public figures and artists of this magnitude, there will always be other places. Hearing Grindelwald's name, a man on the deck, who was chatting with his companions while holding a wine glass, moved his ears. He quietly approached old Tom, eavesdropping on the conversation between the two while socializing. Can you tell me about that Williams? Old Tom asked curiously, after taking a sip of his spirits. I have to make sure he is not a liar. After all, my property will soon be handed over to my son. Don't worry, Mr. Williams doesn't care much about your family property. Little Jack, who heard old Tom forcing lay all the way, couldn't help but reply. He played the role of a wine bottle holder perfectly before. Now he finally can't stand this proud old man anymore. Maybe your son doesn't like your little family property. After all, his career is also flourishing now. What kind of business? Old Tom yelled loudly. For him, scolding himself was far less unpleasant than saying that his son was doing well. He tried his best to deny the news in the newspaper. What kind of business is this? Without my family property, he is nothing. Presumably he must be unhappy now. I really look forward to having a dear father. You are simply unreasonable. Little Jack put down the bottle, shook his head and left. Old Tom didn't seem to hear him at all and was still intoxicated with himself. Chapter 106 Newt, smuggling to Nurmengard. It's outrageous. How can there be such an outrageous person? On the pier of Dunkirk Harbour, Little Jack, who sent off a group of passengers, muttered to Captain Jack beside him indignantly. Little Jack, who had experienced the life of a sailor for several months, had brown skin, a glowing red face, and strong arms. He looks more and more like Captain Jack, which makes people doubt their relationship, but in fact, people who live at sea will eventually become such a highly recognizable appearance. You have to get used to it, Little Jack. Captain Jack sighed with a pipe in his mouth. The longer you stay at sea, the more people you will meet. Everyone has their own unique appearance, like Mr. Riddle's. I have seen too many passengers like this. You didn't see his domineering look, as if the entire crew on the ship were servants of their family. Little Jack's anger was not appeased by Captain Jack's comfort, but he became more and more unbearable. Look at how he treats the waiters on the third floor. He even asks them to shine his shoes. Don't we sailors still do this kind of work? No way. We are a service industry. Captain Jack shook his head, took out his treasured pipe, took out a small pack of shredded tobacco from his pocket, and poured it in. Then he took out a few pieces of shredded tobacco from the corner of the pocket, and stuffed it into it. With a wink, he took a step forward, to light it for him. When the pipe began to flicker with visible red light, Captain Jack brought it to his mouth, took a deep breath, exhaled a puff of choking smoke, and said slowly, "Besides, he is really rich. Can you do whatever you want, if you have money?" Little Jack's voice became louder. "What stupid question are you asking?" Captain Jack turned his head, and gave Little Jack a strange look. "Of course, if you have money, you can do whatever you want. Are you British? You don't even know that." Little Jack tightly pursed his mouth, and said no more, looking at the rippling sea and sulking. A sea breeze with a strong salty smell was blowing. Although Little Jack had been at sea for a long time, and had fully adapted to the sea breeze and sea water, the coolness that hit his face still made him shiver. Deserted. Dunkirk is located on the long coast of the English Channel, adjacent to the North Sea fishing grounds in the north, and facing the Atlantic Ocean in the south. In previous years, after a long summer fishing moratorium, the port in September and October is often full of fishing boats. The imagery is exactly why Little Jack set foot on the cruise ship. But this year, although the fish in the North Sea are fat and delicious, there are far fewer fishing boats moored in the port. On the contrary, there are many warships moored here. Some of them are from France, and some of them are from the UK across the strait. It was so cold that Little Jack didn't dare to approach. At this moment, a pair of sergeants were patrolling the Icarus, and they were conducting routine inspections. Recently, they have been more and more strict in their investigations. Did they hear some rumors? Captain Jack smoked a cigarette, looked at the big ship that had just belonged to him uncomfortably, and said with some confusion, "But the news in the newspaper, they say they don't know how to fight. Could it be that someone is smuggling? Started the business of selling black slaves hundreds of years ago. The sea breeze brings not only coolness, but also silence." Captain Jack turned his head and looked at the Little Jack beside him, staring at the sea water. "Well, that Mr. Riddle is quite outrageous. He actually murdered his own son. I have never seen such a weird person." Captain Jack poked Little Jack's shoulder with his pipe and said with emotion, "He also likes to make up other people, saying that our crew wants to steal his money, and that Mr. Williams is plotting his son's property. Seriously, just look at what Mr. Williams said. He is at least better than that Riddle rich." "You're right. I hope he gets nothing out of this trip. Isn't that? The child is innocent." The captain patted the sailor on the shoulder and said in a low voice, "Even if he is a bad person, a lost little girl should not lose her family, and I feel he really loves his daughter. No matter how unbearable a person is, there is always a soft place in his heart. Is it, the captain?" Little Jack pulled out a pendant from his neck. It was an ordinary silver locket, and it could be seen from the oxidized corners and the shiny mirror surface. "This pendant is old, but its owner cherishes it very much." Little Jack opened the lid, and inside was a yellowed old photo. A blonde girl with a high nose bridge was smiling at the camera. "Is this your fiancée?" Captain Jack turned his head, glanced at the pendant, and asked curiously, "I haven't even heard of it." Yes. No. No, she doesn't like me. Little Jack was in a daze and then denied it emotionally. His tone became lost and he whispered, "She is the girl I like." After a few years I asked for her photo when I went to the maritime school to study, and if I become famous outside, I will go back and propose to her. I hope she hasn't married yet when I go back. You are such an elmhead. Captain Jack laughed dryly and tapped Little Jack's head gently with his pipe. If people don't like you, how can they give you the photo? Really? Captain. There seemed to be light in Little Jack's eyes at the moment. Think about it for yourself. You are still too young. Captain Jack sighed. When your father sent you to me, I actually refused because your name is also Jack. But it seems that you are not bad. For the sake of you, I accepted you, but I have to tell you the truth. It is very difficult for you to make a name for yourself on a cruise ship. Captain. The light in Little Jack's eyes went out again. Well, how should I put it? I have been on the ship for more than 10 years before I became the captain. This is because the old captain had to retire due to severe gout, and the White Star Company that our ship belongs to has already gone bankrupt once. Now it is slowly being acquired by competitors, and there is no telling when the name of White Star will disappear, and then there will be nothing to say. Captain Jack pressed Little Jack on the shoulder and poured cold water on him. Even if there is me take care of you, but are you willing to stay on the ship for more than 10 years and become a first mate? You can wait, but your girl may not be able to wait, and the people who run the ship are poor, and they can't go home for a few days all the year round. Can a man really give your girl happiness? Think about it. Captain, what should I do? Little Jack was already in a panic, staring down at his toes in a daze, his eyes emptied. Actually, I have a suggestion. The captain patted the sailor's shoulder again. Actually, from the first day you boarded the ship, I knew that the sea you yearn for is not running along a fixed channel. Do you know that the government is recruiting troops recently? Question mark. Although they say in the newspapers that they will not fight wars, more and more warships are being launched at sea. There is a shortage of sailors and sergeants, especially those with experience in sailing ships. I think you can try. Although being a soldier is dangerous, but for people like us whose lives are not worth much, this is a good way out. Really? Captain? Little Jack raised his head, looked at the warships by the sea and the flags flying on them, and the light in his eyes came back. Yes, not only Dunkirk, but now the ports of Calais and Bruges are full of warships. Captain Jack glanced at Little Jack enviously and said, if I were as young as you, I would go to I applied, and I think you kid, since you have someone hidden in your heart, you must pay attention to your own safety. If you have any ideas, I will help you with your father. I remember you have 2 younger sisters and 1 younger brother. Not to mention, the treatment given to the family is very good. Captain, I've decided. Little Jack took a deep look at the photo hidden in the pendant and said solemnly, I'm going to enlist in the army when I get to London on this trip. What? Let me go to the conscription? After waking up in the morning, Nelson stared at Andre across the dining table dumbfounded. He didn't care to swallow the bread in his mouth. Guns won't work. Conscript for the Muggles in Germany, here, Krakow, and then go to Warsaw. Andre explained, you don't need to know. There are professionals who are responsible for the specific work. Are you kidding? Nelson looked at Andre like a fool. You ask me to recruit soldiers for the enemy country in a country that was just occupied? Andre, I don't think I have offended you in normal times, right? And since there are professionals, why should I go? Of course, Andre replied to Nelson with the same foolish eyes, and said as a matter of course the conscription here, since it has been occupied, it is naturally the territory of those German Muggles. Although they are Poles, but there are not a few people who want to embrace the victorious nation, and what you need to do is to use magic to help those recruiters, some fanatical little magic, some little magic that enhances the atmosphere, you know. Andre raised his eyebrows and handed Nelson a bowl of soaked cereal. I don't understand. I'm not going. I don't know how to use that kind of magic on Muggles. Please ask someone else. Nelson took the cereal, tasted it, and praised. It tastes good. Did you add raisins? Your behavior is a serious violation of the secrecy law. Newt said righteously, even though he was eating his cereal. Well, yes, in fact, adding some cherry sauce tastes better, but it will look a little ugly, like a vampire's breakfast. Andre ignored Newt's speech. He nodded and started to make himself oatmeal. He continued, since you don't want to go, I still have a job here. What is it? Didn't I tell you before that the German Muggle head of state was taught magic by us? Andre said slowly, while pouring milk into the bowl. In fact, we sent someone to follow him, silently cast spells, while he is chanting. There is such a thing. Nelson nodded, and Newt on the side exclaimed, how dare you do such a thing? Did I tell you? Besides, didn't you keep saying that we don't abide by the secrecy law? Why are you so surprised here? Andre turned his head to look at Nelson after finishing talking, and introduced, it's like this. Well, the wizard who was sent there has something to do recently. He wants to go back to his hometown and find someone to take his place for a while, and he said that he is still a little nervous, because that muggle always likes to try to cast spells secretly in the middle of the night. When he found out we were fooling him, he had to keep a looking glass next to his bed, and the guy would apparate at any movement. It's good. Nelson's bowl bottomed out. He patted his stomach in satisfaction and raised his head to ask, but what does this have to do with me? I wonder if you can replace him for a while. After all, you are younger, more approachable, and know more about muggles. Really? But I can't cast spells silently. Nelson spread his hands, expressing his helplessness. Can you find me something to do in the underworld? I think I might as well go to work in the restaurant downstairs of the library. Hiss, you don't know how to spell silently? Andre held his forehead. I'm sorry, after seeing your transfiguration, I always forget that you are only a second grader. Nelson shrugged and walked towards the kitchen with the bowl in his hand. Newt followed behind with the bowl in his hand and said, I can teach you. Don't look at me dropping out of school. In fact, my foundation is very solid. I can also teach you apparition. Thank you, Senior Newt. Nelson asked for Newt's empty bowl and walked towards the sink. But I'm currently studying charms and animagus. After I finish the book at hand, would you still like me? Teach me again. Of course. Newt raised his eyebrows. Animagus? Have you started to learn about this? Yes, after leaving Hogwarts, all I have on hand is the charms textbook she made up for me given to me by a senior, and a few transfiguration notes sent by another senior. Nelson while using magic to produce clean water to clean the dishes, he explained. So I read these books in my spare time, because I don't need to study subjects such as potions and herbalism, so I can read these contents very quickly. TSK, you really dare to try. Newt smacked his lips and commented, you have a good habit of persisting in learning, but you know that it is difficult to practice animagus without guidance, and is a process of cultivation also very dangerous? I only know 5 people who have successfully taught themselves animagus. Nelson fished out the clean dishes from the foam-filled pool. I don't think I'm worse than them. When Hogwarts is on vacation, ask my good friend to take care of it, and I should be almost ready by then. Just be prepared. I couldn't even learn this magic back then. Newt nodded. Have you figured out what animal you're going to be? If I had a choice, I would definitely like to become a dragon like Dinkus. Nelson put the dishes on the shelf. Unfortunately, there is no choice, and an animagus cannot become a magical animal. But if possible, I think it would be a good choice to become a cat. After all, my senior sister bragged about how elegant a cat is in her notes. After finishing speaking, he left the kitchen and knocked on the door of Lorian's room. Miss Lorian, are you ready? Andre said that he can move the entire castle to Nermengard. Is this really good? Lorian opened the door and came out dragging a big pink box. Dinkus fell asleep on the box. After all, this is someone else's house. It doesn't matter. During the war, real estate is very worthless, especially in this kind of country that has just lost a war. Andre's voice came from the living room. After the matter is over, the Muggle government that cooperates with us will compensating for the local people by building some infrastructure here. In fact, they're starting to build it now. Okay. Lorian smiled. Then I'm ready. Well, let's call for someone. Andre nodded, and Zweig, who had been sitting by the fireplace with a bowl warming the fire, apparated and left. His presence was so low that Nelson didn't realize that he had already passed away. Apparat. He looked at Newt, who came out of the kitchen, and asked Senior, "Where are you going?" "After I saw this dragon." Nothing happened for a while. Newt sat down on the sofa with a face full of indifference and looked at Andre provocatively. "I want to see the living environment of my junior. You guys know Mengad wouldn't be afraid to let tourists in." "That's not the case," Andre sneered. "We have always done things frankly. No, Mengad welcomes wizards from all over the world. As long as they are wizards, even if they are young people like you, we are not worried at all. Come if you want." "He is not a young man. Mr. Scamander is a well-known great wizard." White pushed open the door and walked out, correcting Andre's remarks. "She is extremely good at fighting with her colleagues, and she went out with Nelson last night." She just got up at this moment, yawned and turned to Newt and said, "But Mr. Scamander, I suggest you change your face. After all, Grindelwald has stumbled at your hands. Maybe someone in Mengad I don't like you. Even street attacks are possible." "Don't worry, no one can easily attack me." Newt took out his wand, turned his hair into the same pale blonde color as Nelson, turned his head and blinked at him, and said confidently, "Grindelwald can escape, come out, and I'm not who I used to be. I hope you can always be so optimistic." Andre snorted coldly as he nestled on the sofa. "As you wish," Newt said with a smile at him. "Don't worry about me secretly collecting some information." "There is nothing to worry about," Andre said with a worried expression, but he still said firmly, and then began to mutter some incomprehensible words. "Miss Lorianne, it's alright." Zweig suddenly appeared in the middle of the living room. "Okay, I'm ready." Lorianne pulled out a strange wand that was about the size of Nelson's cane from her back, and said nervously, I mean, your house has already been moved." Nelson followed Zweig's gaze and looked out the window. Windmills, fields, houses of all kinds, and a black tower towering into the sky in the distance. They are already in the suburbs of Mengad. Still a long chapter. Chapter 107, Professional Team. Is this Mengad? Lorian quickly ran to the window and looked at the endless fields. Hundreds of wizard families settled in the outskirts of Mengad. Refreshing. It was morning at this time, and some people who got up late had just raised the smoke from the cooking. The smoke containing the aroma of the food rose in a circle and merged into the thin morning mist above the head, making the Alps in the distance visible. Of course, there are also hard-working people who have already had breakfast early and went out to work. In the wheat field not far away, a witch who looks like a peasant woman is waving a magic wand. Inside the bag, the mouth of the bag opened and closed, chewing like a big mouth, spitting out some straw and wheat bran every once in a while. Whether it is for wizards or muggles, autumn is always the season of harvest. Not bad. Loreen raised her hand on her forehead to block the sun rising from the mountains in the distance, looked around curiously, and asked, "Mr. Andre, I see that the castle is surrounded by open space. Can I grow some vegetables here too?" "Of course." It was Zweig who answered her. In Mengad, anyone can build anything they want on any piece of open land, as long as it is valuable. "Okay." Lorianne waved her hand, hugged the puppy in her arms, and dangled in the air. "Dinkus, this is our new home. There are many mages like me here." Dinkus was shaken a little disgusted, but he drooped his tongue weakly and looked at her dully. "What? Are you unhappy?" Seeing that Lion seemed to be holding him in a circle again, Dinkus nodded quickly and barked twice weakly. It seems that Dinkus also likes this place very much. Lorianne was even happier and turned to Andre with a bright smile. "Thank you, Mr. Andre." "You're welcome." Andre coughed twice. The old man was a little ashamed. After all, he didn't do anything. He stretched out his hand to Zweig and said, "You can ask Zweig for help with planting. He is an expert in this field." Mr. Zweig. Nelson, who was helping Newt with Macup, suddenly turned around and asked, "May I ask what the magic is for moving?" "It's an apparition performed by multiple people," Zweig explained. "It's amazing to be able to move such a big castle here. I have to say that your efficiency is really high." Nelson first praised, then raised his eyebrows and asked in a low voice, "I have no intention of questioning the professionalism of your team. 6. But I would like to ask, when you moved this castle, did you bring the foundation?" "What is the foundation?" Zweig's speech was still so concise. "Then I feel that the sofa is getting more and more reclined." It shouldn't be a bodily illusion caused by apparition. Nelson slid down from the sofa, grabbed Newt's arm tightly, and looked into Zweig's eyes and said seriously, "If I feel right that the castle is about to fall." Crack. As if to confirm his words, a lightning-like crack suddenly cracked on the white wall of the living room, and the simple stone bricks were exposed from under the wall. They interlocked like canine teeth. After all, the force could not compete with the gravity. Along the crack, the load-bearing wall slowly split in half like a tree root split by an axe. "I'm cracked," Nelson murmured. He tightly grasped Newt's forearm, and a dark sense of urgency came from all directions, and in the next moment, he had appeared in the garden below the castle tower. The dust in the sky burst out from the cracked holes in all directions of the castle. Nelson rubbed his eyes. Dinkus was transforming into the huge body of a dragon, holding on to the fallen wall of the castle, protecting himself and his master's home. "What's the matter with you?" Nelson followed the reprimand, and Zweig was standing at the foot of the castle, reprimanding a few wizards in black robes, and wearing a white hard hat. Very much like a supervisor on a construction site. This man who didn't know what a foundation was a few seconds ago was saying loudly, "Didn't I teach you that? To move a house, you need to move the foundation together. Do you know what a foundation is? Is it? This house became like this because you didn't bring the foundation. Are you worthy of being called a professional? Do you know what safety is?" He folded his arms in his arms, looked sullenly at the construction team of black-robed wizards busy repairing the castle, and snorted coldly, "If this castle collapses, you will be responsible." The repair work of the wizards opened Nelson's eyes. He watched those black-robed wizards riding brooms and constantly cast spells on the castle in the air floating on both sides of the castle. Several other wizards shuttled back and forth up and down the biggest crack, filling the crack with a white, foam-like colloid, and after a while it dried and became the same as the castle wall material. "Is it really good to build a house like this?" Nelson opened his mouth wide, looking in the direction of the castle, and muttering to himself. "I have to say that, although I don't agree with the thoughts of the Saints of Nurmengard, their professional ability in construction is still amazing." Newt on the side. "To be honest, before I the team of wizards who came to repair our house are not as professional as them at all." "Are you serious?" Nelson squinted at him, trying his best to find a joking expression on Newt's face, but he was quickly disappointed, and said with lingering fear, "It turns out that wizards are so well trained house. Haven't you seen it? Oh, forgot that you were Muggle born." Newt turned his head, gave Nelson a strange look, and then said, "I've learned a lot. Isn't it much better than Muggle engineering?" "One thing to say, indeed." Nelson nodded against his will, staring at the construction site intently. No matter how outrageous the construction method is, a man's instinct to stop and watch the construction site will not change. It was a false alarm, and it took less than 10 minutes for the castle to be repaired. Nelson looked at the castle with a bitter face. It was still a castle without a foundation, and the castle was covered with X-shaped patches because of the filling of the cracks. The castle is much fatter than before, and the originally thin and tall Gothic building has become top-heavy and looks a little chunky. Nelson dared not go in again, and he suggested that a group of people go to the restaurant he often went to eat. "I treat you," he said swearingly. "Anyway, Grindelwald will be accounted for." After arriving in Ermengard, except for the time Grindelwald took him to the cemetery on the suburban mountain, Nelson hadn't gone out and turned around. On the way to the Black Tower Library this time, he had a good look at it. The charm of this particular wizarding city. The wizards on the street speak different languages and do all kinds of businesses. Men, women, young and old, yellow, white, black, and red. Wizards from all over the world gather here for different reasons, and most of them have no experience in the wizarding world. The kind of ambition to rule the world circulated. They just yearn for the world described by Grindelwald where wizards live freely. I didn't expect there to be so many ordinary people in Ermengard. Unlike Lorianne, who had been looking around curiously along the way, Newt was also watching the corners of Ermengard streets and alleys, but his eyes kept changing, jumping back and forth between ordinary faces. "Newt, in your eyes, what kind of place should Ermengard be?" Hearing Newt's exclamation, Andre asked curiously. His words were not so explosive. "I have dealt with many of you, and I have seen your reward orders, which is why I was so nervous when I first met you," Newt said. "In my impression, The saints are all it's some dark wizards with high skills or high positions. They are often the recognized elite, and I think Grindelwald's theory can easily attract the kind of self-proclaimed elite, otherworldly guys. Aren't you a recognized elite? Andre pouted and said, but the world cannot run on the elite alone. And what is an elite? A guy who is good at dueling, or good at calculating? So are farmers who are good at farming considered elites? Are knowledgeable scholars considered elites? Are construction teams under SWE considered elites? They are not good at duels, and they have no power. Newt was at a loss for words. I think it's a good thing that you can come to know Mengad for a while. The outside world has too much prejudice against us. What we have never thought is to let the so-called elite occupy high positions and rule others from above, but let every wizard to perform their own duties in their own field, so that every wizard can become an out-and-out elite in the cause they are willing to dedicate their lives to. Is that so? Newt's expression was a little dazed. You still need to see these things for yourself, Mr. Scamander. White reminded in a low voice. Andre is a demagogic elite, which is why Grindelwald put him next to me. Miss White. Newt regained his composure, took a deep look at White, and stopped talking. Nelson did not pay attention to the conversation between them. His thoughts drifted away when Andre said, is a construction team under SWE considered an elite? He was a little worried about his residence. Did they build it? I guess it will be difficult to sleep tonight. A group of people walked through the streets and alleys with their own thoughts, until Nelson saw the spire of the Black Tower Library appearing on the top of the building ahead. Here we are. Through an alley full of strange shops, everyone saw a tall tower that was only slightly inferior to Grindelwald's residence. Nelson led them to the restaurant while introducing the surrounding environment. The place where I live is easy to find. It's on top of that tower. That Black Tower is Nomengad's public library, and it's the second most conspicuous building here. Mr. Wertning, hello. As soon as he entered the door, the waiter of the restaurant greeted him. What would you like to eat? I can't tell, you're quite famous. Even the people in the hotel know you. Newt sighed. But aren't you Williams? What Wildening? I just come here to eat often, and it's a bill. They have to remember me. Nelson turned back to respond, and then turned back to the waiter and asked, we have, 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 people here. Is there any recommended set meal? Drinks are ordered separately. Nelson is a big celebrity here. White covered his mouth and laughed. There is also a statue dedicated to him in Nomengad, because of his astonishing accomplishments in art. Sister, I beg you. Nelson covered his face and interrupted White's tiger wolf speech. Let's see what to eat first. Mr. Wiltoning. The waiter brought a menu from the front desk and introduced. I suggest you choose our newly launched career has not succeeded package these days, which can be combined with the Saints Still Need to Work Hard drink set, which happens to have 2 non-alcoholic beverages. This set is the latest Chinese food we introduced. I don't know if you know Chinese food. It will definitely bring you a new dining experience. And about these 2 sets, the name also has a very inspiring allusion. Can you? Nelson turned to the crowd and asked, chopsticks are used in Chinese food. Do you know how? I can. I will. White nodded first. I can use all types of tableau. Me too, Newt said. I went to China to observe fireballs. I ate Shandong cuisine for more than a month. It's good except a little salty. What about you, Mr. Andre? Newt raised his eyebrows at Andre. You don't know how to use chopsticks, do you? What are you talking about? Andre's old face full of scars was flushed. Even his neck looked a little red. He cast his eyes on Lorianne with a hint of hope in his eyes and said, I will definitely use it, but it's up to Miss Lorianne. She's the real guest, and we have to consider I know how to use chopsticks. I have used chopsticks since I was a child. Lorianne said firmly without waiting for him to finish. Don't worry about me, Andre. Then I'll order. Nelson's eyes lingered on Andre's struggling face for a long time, and seeing him close his eyes as if appointed, he said to the waiter, then come here to set meals. Please find us a seat first. Okay, please come with me. Nelson, let's continue talking about the topic that we haven't finished before, lest I forget it later. As soon as he sat down at the table, Andre opened up the conversation box and said to Nelson, "Master Grindelwald means, I'm afraid you'll be bored here alone, and he doesn't have much time to teach you recently, so let me take you to find something to do, by the way, so that you don't fall behind in the practice of magic. I don't worry about magic, but find something to do, let's do it, mainly because the wizard side really hasn't made any big moves recently. Do you have any ideas?" "So is there any normal thing for me to do?" Nelson asked. "I feel that the previous trip to Krakow was quite good, and I have to have a little bit of magic. I really can't do it here. Forget working in a restaurant. Actually, you can go again in a few months," Andre said mysteriously. The application received by the German Muggle government to build a concentration camp in Auschwitz, south of Krakow, has been approved. It's busy during this period. If you are interested, you can go there to stay for a while at this time next year. There are some magical things that need to be done." "What's the matter? Magic thing? Okay." Nelson didn't really want to talk to the Riddler, so he skipped the topic and asked, "So what happened recently?" There is just one thing. It can be seen that Andre has been preparing for this sentence for a long time. This matter is not big or small, but it is most appropriate for you to do it. Chapter 108, The Slug Club. "What's the matter? Rescue Berry?" Nelson glanced at White and saw that she was chatting passionately with Lorianne, so he asked Andre in a low voice, "Has he been arrested by Muggles again?" Andre's facial features curled up like chrysanthemums. "It's not like that. I don't know what he's been doing recently." "What's that for?" Nelson asked. "I've got to find something serious to do, right? My bones feel like my bones are going to rust every day. About this work, you can actually learn from your dear senior Newt." Andre grinned. "You can go to Alvermorny." "What? Are you going to be a spy?" Nelson raised his eyebrows. "I have to say, I'm excited." "No." Andre raised his forehead. "I'm not saying Newt Scamander is a spy. In fact, he won't find anything here, because we don't have any big plans. I said the reason to learn from him is simply because he has a lot of experience in the United States. You are there to learn. Or in other words, you only need to go to Alvermorny." "Is there a reason? Why should I just go to Alvermorny?" "Because it teaches without discrimination, just like your Hufflepuff at Hogwarts. It is very suitable for a little one like you who suddenly stopped studying due to an accident. Will you put any switch on me? As soon as I get to Alvermorny, will the bomb you planted there explode?" Nelson ignored the nonsense that Andre said and asked, "Or that you'll turn into a chipmunk and hide in my trunk? Come out and assassinate their headmaster when I get to Alvermorny?" The corners of Andre's mouth twitched, and he turned his head and asked White, "Does the scars on my face look very unfriendly? I feel like Nelson imagined me as that terrorist." White turned his head to look at Andre's face, nodded after a while and said, "Indeed, a little bit." "Okay." Andre picked up the chopsticks and poked the staple food on the plate clumsily and introduced, "You know Krakow we have been to before. It is the geographical center of Europe, so we plan to build a wizard highway around there. Build roads first, if you want to get rich, you know, the eternal truth. If you can go to the United States, I don't have to find another person to station, and you are not very like that place in Krakow. If you stay there, you can also garrison Krakow, and I can give you a high rank. Are you so short of people?" Nelson raised his eyebrows. "How many places does one have to guard? The main thing is that this kind of work is relatively idle." Andre pouted, "And there are many more important things in the past few years. There is indeed a shortage of manpower." "Wizard highway?" Newt looked up. He keenly sensed the point of the words and asked casually, "What is that? I believe you are not a spy now, and you are too amateur." Andre glanced at him, shrugged and continued, "This is not something shameful. The Wizarding Highway, as the name suggests, is for wizards provide facilities for easy travel, similar to the Flu network, but more concentrated and larger, playing agglomeration effect. You may not understand, this is the latest academic term. What's the difference between it and the Flu network?" Newt asked shamelessly. "I mean, since the Flu network can already meet travel needs, you have to know that the Flu network of each country is controlled by the Ministry of Magic of the country. In this case, cross-border travel can only be done in more complicated ways. Andre explained patiently. As for apparition, on the one hand, apparition can only go to places you have been to. On the other hand, although everyone at our table can do it, for most wizards, apparition is still a relatively difficult magic. I won't, Nelson said weakly, raising his hand. I'll teach you. Newt smiled and ruffled his hair. I'm sure you'll learn it soon. This is the real project to benefit the people. Andre continued to introduce triumphantly. When you are advocating the threat of our saints every day, only we really think about how to make the life of wizards more convenient. I didn't. Your highway sounds really good. Newt opened his mouth to argue, then shook his head with a wry smile, and stopped talking. So compared to the flu network, this wizard highway can also transport large quantities of goods quickly? Nelson interrupted suddenly. Here. Andre opened his mouth, and he didn't make a sound. After a while, he shook his head and smiled embarrassingly. Nelson, we are in the same group. When am I going? Nelson was good at changing the subject abruptly, after chatting to death. It will take a while. When the highway is repaired, it will have to wait until next year. Can it be after the new year? Okay. Nelson put down his chopsticks, looked at the empty plate, and nodded with satisfaction, and said, then I'll add something to the schedule. Well, you can get ready. Andre glanced around the table, and found that only the plate in front of him was left with scum, because he couldn't skillfully use the tableau. Is everyone full? Do you have any arrangements later? I'll show Lorianne around the area, so don't men come over. White wiped his mouth gracefully and floated out like a swan holding Lorianne's hand. I want to go to the mountains in the suburbs. Nelson put on his hat, picked up his cane, got up and went to the front desk to pay the bill, leaving Newt and Andre sitting there staring at each other. I'll accompany Nelson and explain to him the principle of apparition. Newt picked up the box and left with a stride, leaving Andre sitting at the table, shaking his head with a wry smile. Old man. Nelson, wait for me. Nelson, who walked out of the store, looked back and saw Newt, who had the same hairstyle and hair color as himself, trotting after him, and stopped. Senior Newt, I'll accompany you. Newt showed a shy smile, and followed Nelson onto the tram. Senior Newt, why did you act so aggressive in front of Andre? There were only the two of them in the empty tram. After a silence, Nelson asked curiously, I remember the first time I met you, and said the sum of the words is not as much as that of the meal just now. You really have a talent for chatting, Nelson. Newt was stunned and said, everyone has two faces. If I show gentleness or kindness to those saints, they will get worse. Is that so? Nelson thought. Isn't it? Newt asked back. Isn't your name Nelson Williams? But here, your name is Wurtling, isn't it? Yes. With the liberty of asking, do you have anything to do with the Wurtlings of Boxbuttons? They are my biological parents. Nelson cast his eyes out of the window, shuttling back and forth among the mountains in the suburbs. We are going to visit them now. Feel sorry. It's okay. Actually, I don't have any impression of them. Nelson looked back. I'm just curious, why so many people know them? Were they famous back then? Yes, they are very famous. Newt's eyes also blurred. They are also excellent. They are the best people. I didn't expect them to be buried here. Do you know them? I can't call them acquaintances, but I have met them once. Newt thought for a moment, then suddenly pulled out his wand and pointed at his temple, asking, haven't you met your parents? I think I should have seen it, but I don't have the memory. Nelson raised his head to look at Newt's forehead. Under the traction of his wand, wisps of silver mist flowed from his temple, and he walked out of the box. He took out a small crystal bottle and stuffed the silver mist in like picking up a piece of tulle. The silver mist in the bottle was like gas and liquid, shining with mysterious silver light. Nelson asked, what is this? What? This is a memory. Newt plugged the bottle with a cork and handed the bottle to Nelson. I'm not very good at talking, but I think you must really want to know your parents. I'll copy my memory of them. I gave you a copy, and when you have the opportunity to read the memory, you can use it to understand them in my eyes. The opportunity to read the memory. Nelson was thinking of a broken wash basin in Dumbledore's office. Can you tell me roughly what kind of people they are? I can't tell. Newt shook his head apologetically, but after I learned that you were their child, I became even more puzzled about why you appeared here. After Grindelwald escaped from prison that year, they were the ones who fought at the forefront in that war, and that battle was really tragic. The whole Paris couldn't stop burning. Did you see that fight? The trolley ran smoothly, but Nelson's hand was still gripping the handrail. Yes, I was looking for Nick Flamel in Paris. Newt showed a look of recollection. They are really powerful wizards and wizards. 2 of them can hold Grindelwald. Your father's transformed water surrounding the entire city of Paris. It looks like that magical animal called dragon in Oriental legends, extinguishing more than half of fiend fire. Your mother is also very powerful, but I can't understand those magics. Nelson reached out with his other hand and grabbed the armrest on the other side. Your mother looked a little weak at that time, but she was still very brave. A trace of admiration appeared on Newt's face. He thought for a while and asked, she should have just given birth to you at that time. Your birthday, what time is it? It's the 1st of January. New Year. Happy day. Tom, where did you spend the new year this year? I remember you spent the new year with Williams before. Hogwarts. Slytherin Tower. Sloane's office. Slytherin's head, Professor Sloane, looked at Tom, who was carefully helping him with the potion materials, and asked with concern. Yes, Professor. Tom put down the chrysalis in his hand, looked up and replied, I may go back to the orphanage, or stay in the school. I grew up in the orphanage, and the Null family is my family, but he lowered his head, his sharp face was hidden in the shadow of his neckline, and his half-length black hair blocked his expression. Sorry, Tom. Sloane stood up, went to the liquor cabinet, and picked out a bottle of reserved mead, took out 2 glasses to fill up, and put one in front of Tom. It's okay, Professor. Tom raised his head and smiled at him again, raising his eyebrows at the wine glass in front of him. Drink, kid. Sloane patted him on the shoulder and took a gulp from his glass. I think you need it. It's okay. This wine is very tasty and very low in alcohol. Thank you, Professor. Tom raised his glass and took a sip. The smell of alcohol hit his head and he blinked hard. I understand you, son. When I was young, I had friends like your Mr. Williams. Sloane filled another glass for himself, raised his eyebrows at Tom, and raised his glass to clink with him. The days to come will be long, and we will meet again. Yes, Professor. Tom nodded. He could see that Sloane didn't seem to care much about Nah, a Slytherin student. He followed the professor's words. I often write to him. Just can't see it. You're right to think so. Sloane nodded, picked up a box of chrysalis on the table, and said appreciatively, You've handled them well, Tom, and you've helped me a lot this year. I think your confinement can end early. What do you think? Because the impact of the night tour incident in the 1st grade was extremely bad, Tom, who took responsibility for it, was punished and sentenced to 2 years of confinement. The most important thing is to deal with the medicinal materials needed for potions for Sloane. During the 1-year confinement, he has learned a lot of knowledge from it, and it has also made Sloane's appreciation for him even stronger. No need, Professor. This will embarrass you. Tom shook his head, biting his thin lips, looking like a nice gentleman who made himself wronged for others, and help you be so powerful, and I have learned a lot from the work of a knowledgeable wizard, and this kind of opportunity is rare for others to come by in a lifetime. Ha 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 ha. Hearing Tom's flattery, Sloane let out a barbell-like laugh. Then you must not be polite, just ask if you want to know. You are too shy, Tom. I've never been polite, Professor. I've learned too much knowledge from you, but your knowledge is too broad, so you always feel that I haven't asked anything. Tom chuckled lightly, which made Sloane was even happier. He picked up the chrysalis he had just handled and asked, By the way, Professor, is this the chrysalis of the Hawkmouth? Yes, you still know it? That's right, Professor. After all, my teacher is a world-renowned master of potions, so I have read a lot of books about potions. Because of the mead, Tom's cheeks were flushed, and he was shy. He smiled and asked him politely, as if he was drunk, Professor, is this thing precious? Can I take one back for collection? I think it is very beautiful. Very well, Tom. Discovering the beauty of potions is an important step towards a higher level of potion science. Sloane had received too many surprises today, and he waved his hand. Take whatever you like. Take it away, if you like it. Yes, now, do you know what potion it is made of? I don't know, Professor. Tom picked up the most well-proportioned and plump chrysalis and carefully put it in his pocket. He looked bleary-eyed. He said too many compliments that didn't match his usual image due to alcohol tonight, as if it's like telling the truth after drinking, but the red light in his eyes proves that he is more calm and sober than ever. I have only heard its name, but the introduction to its use in books is always vague. I think only the top potion masters will understand the use of this rare material. Haha, it's normal that you don't know, and this is not your course content, but my private collection. Sloan patted his stomach, making it tremble like jelly, and explained. Currently, in other words, the chrysalis of the ghost moth has only one use in potion science, and that is to concoct a potion that assists an animagus in his cultivation. You are really amazing. Tom looked at him with admiration and complimented. I didn't expect you to know such profound knowledge. I know a lot more. Sloan puffed out his stomach proudly. You can learn a lot of unimaginable profound magic and potions by following me, which is different from the simple teaching in school. I can train you into a true elite. Really? Tom asked excitedly. Can I really learn from a wizard like you? That's right, Tom. Sloan looked at the excited student in front of him and said with relief, I have a way of knowing people. As long as they are people I value, they will always have great achievements, and you are now my favorite student. Really? Professor? Tom looked less confident. He looked at Sloan with a half confused, half longing look, and his voice lowered. Do you think I can do it? Okay, Tom. I don't think people miss it. Sloan nodded earnestly. You said you have no place to go during the new year. Why don't you go to the party with me? This is a party that I was optimistic about before. A club of students who, and future you, are the best of the best. Thank you, Professor. Tom's expression became more and more excited. This club has an interesting name, and I would like to invite you to join it. Sloan invited, stroking his stomach. It has a cute name, the Slug Club. Go home. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 109 Apparition. Is your dean still Professor Sloan? The tram driven by magic was very fast, and it took Nelson and Newt to the foot of the small hill outside Nurmengard in a short while. Nelson took the lead and jumped off the tram, and Newt, who was talking about school life, followed closely. He stepped out of the carriage and asked about the recent situation of Hogwarts. Just as he stood still, the tram closed the door and started on its own, raising smoke and dust all over the sky. Ahem, yes. Nelson covered his mouth and nose and replied, when you were studying at Hogwarts, was he the head of Slytherin? Yes, Professor Sloan seems to be the same batch of Hogwarts graduates as Professor Dumbledore. He was so young when I went to school that I saw him in a potions magazine last year. I once suspected that I had identified the wrong person. Newt's eyes narrowed, showing a look of reminiscence, as if he was completely buried in the enjoyment brought to him by the memory. At that time, I had a good friend who liked it as much as I did. Fantastic Beasts. She does little experiments, and we sometimes go to Sloan's potion room to borrow potions that we can't get at. Is that why you dropped out of Hogwarts? Nelson asked curiously. Is it because you were caught by Professor Sloan for borrowing potions? Haha, I was indeed caught by him, Newt said with a smile. His pale cheeks slightly flushed, but after being caught, Professor Sloan did not punish us, but helped us. He prepared some more suitable potions. I have to say that his attainments in potion science are really high. He has always been tolerant of students. Nelson recalled the experience of the previous night tour. Tom, my good friend, do you remember? Last time I stayed with me and the idiot, and we had dinner together. I remember him, that handsome guy. Newt seemed to recall something, and stretched his hand to his ribs, rubbing gently. My good guy, I'm very impressed by his impediment spell. Haha, he's very powerful. Nelson lightly punched Newt in the ribs, laughing happily. He's just like that. He's very decisive against possible dangers, but if you get to know him well, you'll find out he's a really nice guy. I can tell. Nelson, you're a good boy. Newt grabbed Nelson's wrist, eyes narrowed into two slits, and rubbed his hair vigorously with the other hand. Your friend must be too. Good boy. How do you know I'm a good boy? Nelson didn't want to mess up his hairstyle. He tried hard to break free, and after some struggles, he stuck his neck helplessly and asked under Newt's hands. Nothing as good children would leave school. You know Zawoo, that's enough. Newt's hand was stronger. People who like magical animals must not be bad people. That's not necessarily true. Nelson shrugged. Grindelwald also kept a Voldemort. Nelson, I have to tell you that, although I have a different position from him, I understand that he has his own reasons for doing those things. Newt took his hand away from Nelson's head. His expression became serious. He squinted his eyes and looked at Newmentgad's most central tower, said, however, even if his starting point may be good, even if his purpose is just, but since he has done too many bad things for this, then this matter is very serious. It's hard to call it good. I understand, Senior Newt. Nelson nodded and changed the subject. Let's continue talking about Professor Sloan. Back then, Tom organized almost all the first year students in our college to go on a night tour. The next day after being discovered, Professor Sloan only fined him 2 years of confinement, and once a week he went to his office to help and do some light work. He must like your friend very much. Newt nodded. Professor Sloan is impeccable in teaching, but sometimes he always likes to teach some students he likes. Those students in the school ended up doing pretty well. Anyway, he doesn't like me. Nelson shrugged and said indifferently, anyway, I really don't understand potions. I always feel that, as long as the process and measurement are the same, the potions produced must be the same. But you are very similar to a friend of mine. He has always maintained that potions is not a subject that requires magical talent. He always said that this kind of work should be taught to muggles in factories. Really? There is such insight? Nelson asked with interest. Did he prove his point later? It proves that he has been practicing his theory. Newt looked at Nelson with a strange look and said slowly, he blew up the cauldron due to a misoperation in the examination room of the Potions Owls exam. Then I got a T, so I couldn't attend the follow-up Newt course and missed my favorite or a job. Oh. Nelson said dryly, Senior Newt, you must be good at potions? Otherwise, Professor Sloan wouldn't have given you such preferential treatment. No, I'm not good at potions. Newt shook his head. He let me go, mainly because of my brother. Your brother? Yes, he was a war hero in World War I. After the war, he went to the Ministry of Magic to become an aura. Newt said with some pride. Professor Sloan, well, I can't say that, but he always pays more attention to those students with more prominent backgrounds, or they have one or more famous relatives. Of course, your fighting hero brother is also among them. Nelson helped him finish the difficult words, and then asked, you just said that your brother was a battle hero in the First World War? If I understand correctly, the First World War should be about the Muggle War, right? But the Secrecy Act? That's right, it was the Great War. Newt nodded. As for the Act of Secrecy, even though Archer Evermond made a law to prohibit wizards from participating in the Muggle War, those who are interested in this will not by his account. Thousands of wizards participated in the war to defend their country. Oh. Nelson nodded and continued to ask, is your good friend? She's my brother's fiancée. Newt tilted his head so that Nelson couldn't see his expression clearly, as if he didn't want to continue this topic. The two walked side by side along the path to the cemetery on the top of the mountain. The atmosphere fell into silence and embarrassment for a moment. When Nelson could see the wrought iron gate of the cemetery, Newt suddenly said, forget about business, Nelson. He shyly raised his arm and scratched the back of his head. His tone returned to the most common shy tone. Apparition is actually not difficult, as long as you can concentrate. It is easy to succeed. How is your usual attention? Should be alright. Nelson replied, I have enjoyed Professor Bin's history of magic. Then there's no problem. Newt was taken aback by the answer and quickly twisted his neck to look at Nelson. In that case, let me briefly explain the principle of apparition for you. You need to concentrate, think of the target location, then fill your brain with a strong thought of going to the target location, and use your thoughts to guide your magic. In fact, Grindelwald is a master of apparition, although this magic is cast in the same way. He can always play well. Nelson closed his eyes. Wait, don't worry, I haven't finished yet. Seeing that Nelson was about to try, Newt said hastily, it is very dangerous to try apparition rashly, and it is easy to cause splits only transfer away part of your body. You sure don't want to suffer that kind of torture. I remember when I was learning apparition, the teacher said that the most important thing about apparition is to follow the 3D principles, namely destination, determination, and deliberation. Newt took a big step forward, stood in front of Nelson, and pointed to the gate of the cemetery, his eyes fixed on it. The first step is to focus on your target, such as the open space in front of the iron gate, without distracting thoughts. He drew his wand, held it in his hand, and continued. The second step is to imagine that you are moving in the direction of the goal, so that only the thought of I want to go there is left in your heart, and let this thought spread from your brain and fill your whole body. He closed his eyes, tapped his right foot, and turned around in a circle. The last step is to turn around in place, feel your body slowly becoming nothingness, and use magic to pull your movement. As soon as the words fell, Newt disappeared in front of Nelson. Nelson blinked and saw Newt in front of the gate waving to him from a distance. The next moment, he appeared in front of him again. Try? Newt patted him on the shoulder, encouraging with a smile. Nelson didn't speak, just nodded, looked nervously in the direction of the door, then pulled out his wand, imitating Newt's movement, and turned on the spot. But the feeling of darkness and oppression did not appear when the entourage appeared. Nelson only felt that he had not turned enough, turned around again, but there was still no change. He turned around again, turned around. Finally, a kind of a sense of dizziness that he had never experienced before hit his forehead. Nelson only felt that his body had lost gravity and his soul was floating in the void. The darkness hit his eyes. Nelson stabilized his body, opened his chapped lips and asked, I didn't drop a finger or anything like that. After a while, Newt's voice came from his ear. It turned out that apparition followed. Nelson thought happily, while listening to Newt's reassuring voice. Don't worry Nelson, you don't have a split phenomenon. Great. Nelson was so intoxicated with the joy of success that he was a genius. Now, Nelson, I suggest you open your eyes slowly. It will make you sick if you turn around a lot. It's okay, Senior Newt. Nelson straightened up on his knees, closed his eyes, and gave a thumbs up, and smiled at him with his white teeth bared. I'm not afraid of fainting. I mean, Nelson, you'd better open your eyes. Newt's voice was a little embarrassed. You didn't apparate, you just circled around a lot. Nelson couldn't find the unruly hair on the top of his head. The feeling of not being able to make a sign made his throat tighten. He tried his best to open his eyes, and he saw the giant standing proudly in the cold wind in the distance. At the iron gate, a sense of discomfort caused by dizziness suddenly hit him. Nelson's eyes went dark, and he sat down on the ground. Newt covered his face, and the look of wanting to laugh, but not daring to laugh, made Nelson even more uncomfortable. He stretched out his wand and comforted. Actually, it's normal for this to happen for the first time, and you have to. I know that in the future, when your classmates learn apparition, everyone will be watching when such an embarrassing thing happens. But you are different. You are only with me now, and I will definitely not tell others. Newt is not a person who is good at comforting others. He watched Nelson's face turn from red to black, and then gradually green, swallowed, and said in a low voice, I'll go over there to see. Maybe this is not a one-time event. Completely failed apparition. Maybe you sent something over there. Nelson sat weakly on the ground, lowered his head, and took his wand to draw circles on the ground in the opposite direction of his own rotation, trying to ease the discomfort caused by the rotation. He circled up and down until Newt apparated back to him, just in time to hear his broken thoughts. I'm ashamed to see people. Now that I'm socially dead, bury him in my parents next to it. Calm down, Nelson. Newt stammered to persuade. He felt the temperature around him dropped by 2 degrees, so he quickly raised the treasure in his hand and said to Nelson, as if offering a treasure, I guessed right. That really wasn't an apparition that failed completely. What? Nelson raised his head, and the blood slowly returned to his green face. He slowly turned his neck and looked at Newt's hand. He saw that in Newt's hand, there was a golden question mark. looking at each other. Nelson took back the obtrusive question mark at the moment when Newt was stunned, turned it back into his hair, and hid it on the top of his head, pointing to the sky and shouting, "Look, Grindelwald is flying in the sky." While Newt was looking up at the sky, Nelson picked up his wand and pointed it at the top of his head, saying softly, "Back to the original." When Newt turned around, Nelson had already pretended that nothing had happened and continued to stare at the iron gate of the cemetery in circles. "Are you practicing apparition here, Nelson?" A magnetic male voice came, and Nelson and Newt turned their heads to look in the direction of the voice at the same time. "I have to say, your perception is very keen. You can see me flying so high." Gellert Grindelwald was standing across from Nelson and Newt holding a black and brown broomstick. Chapter 110 Waffles. Grindelwald. Newt's body tensed for a moment, and he raised his wand, pointing directly at Grindelwald's face point. While slowly bending down, he put the suitcase that he never left on the ground, and used the little finger of his left hand to unhook the buckle of the suitcase. A pair of bright orange eyes looked out from the opening gap of the suitcase, staring at Grindelfertile. Newt's tone was extremely calm, but his twitching cheeks revealed his clenched teeth and an uneasy mood. The sleeve of his right hand that raised his wand slipped off, and the muscles in his forearm were tense. After putting down the box, Newt slowly moving his steps, he walked between Nelson and Grindelwald, firmly blocking Nelson behind him. "Oh." Grindelwald tilted his head, squinted his eyes, and looked at the light blonde man in front of him, and asked after a while, "Newt Scamander?" He didn't take out his wand, but just stood there leaning on the broomstick, looking at the strange pair in front of him with interest, and suddenly lowered his head and chuckled, as if he thought of something interesting. "Have you formed any combination? The Hogwarts dropout student combination?" Grindelwald laughed enough. He raised his head, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, put down his wand, and straightened his collar, and asked, "Can you take me or is it? To tell you the truth, I also dropped out of Telmstrong." Newt didn't answer, just looked at the surrounding environment from the corner of his eye, and took a few steps back, getting closer to Nelson. "If there is a fight later, you will run away, you know?" He whispered through his teeth, put his left hand back, and patted Nelson on the shoulder. He had completely forgotten that Nelson was supposed to be those who were with Grindelwald felt that they should protect the young student from the Dark Lord, so they said softly, "Zawu will come out of the box later, you should run over and lie down on him at that time, on his back, and he will take you away." Senior Newt, "Actually I don't worry about me, he's never been nice to me." Newt whistled, and the box on the side was slowly propped open from inside. In the clear sky, dark clouds slowly gathered, and after only a few seconds, an atmosphere of black clouds overwhelming the city was added above the head. Nelson narrowed his eyes, and in the occasional flashes of lightning, a vigorous figure quickly shuttled back and forth. Thunderbird, Nelson thought. When did he follow? To be honest, I'm a little moved. If there were more people like you in the world, there would be fewer tragedies. Grindelwald sighed, threw the broom aside, and said seriously, "Put away your broom." I don't want to disturb the sleep of the people here." Grindelwald, "You." Newt raised his wand, and looked at the Dark Lord opposite him in surprise. "As you said to Nelson, I have never been able to please you." Grindelwald pressed his hands, and asked in a deep voice, "So what are you doing here at Nermengard?" Newt choked on this question. He didn't expect to meet Grindelwald here. In his imagination, Grindelwald, who is all over the world, should appear anywhere, except that he shouldn't. Appearing in his base camp, facing a strong enemy, but there are still weak people behind him who need to protect himself. All the tension in Newt's heart disappeared, and he asked calmly, "I remember you said that Nermengard is a man who tolerates all wizards' place. Can't I come and see?" "Oh." Grindelwald smiled, and he sighed. "Newt, after all these years, you have matured a lot. Are you here to turn from the dark to the bright?" "Mr. Grindelwald." Nelson walked out from behind Newt, and explained to Grindelwald standing beside him, "I met Senior Newt in Krakow, and he promised to teach me some magic-like apparition, so I invited him to come to live as a guest." Newt panicked when he saw Nelson stand up, stretched out his hands, and kept pulling him behind him. Ha 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 ha. Grindelwald couldn't help laughing at Newt's slightly funny actions. He shook his head, raised his hands and said, his tone was even a little relieved, Newt, you did what your friends did before. Shut up, don't talk about her. Newt became emotional, angrily yelling at Grindelwald, you don't deserve it. Sorry, Newt, every wizard is equally important in my heart. I don't want to see such a thing happen. I'm more sad than you can imagine for the death of such an excellent witch. Grindelwald not angry at his rudeness, he just shook his head slightly sadly. Since you are a friend invited by Nelson, you are also Nermengard's guest. Welcome to Nermengard. The recent guests are getting more and more interesting. He looked at Newt with a sincere look, bent down and picked up the broomstick that had been thrown aside, looked at Nelson, and ordered, he said, take Newt to stroll around here, and let him open his eyes, to see what kind of city is here, what I think in my heart, our ideal. Okay. Nelson nodded and agreed. Then I'll go first, and I still have something to do. By the way, Nelson, when apparating, there is no need to think too much about the process. In fact, almost all wizards don't know that apparating is going through what kind of process. You only need to focus on yourself and the destination, and the magic power will help you complete the rest. Grindelwald couldn't stand Nelson's magic power of love going around, couldn't bear it. ZHU reminded, there is one more thing. When you went to Poland, I opened the restricted area of the library to you. If you go in with the cane connected to the statue, it will automatically recognize the books you can read, and the books that best meet your current progress, and send them to your eyes, so that you don't have to look for books aimlessly. Thank you, Mr. Grindelwald. Nelson nodded, watching Grindelwald step onto his broom. Grindelwald's movements on the broom were very professional and coherent, like a professional Quidditch player. He lightly stepped on the ground, and the broom floated lightly off the ground. His robes fluttered under the breeze. A ring of smoke spread from beneath his feet. Wait, Grindelwald. Newt suddenly interrupted Grindelwald's movements. Grindelwald got off the broom and stood there politely listening to him. Newt thought for a moment and asked, why did you leave Nelson here? I checked, and there is no trace of the confusion curse or the imperious curse on him. I didn't force him to stay. Grindelwald explained, it's just that Nelson has no place to go. My place is very spacious, and his food and clothing are indispensable, so I invited him to stay here. What do you want? Newt asked. What do you want from him? The support of his parents who were comrades in arms? Or something strange? Newt, although it's a good thing to be diligent in thinking, it's not good if you think too much. Grindelwald shook his head and corrected, you don't understand what I'm really after. I'm optimistic about the excellent young man, not only because of his descendants of my powerful enemy, maybe it was like this at the beginning, but later it was more because of his own talent. I saw too much in Nelson. The shadow of that year. If you met a young wizard who was as talented as him, would you drive him away? I won't. Newt has the qualities that most Hufflepuffs have, honest, not blunt. He has always been a straightforward person. You may think that I and our mutual old friend Albus are incompatible, but I value education as much as he does. Grindelwald turned his eyes to Nelson, and his voice sounded very light. But I'm different from him. I think more talented wizards deserve better treatment, don't you? That's why I've always had a lot of tolerance for you, even though you've put me in jail once because you're the kind of talented wizard you are, understand? After finishing these words, he didn't speak anymore, just straddled his broom again, kicked his legs, and quickly went to the sky. What position do you think he plays in the Quidditch team? Nelson asked an inappropriate question, recalling what Grindelwald had just said about apparition, watching the iron gate in the distance turn in place body. Darkness rushed towards his eyes and body like a tide, and a sense of oppression accumulated in his body from all directions. The next moment, Nelson stood in front of the iron gate. He was clutching his forehead, and his body was shaking uncontrollably because of his weakness. Seeing this, Newt teleported to the side, supported him, and asked with concern, are you okay? I'm fine. Nelson tried to stop his shaking body, and replied in a low voice, I just feel a little tired. You are too young. Apparition should not be the magic that you should be exposed to at this age. So your magic power reserve may not be enough to support yourself for a complete apparition. I have seen your transformation. It uses it's a very magic saving technique. Otherwise you wouldn't have the strength to support that kind of large scale transformation. Newt explained quickly, reaching for his suitcase and shouting, "Suitcase fly." I see. Nelson was a little dry. You need to eat some high calorie food and drink a lot of water. Newt took out a box of waffles and a large water jug from the interlayer of the suitcase, opened the box, and took out one, and handed it to Nelson, reaching into the box rubbing in the interlayer. "Cup, where is my cup?" "Thank you." Nelson took the waffle. Newt's snack box seemed to have cast some magic. The waffle tasted as soft and sweet as when it was just baked, and it was even hot. He took out a small metal ball and held it in his palm, and it quickly turned into a white porcelain teacup. "I have a cup here." "Oh, this is really good." Newt unscrewed the lid of the large pitcher, poured the sweet water into the cup, and admired. "Nice transformation, Nelson. I like the cornflower pattern and the teacup on the cup. This handle." "Thank you." Nelson swallowed the waffle, feeling the sweetness of the custard fragrance colliding in his mouth. "This waffle is delicious." "It's delicious, Nelson." Newt showed a big smile. The corners of his mouth almost went to the ears, and he said proudly, "This is made by a good friend of mine who owns a cake shop in New York. I heard that he uses a secret recipe handed down from his family, and all his dim sum is very good. Can you tell me where his shop is?" Nelson stuffed his mouth full of waffles, grabbed another one, and stuffed it into his mouth as soon as he swallowed, and asked longingly, "When I go to the United States, I must go to the store to eat." Okay, you can look for him in the New York phone book. His name is Jacob Kowalski. He is a man without magic." Feeling proud, Newt also picked up a waffle, putting it in his mouth. He narrowed his eyes happily, and when he swallowed it, he suddenly woke up and said even more excitedly, "Nelson, you have succeeded in apparating." "Yes." Nelson realized that he had changed positions. He quickly touched the top of his head and found that the lock of hair was still there. Then he said excitedly, "I succeeded. It seems that Grindelwald's understanding is deeper than mine." Newt stretched out his claws and rubbed Nelson's hair. His hairstyle was not neat today, but whatever, at least you have learned it, haven't you? "Yes." Nelson nodded, "And I think what you said is more detailed. The first failure may be just because of the first time. Everyone has a first time." "That's true." Newt looked at Nelson's expression of trying to pretend he wasn't comforting others, and increased his strength with a smile. "But this magic is just a display for you at the moment. After all, your magic power that's only enough for one short distance apparition, and you'll have to use it sparingly until you grow up. I have another method of teleportation." Nelson took out a slender cane from his pocket and showed it to Newt, as if offering a treasure. "This is made by Grindelwald. You saw me use it before." "Oh, it's so beautiful." Newt stared at the cane fascinatedly. No man can resist the temptation of a long, thin, and well-proportioned wooden stick, let alone a cane, which is still a trend in the wizarding world even decades later. Representative of fashion. I think Grindelwald might be a hitter. Nelson regained his strength, walked towards the cemetery, and returned to the topic at the beginning. "He looks like it hurts to hit people." "No, he must be the Seeker," Newt said convincingly. "He's fast, you know. The fastest in Quidditch is the Seeker. By the way, you like playing Quidditch?" "No, I can't ride a broomstick." "Coincidentally, I'm not very good either." Nelson pushed open the wrought iron gate of the cemetery, took off his soft felt hat, and put it in his arms, walked in with a serious expression, and looked at the marble tombstone in the center. Only then did I realize that there was no section in the last chapter. Waffles have no evidence. I don't know if Newt likes to eat waffles, and I don't know if Grandma Jacob's secret recipe contains anything about waffles. I don't know if Grindelwald can Quidditch, but I think he has a good balance in the sky, so he should be able to. Chapter 111 Special Knocker. "Tom, what are you doing?" In the Slytherin lounge, Tom, who had finished sorting potions, was writing on the small wooden table by the fireplace. Hearing the voice next to him, he quickly covered the parchment with his hands and turned his head to look behind him. His movement was a little big, which woke up the dozing kitten lying in his arms, and the question mark got up a little seriously and threw it on his face with an wailing sound. "Oh. I'm writing to Na, and I have to send him something by the way." "Stop it. Don't touch your nose," Tom asked while struggling. "Is there anything you want to bring to him?" "Something. I can stuff it into the package. Anyway, I will send a little more. Let's think about it. I knit gloves for you, but that's a Christmas gift. Let's wait until Christmas." The visitor picked up the kitten from Tom's head, gently held it in his arms and shook it. Soon a comfortable grunt came out of his throat, and he wagged his tail against her arm. "Okay, then I don't care about you." Tom wrote down the last address carefully, picked up the wand to dry himself, carefully rolled up the parchment, tied a knot, and pressed the wax, and suddenly woke up like a dream. Turning around, he asked, "Chris, why are you here? Why can't I be here?" Christian blinked his bright black eyes, stared at Tom and asked, "Can't I come here?" "No." Tom looked behind Christian, picked up a quill, and dipped it in ink, wrote Nelson's name on the side of the parchment, and whispered, "This is the Slytherin Lounge. Only Slytherin Leetlin students only know the password. How did you get in?" "I walked in after a girl," Christian said smugly, holding up the green square scarf tucked into his collar. "She also asked me what grade I was in, and wanted to invite me to Hogsmeade for the weekend." Tom was a little sad. He felt that the phrase "Hogwarts is the safest place in the world" that Nelson had told him before was lying to him, so he had no choice but to stand up and pick up the tightly packed bag at his feet. Said, "I'm going to the Tower of Ravenclaw to post a letter. Are you going? Do you want to have dinner together later? I have an appointment with Alfred and Wahlberger." "Okay." The girl smiled sweetly, followed Tom, and walked towards the door of the lounge with the kitten in her arms. "Do you think we can put it in a package and send it to Na?" Tom stood by the corridor and waited for the stairs leading to the tower to turn around. "Will my master make him not be so manic?" "No." Christian hugged the kitten in his hand, strangled it to wake up from the doze, and gave a weak meow. She argued with reason and said disgustedly, "Look at what you're talking about. Talk. Let a kitten as thin as the question mark fly across the ocean on an owl. How can it stand the bumps of the journey, and what kind of cat will he have? If you can't take care of it, give it to me." And metal raised. Thin. Tom waited until he reached the stairs and stepped up first. He felt that he might have misheard and couldn't help repeating Christian's outrageous adjective. "Isn't it thin and thin? It's so small, so pitiful and cute." Christian shook the awakened kitten gently, and the question mark stuck out his head from her arms to look at Tom provocatively, then turned his head and licked it gently. He licked Christian's cheek and buried his head into her arms with a meow. After this operation, Christian's whole body was about to melt. She hugged the kitten tightly and rubbed against her face, drowning, staying in the middle of the stairs. Tom watched the stairs lead Christian to the direction leading to the Hufflepuff Tower and hurriedly chased along the corridor. "It's a crime." He stroked his forearm and neck. The scratch from the question mark just now was aching. Looking at Christian, who was moving along the stairs, he couldn't help but sigh. Dumbledore really knows how to buy things. The characters of the two pets are also irritable. After a lot of tossing, Tom and Christian finally arrived at the bottom of the Ravenclaw Tower, climbed up the stairs that no longer performed Brownian motion, and passed the door of the Ravenclaw Lounge. To tell you the truth, Ravenclaw's lounge is much better than Slytherin's. The brass ring at the door may be rusty. You ask weird questions all day long. Christian trotted along whispering beside Tom, who noticed the speed of Christian's short legs. Tom slowed down and listened to her comment on the door knocker that the Ravenclaws are proud of. "The last time I came here to look for Myrtle, the door, it blocked a lot of people. Do you know what questions it asked?" "What?" Tom frowned. He only knew that the door knocker might be a relatively precious antique, but he never cared what questions it asked. It asked them who the Prime Minister of the UK was. "Isn't Chamberlain?" "Yes." Christian nodded, but none of them knew. Maybe it's because Chamberlain is the Muggle Prime Minister?" Tom thought for a moment and explained. "Many wizards don't pay attention to Muggle affairs. To them, Chamberlain may not be as important as a blue-collar Quidditch player. That's the problem." Christian looked around, saw no one around, and let go of his voice slightly. "At least half of those people are Muggle-born students. I think they obviously know it, but it's just no one said." Why? Tom was puzzled. Is it because Ravenclaw students think this kind of question is too simple to show their wisdom? No one likes to stay in the corridor and blow the cold wind. Christian's experience of scrambling in the London sewers all year round is almost as good as that of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Said, for many Muggle-born students, this past and origin is a stain on them. After coming to Hogwarts, they will do their best to cut off their connection with Muggles. Even Christmas has not been home. Strange, isn't it? I always thought that Ravenclaws would only be depressed because of poor grades. Tom blew a slightly heavy whistle and strode towards the top of the tower. It's not just Ravenclaw, it's like this in other colleges. Many Muggle-born wizards like us hate their own origins. I have a roommate who spends all day looking through other people's genealogies in order to become a member of an ancient family. Instead disdain for the report card. Oh, that's right, Tom said lightly, remembering the things he always forgot when he heard this. Give me a copy of the report card later, and Nar and I will check your study results. Christian, who was in the middle of a conversation, suddenly lost interest in speaking. She pursed her mouth and turned her head to the side. Also, Tom stopped suddenly, and Christian, who was not looking at the road, accidentally bumped into his back. The question mark was squeezed between the two, and he let out a weak scream. Tom took a step away and turned around. He stood up and said seriously, don't try to use the little magic that Alfred taught you to modify your grades. My eyes can see through all disguises. Okay. Christian replied dryly and trotted to keep up with Tom, who had already walked away. Feel the wisdom of Ravenclaw, Tom said in a long-winded manner. Whether they are wise or not, at least advocating wisdom is enough wisdom in itself. Don't learn from those boys in your academy. The whole I just wanted to drill into the Forbidden Forest. At this moment, he just passed the door of the Ravenclaw lounge and felt someone approaching the door knocker asking a question. Who is the most beautiful knocker in the world? Oh. Tom stopped again, bowed to the door knocker with a chuckle, and complimented, of course it's you, beautiful lady. Wonderful answer. The door knocker didn't open the door to the Ravenclaw lounge as usual, but asked another question with a clear female voice. Who is the smartest person in the world? It is well known that Ms. Rowena Ravenclaw is the smartest person in the world, Tom said softly. He had never dealt with this door knocker before, and he didn't know that it would not ask so many questions. Tom raised his head and saw that the door knocker exuding the unique luster of bronze was knocking on the wall at a very high frequency. He didn't understand if it had emotions, but if it did, it should be at this moment emotional. So Tom turned his head and continued, but I think everyone has his own wisdom, and even Ravenclaw himself dare not say that he has all the knowledge in all aspects for me. Everyone is wise in what he is good at. The door knocker fell silent, and after a while, when Tom was getting impatient and about to leave, the clear female voice asked again, do you really think so? Of course. Tom straightened up, looked at the door knocker, and felt more and more that this antique that could communicate smoothly with people was of great value, and the scarlet in his eyes flashed. You don't look like you want to come in, the knocker asked again. I'm just passing by. Tom raised his valuation of the door knocker by another order of magnitude, and his eyes became a little unscrupulous. Next time you come in, you don't need to ask questions. It lifted slightly, and after saying the last sentence, it fell down, making a crisp knocking sound against the door panel. Tom stood there waiting for a while, and found that it hadn't moved at all, and then cast a strange look at Christian, who was standing aside, and asked, does it like me? No, why should I come here next time? I'm running. What are you doing in the Ravenclaw lounge? I don't know. Christian had a good time with Myrtle. She was a frequent visitor here and understood what the door knocker was once a virtue. A strange question that would just mechanically repeat what's the difference between 0 and 1. It was the first time she saw someone could communicate with it, and she couldn't help casting admiring glances at Tom. When the figures of the two disappeared from the corner of the corridor, a milky white translucent figure emerged from the wall attached to the door knocker. She was a tall lady with a gentle face, but a touch of arrogance. She wore an ancient long dress. Her hair was draped casually behind her, and strands of hair that had turned into thin braids were interspersed in the long hair. This is the ghost of Ravenclaw, Ms. Grey. She looked in the direction where the two disappeared, and murmured, a Slytherin? Mother, do you hear? Unlike Nelson, Tom's luck is very good. Every time he comes to Ravenclaw Tower to send a letter, he has never encountered any supernatural events, nor has he met the ghost like Professor Sykes. He is safe and sound. Arrived in front of the owl room, you say. Tom pushed open the door of the owl room, glanced around, walked towards a big owl inside, turned his head to Christian and asked, do you think the door knocker can be taken off? Please be sure to deliver it as soon as possible. Thank you. Tom stuffed the rolled parchment into the letterbox on the owl's leg, put the package at its feet, took out a box of small tomatoes from his pocket, and put it on the owl. At the side of the shelf, I took out a grain and fed it to the owl, patted its strong wings, and said, there are fragile items in the package. Please be careful. The owl swallowed the little tomato, lowered its head and bit out another one from the box, and let out a clear cry, as a promise. That box is for you. You can leave after you finish eating. It's too early now. Tom walked to the door of the owl room and was about to leave. It's dangerous. Try to fly as high as possible. Christian grabbed Tom's vacant sleeve, and seeing Tom let out a soft sigh, he missed his unnamed bar-headed owl. Tom. Christian pulled Tom's sleeve and whispered, I'm hungry. Let's go eat. Tom nodded and walked towards the restaurant. Speaking of which, the two of them should be arriving soon. Wahlberger brought the drinks from her home. Alfred said he found another new secret way. Can I go to Hogsmeade? I don't know. Tom shrugged. But why are you in a hurry? Next year you can also go there through the gate. Is it fun to climb over the wall and drill holes? It's fun. Christian nodded seriously and said, by the way, after you told me about the roster in Hogsmeade, I went to ask Professor Slughorn and he checked it out for me. Have you found it? When is your birthday? December. Coincidentally, it's a day earlier than you. That's a year late. 1 day early. 1 year late. Does anyone know why the computer can sometimes read the mechanical hard disk when it is turned on and sometimes not? My system disk is a solid state. I wrote this chapter twice today and it was too difficult for me. Chapter doesn't have a chapter. I feel bad. The chapter name can't be changed. Chapter 112 Fashionable value outfit X talent is significantly positively correlated with combat effectiveness. Miss me? Hey Herbo? Nelson, who had returned to his residence from the cemetery, lay back on the bed, took out Riddle's ring, and held it in his hand. When the mist of loss engulfed his body, he couldn't wait to open his mouth lightly at a pale void. Having been placed in Auschwitz, it was time for trouble. Of course, my master. The fog in front of Nelson cleared, and he was in a pure white palace at this moment. The despicable Herbo was standing in front of him. He was wearing a black butler suit, and was lowering his head from the long table in front of him. Pulled out a huge chair. That chair can no longer be called a chair, but like a throne. It has no chair legs. Under the cushion is solid steel, and the back of the chair more than 2 meters high outlines complicated a swarm of colorful snakes intertwined end to end. Every eye of every snake shining like a jewel in this pale temple. It seems that, even if you have been locked up here for so many years, the things outside are still very clear. What did you say? Herbo asked cautiously. My master, for so many years, for me, you are the only light that shines in from the outside world. Interesting, your suit looks good. Nelson snorted coldly. He raised his left hand, reached into the sleeve of another long wizard robe, held the knuckle of the little finger of his right hand, and rubbed it like turning a ring. Seeing a trace of emerald green there, for you ancient Greek wizards, isn't this style too advanced? Herbo lowered his head, as if he hadn't heard anything, and noticed this scene from the corner of his eye. He was overjoyed, and a ferocious smile appeared on his face. His face was buried between his knees, and he said in an extremely humble tone, my respected master, this is the throne I created for you. Please sit on it. Don't do these boring things. In the trance, this kind of thing can be squeezed out in a second. Nelson sneered, and walked over, standing in front of Herbo, whose body was almost pressed to the ground. Politely he asked, can you give me a break? I can't get through if you stand in my way. Okay. Herbo hurriedly stood up, nodded repeatedly, and kept stepping back, his eyes never moving away from Nelson's left hand. Yes, it fits your aesthetics very well. Nelson looked at the huge metal throne, stretched out his hand, and pressed it on the armrest padded with the fur of some unknown animal, and with a little force, it immediately turned into a white chair-shaped mass. The fog collapsed. He held up his hand, and a simple small chair appeared on the ground. He sat on it, and commented, "It's really ugly." Herbo gritted his teeth, not allowing Nelson to see his expression clearly, and apologized deeply on the ground. "My fault, my master. Since you were a famous dark wizard before, and now you are lying on the ground like a dog." Nelson smiled and stroked Herbo's hair, and said, "Let me give you a name, Voldemort. What do you think?" Note, see the author said, "Thank you, master." Okay, just kidding. You don't deserve this name. Nelson waved his hand, stretched out his right hand from the sleeve, put it in front of Herbo, and asked, "Do you know what's going on with this scar? The emblem you gave me turned into a snake, and it became like this after biting me." Herbo raised his head, and Nelson saw his face clearly. He had an ordinary appearance, one of those faces that you would forget when you turn your head. He looked about 20 years old. His face was pale, but had a greenish color. The top of his head, his sparse black hair also had green light. His iris and sclera were the same color, and his eyes looked like two dark black holes. They didn't distinguish between the whites of the eyes and the pupils like normal people, which looked scary. At this moment, even Nelson could feel the ecstasy emanating from the pair of pure black eyes. Herbo's whole body was shaking like a sieve, his throat let out a suffocating roar, and his mouth was grinning like a snake to an unimaginable size. He stretched out his trembling right hand, and grabbed Nelson's little finger like lightning. His nails pinched at the root of his finger. Nelson kicked him in the face in pain. Stupid, ignorant, arrogant. Herbo's face was trampled by Nelson, and the cold and hissing voice made people shudder. He raised his trampled head and stared at Nelson's face with two black eyes. Beside his face, he wanted to crush this kid who had humiliated him so much. Herbo's previous spineless humbleness and compromise were nothing but a disguise before he escaped from birth, and at this moment, the key to the gate of freedom sent by the goddess of fate is in his hands. "Stupid guy, do you want to control Mr. Herbo?" His voice changed, as if hundreds of people were talking together. Men, women, young and old, sharp and deep. All kinds of timbres came from his voice at the same time. Out of the mouth, they are forcibly coupled together to produce a physiologically uncomfortable tone like a suture monster. He grasped the right hand of Nelson's fingers, and the nails pierced deeply into his skin. Drops of bright red blood slowly dripped, fell on the pale ground of the palace, and were quickly absorbed by the mist of mist, but the mist of mist seemed to repelling the blood of this living person. The ground where the blood dripped was quickly eroded to show scorched black marks, accompanied by the white smoke that emitted a burnt smell. "Are you sure you don't want to let go?" Nelson didn't care about the pain in his hand. He asked coldly, "I can forgive your disrespect this time, but enough. Ants." Herbo let out a high-pitched roar like a chorus, shaking Nelson's eardrums. He stretched out his overgrown tongue and licked his lips, like a poisonous snake delighted in hunting, staring at Nelson carefully. "What a young, handsome, and talented body. Master Herbo likes your contribution very much, so I won't torture you. Are you afraid that my body will be hurt?" Nelson asked curiously, "Do you want to occupy my body, but don't want to be ugly, old, short-haired, and a little disabled like you? Show me your fear. I want your life now." Hearing Nelson's question, Herbo was so angry that he almost lost his breath. He had suffered too much humiliation from this young wizard. The skill of nourishing he has been broken, and he cursed angrily and let out a disgusting laugh of "Hey, I want to take out your soul and torture it. Are you in a hurry?" Sure enough, it's true that the black wizard is not clear-headed, Nelson said as he sat on the chair. He was acting like a girl who was being proposed to, and he even had time to use his other free hand to move from the other. He took out a small tomato from his pocket and threw it into his mouth. "Can you explain the principle to me? How do you occupy my body and torture me? Will you knock me down by imagination? You?" Herbo laughed angrily. "It seems that you still don't understand your current situation. An optimistic wizard like you is basically dead. Didn't I control your Horcrux and become your master? Are you still dreaming? Poor child." Hayabu looked at Nelson's face with some sympathy and said softly, I will tell you the principle of this matter when you become a ghost. So letting your little green snake bite me is your plan? Nelson didn't seem to realize the seriousness of the problem, but wanted to discuss it with Hayabu rather enthusiastically. Hayabu didn't want to continue chatting with this strange-minded person. He exerted strength with his right hand, and the whole arm started from the shoulder, exuding a green light, and slowly spread towards the hand connected to Nelson. Looking at this scene, Nelson was stunned. He didn't resist, but just sat there, watching Hayabu's arm turn green, and then, that's it? Nelson stared at Hayabu's greener and greener right hand, looking more anxious than him. What's the next step? Will you turn into a green light and sneak in? Hayabu's frantic face froze, becoming as stiff as Nelson's shoe soles that were close to the bridge of his nose, and the shaking of his arms became more and more intense. Get your dirty hands off. Nelson's curious baby's expression disappeared. He raised his foot that was on Hayabu's face and kicked it out again, using all his strength. Hayabu, who was already emaciated, lay on the side like a rolling gourd. He was still staring at Nelson's little finger, and nothing could be seen in his dark eyes. Are you surprised? Nelson took off his wizard robe, put it on the back of the chair, untied the opening of the vest, woven the cuffs of the shirt up, raised his left hand, and reached into the pocket of the wizard robe on the back of the chair inside. He drew out a straight and slender jet black wand. Unbelievably strong emotions burst out of Hayabu's eyes. He stretched his arms, pointed at the wand in Nelson's hand, and uttered strange syllables, like it was stuck. Magic wand. I didn't expect it. Nelson raised the wand with his left hand to show Hayabu, and then held it, and pointed to his right hand. There are more surprises. Look forward to it. Clear water is like a spring. With the completion of the spell, a trickle of water burst out from the tip of the wand, washing the little finger of Nelson's right hand. The water passing through the finger was stained with a trace of green, and then flowed to the ground, wiped out by the lost mist absorb. Simple painting skills, but it needs some practice, otherwise it is easy to draw crookedly. He walked to Haya's side, squatted down, and stretched out his white right hand dangling in front of Haya's eyes. After that, he stood up, walked back to the chair he had been sitting on, picked up the wizard robe hanging on the back of the chair, stretched out his wand, and pointed at the chair, and the one was even bigger than the one made by Hayabu at the beginning. The solemn throne appeared under Nelson's hands. He sat on it, his robe was draped casually on his body, and he put one leg on the other, leaning on the back of the chair, and asked softly, have you thought about how to atone for your sin? Hayabu lay on the spot without speaking. He was a little skeptical about life. Ever since the extra Horcruxes were discovered, he had been being teased by the young wizard in front of him. He simply closed his eyes and lay down ready to be beaten. Nelson didn't say a word, just put his right hand on the armrest of the throne, leaned his body, and leaned his face on the right hand, and stared with interest at Hayabu, who looked like a dead pig not afraid of boiling water. My great master. Hayabu suddenly jumped up from the ground, turned around and faced Nelson again, raised his head nervously, and asked in a hopeful tone, since your humble servant's little trick didn't work, it means that you who are cautious, powerful, and intelligent must not have personally taken risks. To get my unimportant Horcrux, I can offer a kind of safety. Is this what you said? Nelson showed a friendly smile, and reached into the pocket of the wizard robe. After searching for a long time, he found a strange green ring in the shape of Ouroboros, and tossed it between his hands. There are a lot of sundries and metal balls in it, and the surface of this ring, which was brand new a few days ago, is already covered with tiny scratches. Your workmanship is very rough, and you didn't even think about adding some anti-scratch magic to it, Nelson commented, holding the ring with one hand, and showing it to Hayabu. Look, it's full of scratches. Hayabu looked at the ring with some distress, felt it silently, then suddenly trembled with fear, and asked in a shrill voice, Master, my soul. It's in a very safe place. I didn't bring it here. Nelson took back the ring, and threw it back into his pocket. Hayabu's eyes followed his hand, and he felt that his split soul might have been wiped out. In his eyes, Nelson is the most ruthless person of this era. He has put Nelson's threat above Grindelwald, who visits regularly every month. I suggest you change the way of redemption. Nelson suggested, or you can pray that I don't care about your ambush and previous offenses against me in Auschwitz. I would like to present the magic book that records what I have learned all my life and tell you the burial place of my legacy. There are no traps there, and you only need a small magic spell to enter. Herbo wiped the sweat that did not exist on his forehead. A thick book was gradually taking shape in his hands, and he felt aggrieved. Herbo, I just want to live. What is my crime? But his tone became more and more flattering. Master, you can own my book with just a finger move. Everything. A cliché. Nelson snorted coldly and suddenly appeared in front of Herbo and took the book in his hand. He opened a page at random, and it was all disgusting black magic. He frowned and struggled to get out of the book in the corner. I found a slightly normal looking spell. According to the description, this spell can disable the enemy's ability to cast spells. Nelson flipped through the book in his hand in disgust, but Herbo stared at him dumbfounded and sighed. Great master, you can actually apparate in the illusion. Then he reluctantly revealed the location of his treasure. Nelson pointed at him with his wand, murmured words, and tried the spell he had just seen, only to see a tightly fitting iron mask buckled on Herbo's face. He nodded in satisfaction and said to Herbo, nobody than me know better misty illusion. Nelson supported his words with an exaggerated body language and then disappeared into the palace in a blink of an eye. Herbo looked at the huge throne in front of him, not daring to approach it. On the roof of the Black Tower Library, Nelson, lying on the bed, threw the magic book into his pocket, laughed at himself and said, how good I'm there. I will be more talented when I come out. Here Voldemort is not Lord Voldemort, but literally a dark wizard lying on the ground. Chapter 113. Barry was arrested again. Enemy attack. Nelson was lying on the bed, and when he heard movement downstairs, he quickly jumped up, ran to the window, and opened it to look down. A large group of people surrounded the Black Tower of the library, and it was so dark that it was impossible to see the end. Nelson lay down by the window and saw a light blue barrier opened around the Black Tower, and flowers bloomed on the barrier. The rose-like magic pattern, the strong light condensed and shot towards a black spot in the sky. The black dots tossed and turned in the dense spell, getting bigger and bigger. Who is so tiger? Nelson's jaw dropped in shock. Dumbledore couldn't be calling, right? I heard that Dumbledore's animagus is a phoenix. His sidelight noticed that in all directions of the city, figures riding brooms rose into the air, encircling the Black Tower from all directions. The black spot was getting bigger and bigger, and Nelson found that it seemed to be a raptor, with its wings spread nearly 2 meters, and the sunlight coated its feathers with a layer of gold. In the cursing rain, he seemed alone and unable to support himself, like a fisherman fighting against the waves, and like a tracker on a river. Nelson patted his head, ran to the table, and opened the drawer to take out the camera that had been with him for a long time, ran back to the window, and stood up straight, facing the sun, and pressing the shutter. Good photo. He picked up the photo just spit out by the camera, and said complacently, I can win the Pulitzer Prize. Jonas will definitely like it. By the way, is there such a prize now? Nelson lowered his head and fiddled with the photo, but suddenly found that the raptor in the photo was getting bigger and bigger. He raised his head in surprise and saw a swift and fierce black shadow attacking him straightly. Stop it. The wizards who were closer to the Black Tower were already standing in the air on broomsticks. Under the order of the leader in black robes, they raised their wands and cast spells on the black shadow rushing towards Nelson. Suddenly, colorful beams of light filled the entire sky. The strong light hurt his eyes. He subconsciously raised his hand to cover his face and shouted, you have found the wrong person. Grindelwald is on that tower. Nelson's voice was drowned out by the deafening explosions in front of him, and when he opened his eyes again, he found that there was a package tightly wrapped in oiled paper in his arms, and a sturdy grey owl was standing beside his bed. A pair of piercing round eyes stared at him. Its face was too upright. There were 2 thick, black and straight eyebrows on top of a pair of round and big eyes. Nelson didn't know if the owl would grow eyebrows, but apparently it's grown. The black-robed wizard who was the leader before owed a broom towards Nelson's window. With a beautiful tail flick, he stopped, leaned his head into the room, looked around, and asked anxiously, are you alright? Where's the enemy? It's okay, sir. Nelson threw the package and camera in his arms on the bed, raised his hands and patted his upper body, indicating that there were no more holes or anything on his body, and then pointed to the sharp knife on the bedside. The owl, which pried open its own fruit box and picked tomatoes from it, said, "As for the enemy you mentioned, could it be him?" "What?" The black-robed wizard's robe seemed to have a comprehensive camouflage function, which even made his voice hoarse. He stretched out his hand to the windowsill and asked, "Can I come in?" "Of course, but please try to walk through the door next time." Nelson shrugged and made way for him sideways. The black-robed wizard turned his arms hard and turned inside. Immediately afterwards, a white light flashed, and he seemed to have triggered some magical trap, and was instantly ejected far away, straight into the arms of a wizard riding a broom. Nelson didn't understand what happened. He poked his head out of the window again, and looked at the wizard who was knocked into the air. The wizard in black waved his hand, raised his wand, and disappeared. The next second, there was a knock on the door in the corridor outside Nelson's room. He ran to the door and opened it. It was the wizard in black robe standing at the door. He was a little embarrassed. The wizard robe on his body was crumpled, and his breathing was a little disordered. "Come in." Nelson opened the door and invited him in. "Wait." The black-robed wizard waved his hand again, adjusted his neckline, and then asked politely, "May I have the honor to visit your room?" "Oh." Nelson didn't understand this person's way, but replied instinctively and enthusiastically, "Please come in. Please come in." "Thank you." The black-robed wizard carefully stretched out one hand into the room first, and waited for a moment, before stepping forward with a left foot with lingering fear. Nelson raised his arm, and scratched his head a little itchy from waiting. The black-robed wizard saw him. He was so frightened by the movement, that he immediately retracted his left foot that had stepped in. "This is you?" Nelson couldn't figure out his way, so he could only ask in a low voice, "Are you still coming in?" "If I remember correctly, this should be Lord Grindelwald's protective spell." The black-robed wizard smiled awkwardly, walked into Nelson's room with his chest upright. "I'm sorry, I just wanted to get you from your window. It's really rude to turn it in." "Ah. I didn't know there was such a thing." Nelson replied a little blankly, and the black-robed wizard just smiled. "Is that the owl that rushed in just now?" After entering the room, the black-robed wizard fixed his eyes on the owl by Nelson's bedside and realized that someone was looking at him. The owl no longer buried its head in eating, but raised its head, using those big piercing eyes to pay back. Unexpectedly, the black-robed wizard was defeated by the gaze first. He turned to Nelson and asked, "Mind if I check this owl?" "Please." Nelson spread his hands and saw that the moment the black-robed wizard took out his wand, he felt as if he had been stung by a wasp. His arm convulsed violently, and the wand fell to the ground. He picked up his wand. His attitude became more respectful. He stepped back and left the door and said in a low voice, "I believe in Lord Grindelwald's magic. We will strengthen the security of the surrounding blocks in the future. Sorry for disturbing your rest." "Sorry." Nelson didn't feel any magical movement in the room from the beginning to the end. It wasn't until the black-robed wizard closed the door and exited that he showed a puzzled expression and said to himself, "What does this person do? Nermingeds, is it a show?" The owl also showed the same expression, but it didn't last long, and then went on to fight the fruit. Only then did Nelson turn his attention to the owl, and he stepped forward. The raptor that looked quite majestic in the sky before was suddenly a thick and short fat man. Nelson saw a short scarf tied around the owl's neck. In terms of stature, this scarf is like a cloak, and the scarf is embroidered with the emblems of the 4 Hogwarts colleges. He reached out and touched the litterbox tied to the owl's leg. He untied the litterbox and sighed, "I don't know whether they are too good or you are too good. In short, it is outrageous that a group of people can't stop an owl." Hearing this, the owl stopped eating, but cuckooed and raised one of its wings, signaling Nelson to look under his wings. "What are you talking about? Every time you defeat a bird, you pluck off one of their most beautiful tail feathers and pin it to your chest." Nelson bent down to look at the feathers on the owl's chest and scratched his hair vigorously. "What? Question mark? Why can I understand the owl's speech?" Note, see the author's statement. His eyes scanned the beautiful feathers that were obviously not owls, pheasants, eagles, vultures. Nelson marveled until he saw a phoenix tail feather. "It's outrageous." It really makes sense for an owl to be called a bird of prey. He always felt that there was something wrong, but he couldn't explain it, so he picked up the letterbox at hand, poured out a tightly bundled piece of parchment from it, and looked at the side. Nelson smiled at the familiar and unfamiliar handwriting. You actually practice calligraphy, Tom. Nelson, I heard you were attacked? In the small restaurant downstairs, Nelson and Andre sat and ate, and he was busy breaking his baguette, with a table knife blunted by bread beside him. It was a false alarm. An owl broke through the line of defense. My good friend wrote me a letter. Nelson shook his head and said happily, but after glancing at the bread on the table, his eyes soon became depressed. Bread slices. Andre raised his eyebrows, pointed at the bread on Nelson's plate with his wand, and they were quickly divided into neat slices. Feeling Nelson looking at him, he said proudly, a little magic. The kitchen charm will bring a lot of convenience to our lives. I suggest you learn about it. I appreciate the views of one of my excellent seniors named Augusta. Nelson shamelessly picked up a ready-made. He forked a slice of bread and threw it into the onion soup and said proudly, she thinks the spell is try to save trouble. Good point. Andre laughed angrily seeing Nelson's look of pride instead of shame. He raised his wand again and slices of bread lined up on the table to find his brother. To pick him up the stick turned into the same solid stick at the beginning, but with a missing piece in the middle. He spread his hands and looked at Nelson, saying, please show me a way to save trouble. As you wish, Nelson said softly, picking up his wand, pointing at the bread cats and dogs, slices of bread. The bread slices were separated from the brothers again. I just think it's too simple. Nelson raised his eyebrows. What do you think? But although your attack was a false alarm, Andre said, looking around and changing the subject, but some people were really attacked. Who? Andre's expression was tense, looking weird. Barry? There was a smile in Nelson's tone. He vaguely guessed something. He won't be caught by muggles again. No. Andre said, this time without White following. No matter what he does, he won't be caught by muggles. Has he been caught by some magical creature like a troll? No. Andre's expression became more and more strange. He suppressed a smile and said, I heard that he was caught by a group of local wizards when he was looking for some history books, but they did not prevent Barry from contacting us and demanded a ransom from us instead. Didn't he mention Grindelwald's name? He said it from the beginning. Don't those wizards buy it? Of course, otherwise we should be three of us eating here now. Andre finally couldn't help laughing loudly. He patted the table while laughing and said cheerfully, they raise the ransom. The original words are, since you are from Grindelwald, such a small amount of money is not worthy of your status. Ha 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 ha. It's true. Nelson nodded. He didn't think there was any problem, but asked Andre in confusion, what is Barry trying to do? If he gets caught by this today and that tomorrow, I doubt he can't beat me. Don't doubt it. Andre's expression suddenly became serious. He looked at Nelson solemnly and suddenly burst into laughter. He must not be able to beat you. He can't even beat the Watchmaker couple who live next door. My daughter who just bought a wand can't beat. The shop was instantly filled with a happy atmosphere. After a while, Nelson got tired of laughing. He touched the wall of the bowl. The onion soup was still hot, so he forked a piece of bread and threw it in. He continued to ask, so do we need to rescue him? Is White coming? No, this time I can be alone. Of course, you can also be together. Andre shook his head. After all, he was captured by a wizard this time, not a muggle. If White goes, I'm afraid he will really die there, and White took on the job of entertaining the witch. Nelson gnawed on the softened slices of bread, which were still chewy. Are you coming along? Andre asked with squinting eyes. Didn't I also take on the job of entertaining Senior Newt? Are you afraid that he will get lost? Andre's eyes almost slanted to the back of his head. It would be nice if he didn't turn Ermengarde upside down. That's true, but what's going on with Barry and White? Nelson's curiosity flooded with gossip. Last time Barry said that it was White who caused him to be caught by muggles. I thought they had some kind of deep hatred. Before White was always there, and I didn't dare to ask. What do you care about these things at a young age? Andre first mocked Nelson, then bent down, with raging gossip in his eyes, looked around, and whispered, you know that White's father used to be Grindelwald's enemy, right? It can be said that she and Lord Grindelwald have a feud against her father, even though Lord Grindelwald has treated her as his own over the years. I know, like me. Nelson nodded. It's still not the same, but it's not important. Andre lowered his voice and continued. White was blinded somewhere and fell in love with Barry, and the two became inseparable and eventually got engaged. As a result, after a few days, Barry told her about her life experience, and then she always felt that Barry was a pawn sent by Grindelwald to seduce her, but in fact, she was always chasing after him, and the young couple was always at odds. If you and what will you do if your wife is having a fight? I'm still young, you might as well think about what your wife would do. My wife and I. Andre pondered for a moment, then suddenly shouted angrily, asterisk asterisk asterisk, I don't have a wife. I'm an old bachelor. You are so pitiful. Whatever, the old bachelor was really good at calming down his mood. He adjusted his expression and continued, anyway, White's way of making troubles is to hide Barry's things. When I went to England to find Bathilda Bagshot, White was there. Barry's wand casts a magic that automatically flies back to Nurmengard after 10 hours. Oh, this. Nelson imagined the tragedy of Barry. When he finally crossed the ocean and arrived in England, he wanted to find a place to rest, so he found an empty ward and stayed in it. He was held down by the nurse the next morning. Suddenly, I found that the wand in my hand disappeared. He shook his head, drove the funny tragedy out of his mind, and asked, when are you going? If I'm free, you can take me with you. Don't worry, I'll go collect the money first. Andre took out a box from under the table, patted the lever and said, they don't want too little. About Dumbledore's animagus form, many people think it is a phoenix, but in fact, regardless of whether Dumbledore will be an animagus, his transformed animal should not be a magical animal, because magical animals are those with magic power have a quite different form of magic power in the body than humans, and animagus still retain their own magic ability after turning into animals, so animagus can only become ordinary animals. Limited to non-magical creatures. About the so-called owl language, there is no doubt that the owl can understand the words of the wizard because it needs to listen to the address before sending the letter. And can the wizard understand what the owl is saying? Take Harry Potter as an example. Sometimes he can understand what Hedwig wants to do, such as wanting to get out of the cage to get some air, and what he wants to eat. So I think wizards should be able to understand the thoughts of owls, a creature with higher spirituality. Plus, owls are birds of prey. Point in this chapter, the owl's piercing eyes and thick eyebrows refer to angry birds, Rockley, and LWX. I drew one, but I can't post the picture. Chapter 114 Online Class, Tom's last name. Hey, Tom, are you there? At 8 o'clock in the evening, at the appointed time in the letter, Nelson took out the mirror that Tom sent him. After calling the name of Tom Riddle, a circle of ripples rippling in all directions appeared in the center of the mirror. Only in the blink of an eye, Tom's face appeared in the mirror. Oh, Nell, is it finally here? Tom frowned and pressed the top of Nelson's head and asked, what's wrong with your hair? You can't wash your hair when you're alone outside, right? Nelson didn't speak, just followed Tom's example and stared at the top of the man's head in the mirror, shaking his head slightly. I suggest you buy a porter card. Tom noticed Nelson's eyes and stretched his hand uncontrollably to the top of his head. When he reached halfway, he suddenly stopped, and Nelson also died because of the trick. Covered his face and laughed. After a while, the two young people who hadn't seen each other for a long time looked at each other and laughed. Nah, Tom said with a serious expression after a few minutes, staring at Nelson in the mirror. Seriously, now I feel more and more that it is really an irrational choice for you to leave Hogwarts. How to say, the knowledge we learn in school is really different from before, Tom said with a proud expression. I dare say that your mastery of magic is definitely not as good as mine now. You have lost too much knowledge. Nah. If you're talking about herbalism or potions, that's true. Nelson nodded with a serious face and said, if your mastery of herbalism is not as strong as that of a colorblind person, then I think you should. It's easy to go back to London and find a factory to work in. You guy. Tom rubbed his face with a smile and said the gauntlet. Let's have a duel next time we meet, and I'll show you my progress. Of course, I'm looking forward to it. Nelson put the mirror on the bedside table, picked up the wand from the table, thought for a moment, and said, "Who is your assistant? It won't be Alfred, right? Where do I need an assistant to fight with you?" Tom took a step back with some conceit. His upper body appeared in the mirror. He put his hips on his hips and said, "It's no problem for me to beat you and your assistant alone. Okay, I want to ask Grindelwald to be my assistant." Nelson pretended to look at Tom like a little boy in the orphanage. "Brother Tom, you are so powerful that you must be able to beat an old man like him!" Exclamation mark. "You." Tom seemed to be choking on a cake, and it took him a long time to recover, shook his head with a wry smile, and picked up the mirror to show Nelson the surrounding environment. "Guess where I'm now?" Nelson looked behind Tom. He was in a huge palace at the moment, with a pair of huge feet in the distance. "Is this the secret room you were talking about?" Nelson also stopped his nonsense, grinning, and carefully looked at the tall pillars with magic runes shining on them. "That's right." Tom triumphantly raised his right hand. A flash of red light flashed in his palm, and in the next second he took out a green gemstone from the pillar beside him. "Since you left, I have nowhere to rub eating and drinking. I thought my financial situation would be difficult for a while, but I didn't expect that I found the treasure of Slytherin. He is really a good man. So it's dark in here because..." "That's right." Tom threw the gems aside, continued to put his hands on his hips, put on a look of "I'm rich," and said with a straight chest, "I sold the crystal lamp in this palace. Then but for an antique thousands of years ago, the goblin from Gringotts even gave me the most honorable membership card. Ahem. Let's get down to business." Seeing Nelson's indescribable expression, Tom also realized that he should not say such a thing with this expression, so he coughed twice and changed the subject. "Mr. Aberforth mentioned it to me. A suggestion, I can take this mirror and put it aside in class so that you can also attend classes together so that you won't miss too much of your studies. I don't want someone to say that the friend of the great Lord Riddle is a bad wizard with poor grades." Finally, as if he remembered something, he grunted and added, "Online class?" Nelson's expression was a little dull, and he didn't expect that he would not escape this thing in 1939. "What did you say?" Tom didn't understand the meaning of the word. "It's nothing. I mean, is this feasible? After all, teaching at Hogwarts is relatively private. It's okay, it's just more troublesome. It needs to seek the consent of the 4 deans, but I have already reported to the school." In places that Nelson didn't know, Tom had already made all the preparations for him. Slugger Professor Horn signed it for me immediately after I finished talking about it, and Mr. Aberforth, he was the one who came up with the idea, the head of Hufflepuff. What's his name? Anyway, a generous and gentle old man like him quickly agreed. "Where's Professor Sykes?" Nelson was most afraid of Professor Sykes in school. This serious lady is best at appearing in front of him in the most embarrassing time, in the most embarrassing place, and in the most embarrassing way. However, Nelson didn't think Professor Sykes would do anything for him. It's strange to say, Tom fished a chair out of nowhere, put his hand on his chin, with a confused expression on his face. "I haven't looked for her yet. Mr. Aberforth was in the end of Transfiguration class. Please give me her signature." "Nah. Do you have a good relationship with her?" "I don't know if my relationship with her can be called good. If she really likes the artificial tea pouring art, then I think she should appreciate me." Nelson shrugged. "I think it might be because of Phileas. Whoever he is, Professor Sykes signed it anyway." "That's true." Tom didn't think about it. He slumped on the chair without any image and asked, "I said that before, but I don't think you will miss your studies outside, right? Don't be worse than Chris then." "You can rest assured. Just wait a moment." Nelson jumped off the bed, ran to the table to fetch a few books, and showed them to Tom. "This is the book that Minerva asked you to bring to me. Look at it. I have basically finished reading, although I still have difficulty in completing some transformations, but I already have a general understanding, and now I only need an animagus and some advanced transformation techniques that she did not mention." "Is it an animagus? Your Lord Riddle understands you very well." Tom raised his eyebrows proudly. "When are you going to transform into an animagus? I have prepared the potion for you. Professor Slughorn is such a good man. I feel that, as long as I ask, he can teach me black arts." "He may indeed do such a thing." Nelson nodded, thinking about the evaluations of Slughorn and Newton. His impression, He is also a powerful wizard. You need to learn more from him. Squeeze something out. That must be. He asked me if I wanted to end the confinement, but I refused. Tom showed an expression of everything is under control, and then furrowed his brows tightly. You didn't just practice transfiguration, did you? You don't know anything else, do you? No way, no way. I also read the book on charms. Nelson took out a tattered book from under the pile of transfiguration notes and books, and showed it to Tom. This is the textbook on charms, written by Senior Miranda. I'm very efficient in self-study with this book. I have always carried it with me, and flipped through it before rest every day. Let me see. Standard. Spells. Tom squinted his eyes, and looked at the cover of the book, with some admiration in his tone, as expected of her. Did she write it herself? How dare she write such a book? Shoo, you dare to follow along. One dares to teach, and the other dares to learn. You two are really amazing. Don't tell me, her book is really good. Nelson shook his head and defended the textbook written by the senior sister. It's simple and concise, and it's better than the textbook we're using. That seems to be written by a medieval riddleman. Much better. I remember that our textbook, even the grammar, is medieval. I read it as if I were reading Shakespeare. Indeed. Tom nodded. Where can I buy her book? I'll buy one too. She gave it to me when we went to watch Dumbledore's trial last time. Listening to her, it seems that she has a problem with publishing. Nelson recalled meeting Miranda. Tom took another gem from his side to play with, rolled his eyes, and said, can you tell me if we can invest in her a little bit? The quality of this book is guaranteed, and I hope more people can use this book. Excellent textbook. Forget it. He shook his head, asked himself and answered, I don't say whether you can find her, but it's not appropriate to give her money. We are just schoolmates, and she is a very proud person. You talk a lot, Tom. Nelson nodded gratifiedly, showing an old father-like expression. Do you have a class schedule at hand? Let me see what classes are available. Before you go to class, remember to bring the mirror with you. I know. Tom collapsed on the sofa, waved his wand lazily, and the silver letters formed a class schedule in the air, and Tom specially made a golden frame for it. Potions class on Monday morning. Nelson shook his head. I can't stand 8 in the morning, and I've never been good at potions. Professor Slughorn really doesn't have much hope for your potions. Tom waved his hand, and Monday morning's potions class disappeared from the schedule. Mr. Williams, who said something like making potions on the assembly line. Just tell me what potion you want to drink in the future, and I will help you. Is there any Felicia? Nelson rubbed his hands. I drank the Felicity once before, so give me some more. You can't drink too much potion like Felicity elixir. It will cause a huge blow to your nervous system, and it will make people dependent. Besides, I don't know how to make Felicity elixir, and I'm a first-year student. That's what Professor Slughorn rewarded me back then. He stretched out his hand with his thumb and forefinger to draw out a little bit, and then asked curiously, what did you do? It's so dangerous? You drank the Felicia. It's nothing. Nelson shrugged. It was just a small duel with a dark wizard from the ancient Greek period, and it took a little effort to take him down. You. Tom saw Nelson, who was full of pride, but pretending not to care, and shook his head with a smile. You guy, what have you been through outside? Are you okay? It's okay. You see, I'm lying on the bed in a bad way. Nelson continued to look at the schedule, choosing courses. I have to listen to History of Magic on Tuesday morning. No problem. I'll just put you on the table and sleep with me. Tom waved his wand again, and History of Magic on Tuesday morning turned golden. You can't forget this class. But Fantastic Beasts on Monday afternoon. Don't you go to class? I think you should meet a lot of magical animals outside. No, I have experts by my side. Nelson shook his head. Do you remember Senior Newt? We met in the Idiot, Newt Scamander, and he lives in the house across the street from me now. That's wonderful, said Tom sourly, to learn from such a great wizard. Indeed, he also taught me how to apparate. Will you do it? You wouldn't want to know. You will? Tom's voice trembled. Why do you have to ask? Nelson spread his hands, and as soon as he finished speaking, Tom actually collapsed on the chair, and Nelson could see a white ghost slipping out of his mouth. Do you think I need to take this divination class? Nelson looked at the timetable, scratched his chin, and was a little hesitant about whether to take this class. To be honest, I feel that learning divination is a waste of time. What about people who don't have the talent for divination? You can't even learn it, and people with divination talents don't need to teach it at all. I feel like you should take a divination class. Tom disagreed with Nelson. If you don't learn to understand dreams, you won't even know what you're predicting. That's what I'm worried about. Mrs. Clemens spends her days looking at the stars. Nelson frowned, not to mention whether she can interpret dreams. I suspect she doesn't sleep at all. But listen, come on. If you take a two-way mirror to video chat, will it destroy the connection between her and the stars? What chat? Tom thought for a while. Let me find an opportunity to ask her. Not to mention that you are a real prophet. I think as a teacher, she should not reject a person who wants to learn, right? Tom waved his hand again, and the divination class on the school schedule turned red. You must take the charms class, which is a request from Professor Sykes. Tom looked at the rest of the class, waving his wand constantly. There is no need for the transfiguration class. Mr. Aberforth said that when you grow up a few more, if you have enough magic power, you can go directly to the wizard level exam of transfiguration. Minerva teaches better than him. Do you want to take the herbal medicine class? I feel that you were disgusted when you took that class, and the color difference in this mirror is even lower. Why don't you just spit it out? Forget it. Nelson shook his head. Herbology needs to be studied in the field. At least you have to touch those herbs. I don't have that condition here. What about defense against the dark arts? This should be very important. Tom continued to seek Nelson's advice. After all, you have a group of dark wizards around you. I said, Tom. Nelson spread his hands towards the mirror. I'm surrounded by a group of dark wizards. What's the point of learning defensive skills? And you know, I can cast a disarming spell. Thank God. I'm here in terms of talents. It is actually similar to potions. That's a must. Tom turned defense against the dark arts into gold on his own initiative. This lesson must be taken. At least we can stand and die facing Grindelwald. Okay. Nelson leaned his hand on the head of the bed and leaned on it. By the way, when do you plan to transform into an animagus? Tom asked while adjusting the class schedule. You set a time so that I can send you the potion. I'm planning to go to England when you are on vacation. Nelson replied after thinking for a while. Minerva's notes said that the first transformation of an animagus is very difficult and dangerous, and it will take a long time. You need someone to guard it, and when you are on vacation, I will go to you for help. Really? There was a tinge of joy in Tom's voice, and he nodded. Don't worry, I will definitely arrange for you clearly. If nothing else, when you are in London, I promise that there will be no snakes in the West Side. Any other kind of animal exists. That's not enough. Nelson waved his hand. It's just an animagus. There is no need to sacrifice the diversity of local species. I will start after I have thoroughly read Minerva's books and notes. We are getting ready, but we probably won't be practicing in London. I remember that the practice of animagus needs to have the moon for several consecutive nights. It should be like this. Anyway, the weather in London, alas, you understand. It's okay. Tell me when the time comes. We can go anywhere. Tom nodded, took out a piece of parchment and a quill, and took out a table. What are you writing? Seeing Tom's movements, Nelson asked curiously. No? Where did you get those things? I see there is only a cabinet next to you. It's just a bauble of the great Salazar Slytherin. Tom reached into the side pillar again and pulled out a gem from it at a slow speed that Nelson could see clearly. His talents are unparalleled. Oh. Nelson stared at the coat hanging on the hanger, swallowed. I think maybe I'm the heir of Slytherin, and I'm really similar to him in this respect. Heir of Slytherin? Tom savored the name and nodded with satisfaction. It's a good title, but he belongs to Lord Riddle now. By the way, how did you find this place? Do you also know how to open the various storage rooms in Slytherin? It's not so detailed with just a notebook. It's a long story. Tom seemed to hear something, sat up from the chair, turned his head to look at the huge statue behind him, scolded in a parcel tongue, and continued to slump comfortably, and began to talk. You remember, wasn't I always looking for my wizarding relatives? I remember, you still thought your father was a wizard. I was wrong. My mother is the source of my magical blood. Tom sighed and said, but I think she might be a squib. Otherwise I wouldn't end up like that. I'm sorry. Nelson saw that Tom was depressed, so he had to wipe the mirror and talk about comfort. It doesn't matter. I haven't seen her anyway. Tom continued in a calm voice. At the beginning of this semester, Alfred and I made a tunnel out of the school gate. Although we could go out through the main gate, we couldn't change that habit. So we got caught. Alfred was punished for plucking the caterpillars, and I was put in to clean the prize room. Oh, I know that place. Nelson showed an unbearable expression. I went there by the wrong door once, and the room was full of dust. The good guy almost sent me away. Those trophies haven't been touched for a long time. Tom nodded. There was a layer of dust on them, and I was a little numb after cleaning them, until I saw a name Marvalo. Is that your grandfather's name in the middle of your name? Nelson asked. That's right. Tom looked up at him and continued. According to this name, I found a family, an ancient family, that is not prosperous, but has been passed down for thousands of years in the history of wizards, and a family that is said to be Salazar's, a pure blood family of direct descendants of the Littlings, the Gaunt family. The Gunter family? Nelson murmured the name. Do you know this family? Tom asked urgently with a bright expression on his face. You should have heard of it. People who like history, like you, must have heard of this ancient family that is directly related to Slytherin. Yes, I know. Nelson nodded and got up from the bed and walked to the hanger, Tom's voice echoing from the mirror behind him. But that's not important. As I told you before, I still have a copy of Magic Theory on hand. Do you remember? A second-hand book bought at Lehman bookstore. There is an essay by an adventurer in that book, according to which, regarding the record of the Chamber of Secrets, I found a faucet with a snake-shaped emblem engraved in a women's bathroom on the first floor, and guessed that the key to open the Chamber of Secrets is Salazar Slytherin's unique talent, parcel tongue. I can imagine. Hearing Tom's excited and proud voice, Nelson nodded. He had already found what he was looking for in his coat pocket. After entering the Chamber of Secrets, I used parcel tongue to try all the possible spells recorded in that book, all of which were beautiful compliments to Slytherin. Tom noticed Nelson reappearing in the mirror and looked up, raised his hand, and stretched it around, showing, this is my result. The Gunter family is indeed a family with a long history. Nelson did not comment on Tom's achievements. He said to himself, the last descendants of the Gunter family live in Hangleton, and there is only one person left. Now there are two, if I'm not mistaken. They should be your mother's last relatives. What? Tom's expression was a little confused. He didn't expect that Nelson's progress was much faster than him, and he opened his mouth and asked stiffly, have you been there? They are really only one person left yet? That's right, Tom. Nelson sighed and raised his palm to the mirror with a pure black ring inlaid with a black gem lying quietly in the middle. The story of the three brothers? The gem on this ring is a resurrection stone. Tom didn't look like he had figured it all out yet. Tom, for a long time, the resurrection stone belonged to the Gunter family. I got it from the man named Morfin. That Mr. Morfin Gunter should be your uncle. Nelson put the ring he got closer and said to Tom seriously, this is yours. Is this really the resurrection stone? Tom raised his head abruptly. His eyes were scarlet, making his already fair face even paler. He stared firmly at Nelson's eyes, panting heavily with his chest heaving. The voice became sharp, and he asked in an extremely excited tone, if it's the resurrection stone, can you know? Nelson interrupted Tom, shaking his head feebly, and said weakly, Tom, the resurrection stone is just like what is described in fairy tales. It can't bring us what we really want. Oh, you bastard. Tom bent down, buried his face deep in his hands, and tore his hair vigorously. I owed a chapter yesterday, and today I have a huge chapter. I'm too lazy to score. No, I just found out that the chapter name is wrong. I'm too difficult. I will contact the editor to modify it in the daytime, and it happens to be revised together with chapter 108, which does not have chapter before. Chapter 115, Ancient Transfiguration. Tom's pain was vividly displayed in the mirror. The knuckles of the hands holding his head turned white from the effort, and the black hair was exposed from between the fingers. Under the tearing, the black hair fell off from the top of his head and covered the mirror up. blocking Nelson's view. Seeing his friend's pain, Nelson curled up his hand holding the ring. He tightly held the ring of the gun to family, with his lips slightly parted. After muttering for a long time, he finally uttered a sentence with difficulty. "Are you okay?" "I'm fine." Tom opened his mouth slowly, and the hoarse voice made Nelson's heart tremble. He calmed down from the strong emotion, and raised his head. His scald eyes and bloodshot eye sockets looked extremely hideous, like a dark wizard who had gone mad. Anyone who can see him can feel the sadness that seems to hit all around in this emaciated young man. Even so, Tom still realized that Nelson was the one who should be comforted more. He swallowed twice and said, "Actually, it might not be a bad thing for Uncle Jonas. A person like him will definitely enjoy this adventure. As for his dying regret, with us," Nelson said categorically. His tightly clenched hand opened, and the palm was squeezed to leave the mark of the deathly hallows on the ring point. He covered the mirror with his hand. Seeing this, Tom chuckled and leaned forward with his hand. The two teenagers who were thousands of miles away completed a high five through the mirror. "By the way, I will return your ring to you when the time comes." Taking his hand away from the mirror, Nelson waved his family ring lazily at Tom. "No need, it's useless anyway." Tom glanced at the ring in Nelson's hand, curled his lips, and said with a look of disgust on his face, "It's like this kind of magic prop that blows better than it sings. And its shape is so earthy. After all, it is a relic of your family." Nelson shrugged. "You have to know, it is more or less an antique. Do you think I'm the kind of person who looks up to all kinds of antiques? Besides, you must have paid for this broken ring, right?" Tom raised his eyebrows, with the word mysterious written on his face. "To be honest," you said, "I recently found a target, which is definitely an antique with history, value and magic." Nelson didn't notice Tom's target in the second half of the sentence. He heard the first half of the sentence clearly and asked, "How do you know I paid for it?" "I don't know you yet." Tom changed a more comfortable position and leaned on the chair. "For a person like you, even if my uncle is a fool, you will try to pay him, right? What's your expression?" Seeing Nelson's indescribable expression, Tom jumped up from his chair and asked in horror, "Is my uncle really a fool?" "Oh, my god." Tom held his forehead and asked tremblingly, "Don't fools inherit it? Your uncle, his old man is just a little crazy, which may have something to do with his poor family background. The Garanar left is enough for him to be cool for a while." Nelson shook his head and nodded again. "But I think the mental condition may be related to inbreeding. You may not know, the Gaunt family has chosen inbreeding for a long time in order to maintain the purity of bloodline." "That's alright." Tom lay down comfortably again. "Since my surname is not Gaunt, but Riddle, at least my father should not be my mother's relative. At least my intelligence will not be affected." "That's right. Don't worry about your clever little head." "Nah," Tom said as if he was choking on something. "Has anyone ever told you that your speech is disgusting?" "It's okay." Nelson rubbed his left cheek and said with a smile, "The dangers of inbreeding are great. What does it have to do with me?" "Haha, don't say such things." Nelson leaned against the head of the bed, closed his eyes and smiled, and stopped talking. The two hung on the video chat like this, each doing what they were doing. Tom called out little spells from the pillars beside him and practiced alone in the empty hall while Nelson held the magic spell that McGonagall gave him. Notes, greedily absorbing the knowledge in them. "By the way, nah." Tom suddenly moved the mirror to an angle, pointed at the luminous text suspended in the air and said, "Look at this transfiguration. Is it the same as the one used now?" "Let me see." Nelson squinted his eyes, looked at the gleaming charm behind Tom, picked up his wand, and pointed at the coat hanging on the hanger at the door. His wrist shook slightly, and said in his mouth, "The metal ball is flying." The coat vibrated violently, as if it had come to life, and round bumps of similar size appeared on the side pockets. Seeing this scene, Nelson hurriedly rolled over from the bed, and used his free hand to support the boy who was holding his wand tightly. "Right hand," shouted sharply. One is enough." Immediately afterwards, he let go of his hand and caught a flying silver ball. Ignoring Tom, who was smiling teasingly when he saw this scene in the mirror, rubbed his right cheek, placed the ball on the pillow, and carefully staring at the characters behind Tom, memorized the casting action and spell in mind, then turned to face the ball, pointing with the wand and chanting, The first transformation failed, and a silvery green toad jumped from Nelson's pillow to the window, then bent its knees, stretched its legs and jumped down. Nelson went to the window, glanced down, and saw through the night a streak of silver disappearing around the corner. Tom, wait a minute. Nelson picked up the cane from the table, raised his legs, and walked out the door. I'll be back as soon as I go. Whatever it is, go ahead, Tom yelled in the mirror, but Nelson was already out the door. Not for the bull. After a while, Nelson returned to the room, put down his cane, and threw a brand new pillow on the table. When passing by the cloakroom, he reached out and took out 2 metal balls from his coat pocket and put one of them on the pillow superior. He stood beside the bed with a more serious expression, frowned, and put on the same posture as before, trying his best to forget the transfiguration he had learned before, and recalled the description of the curse behind Tom. Why does the wrist shake like this? Is this really a movement that carbon-based creatures can make? After chanting for a while, Nelson suddenly closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, his gaze was extremely firm, his steady wrist was close to the bull, and he muttered something. Drops of sweat dripped from his forehead, and Tom in the mirror also held his breath, stretched his neck, and stared at the bull, although this action could not shorten the distance of vision when facing the mirror. The silvery glow spread from the tip of the wand in Nelson's hand to the bull on the pillow, and several chain-like green ancient magic patterns surrounded the bull with dazzling light, which was so dazzling that it was unrealistic, like the rings of a planet, turning to at a specific angle. Several magic patterns quickly gathered, tightly wrapping the bull. To be honest, I don't know why the product of the transformation failure is a toad. Nelson put down the wand in his hand, raised his arm to wipe the sweat from his forehead, but I have to say that the special effects of this transformation process are indeed better than the current one. Magic is much cooler. No, many times. He turned his head and looked at a ring lying quietly on the pillow, a ring that was almost exactly the same as the Gaunt family ring in his arms. How? Seeing that the transformation was over, Tom finally dared to speak loudly. He couldn't wait to lean forward and asked, "What have you changed?" "A ring." Nelson grabbed the ring on the pillow, held it up to the light in the room, and looked around. The ring with the resurrection stone. "That's it?" Tom showed an expression like, "Are you kidding me? An iron ball becomes a ring. It's not just this, Tom." Nelson shook his head, bent down and squatted on the ground, raised the ring in his hand, and slammed it hard on the ground. Half of the face of the ring was bounced to the corner of the room. He picked up the rest of the ring, held it in front of his eyes, and looked it over carefully. "You see, I have stopped maintaining the transformation technique. Even so, the deformed objects are getting damaged. Afterwards, it still maintains the same properties as before. Look at this section. There is no slight difference from the real obsidian. Exactly the same. Does it work?" Tom asked, tilting his head. "It's hard for me to comment. Its movements are too weird, and it consumes a lot of magic power. I usually have so much magic power that I can turn it into a table." Nelson continued to look at the ring, as if observing some rare treasure. Commented, "However, its stability after deformation is incomparable to our current popular transformation techniques. Normally, after being subjected to such severe damage, the deformed product will definitely return to its original form due to the destruction of the structure. So the transformation technique left by Slytherin is a kind of transformation with high consumption and high completion. Tom is worthy of being a Slytherin college bully, and he quickly figured out the difference. That is to say, if you use this transformation technique to fight, it may not last long, but the nature of the transformation product will be extremely stable." "That's right." Nelson glanced at Tom. "And it's too difficult. It's probably just the most superficial transformation in the Slytherin collection. To him it's about the same as turning matches into needles when we were in first grade, but I think it's going to stump a lot of people with its complicated spells and weird moves. The magic left by Slytherin himself must be difficult to learn." Tom accepted this very quickly. He shrugged indifferently and said, "After all, Slytherin has always rejected mediocrity, and the magic he left behind must be worthy of the standard of genius." "You accepted the title heir of Slytherin very quickly." Nelson glanced at Tom with the white of his eyes, but seeing that he was flattered, He retracted his eyes and continued, "There is no doubt that the transformation we are learning now spells must be more suitable for teaching on a large scale. The toad who just failed to transform is obviously an evil taste of this series of transformations. Slytherin spells are more like the kind of magic that is specially learned by pure-blooded families. The mantra, like your black dragon coming out of the hole, is not suitable for large-scale spread. If we use this spell to fight Nagini again, I may not be able to hold on to your second snake, and Nagini may not be able to break free from my thorns at all. Don't even think about hitting Nagini. I'm just giving you an example. Leaving aside the difficulty, consumption, and universality, in terms of the effect of magic alone, this transformation is undoubtedly better." Nelson sat on the bed, and through the pillow filled with toads he went to the side, put on a brand new pillow, and tapped the remaining half of the ring in his hand with his magic wand. No response. "Gal, what's wrong with you?" Tom asked when he saw Nelson froze in place, as if he had been petrified. "It's nothing, it's just that I might, maybe smashed the original ring." "What?" It seemed that Tom still cared about his antiques. Nelson reached into his pocket and fumbled, and soon found a familiar ring. "Well, I was overthinking it." He threw half of the ring aside. "Maybe this transformation effect is too strong, and ordinary counterspells won't work on it. Just wait." In a word, the final effect of this transformation spell is far stronger than the most widely circulated transformation. If you can bear its extraordinary consumption and difficulty in casting spells, and you don't mind a toad jumping out of your arms suddenly during the battle, then it must be a better option. "So the ancient spells are indeed stronger than the modern spells." Tom nodded. "It seems that I have to choose anything from the ancient runes 2 years later." "That's right." Nelson nodded, rubbing his chin, and said, "This is what I think is the most outrageous point about wizards. Obviously, everything is constantly evolving. You can see that muggles are like this, and they are getting stronger every year. But the spells cast by wizards are becoming more and more rubbish. I think this may be a conspiracy to turn all wizards into trash one day in the future. Anyway, I'm not a waste." Tom found a more comfortable position and slumped in the chair in the form of a small waist. "I also want an old magic book here." Nelson took out a thick green book with white mist from the drawer, handed it to the mirror, and said, "This is the book I learned from a man named Despicable Hayerpo. Many of the spells recorded in the Book of Spells obtained by ancient Greek wizards can be found in modern spell books, or in fact, the spells that are widely circulated in modern times are variants of these ancient spells. It's the same thing, harder, stronger. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 116, Magical Industrial City, Nurmengard. What is this? Never know if today is the end until the sun rises. Mr. Williams, this is a new random breakfast service launched by our store. A professional fortune teller will tell you in the back kitchen what is the most suitable breakfast for you today. The waiter in the restaurant downstairs enthusiastically promoted them. "Sir, our restaurant employees have tested new products before they go on the market to ensure that each breakfast has a unique flavor, and the fortune teller we hired is indeed very powerful." How to say? After chatting with Tom last night, Nelson was very interested in this kind of wizard who claimed to have the ability to predict. "Is his divination very effective?" "It's very effective, sir." The waiter looked around, as if he was worried that someone might hear this conversation, leaned close to his face, and said in a low voice, "That gentleman is the famous fortune teller Cassandra Terry Lorne's great-grandson. I can't tell you too much, but he told a colleague of mine that he needed a bottle of apple cider vinegar for breakfast, and sure enough." Note, see author. Sure enough. Nelson was also aroused by his mysterious remarks. Sure enough, after get off work, he got a positive response to his girlfriend's marriage proposal. "Oh, this." Nelson took off his hat and scratched his head. Instead of discussing why a sir would do this kind of work in a restaurant, he thought the young man was splashed with apple cider vinegar when he went out. "What does this have to do with apple cider vinegar? Does it matter?" "Of course, sir. The waiter showed an adoring expression, clasped his hands together, as if praying for the same good luck for himself. My colleague is a Gemini, you know, the lucky fruit of Gemini is an apple. What's the matter, sir? The waiter saw Nelson standing there with a tangled face, slowly put back his hat in a movement similar to a pioneer mechanical dance step, and asked with concern, if there is a taboo, we will help you remove it from the random alternatives. If you are not satisfied with this package, we still have other categories to choose from. I think it's pretty good. Nelson shook his head. Give me the sunrise set meal, but remember to wait for the person I'm waiting for to arrive before serving it. This is for him. And you? Give me a puff pastry. Don't want meat filling, but sweet ones. Okay. The waiter wrote down the menu, nodded and prepared to retreat to the back kitchen. Wait. Nelson suddenly called to the waiter who had already opened the curtain, struggled for a moment, and asked in a low voice, do you know what the lucky fruit of Capricorn is? Potato? Can you make me a dragon fruit puff pastry? Nelson said quickly, of course, I'm just asking casually, and it just so happens that I have a craving for dragon fruit today. I understand, sir. The waiter waved the menu in his hand with a smile, opened the curtain, and retreated to the back kitchen. But sir, I have to remind you that dragon fruit may not be so delicious when made into jam. It's okay, I've always had a high tolerance for food. Walking to a seat by the window, Nelson leaned his cane against the chair, took off his hat, and put it on the tip of the cane, put his arms on the table, and leaned on his chin to watch the flow of people coming and going outside the window. After a while, the waiter brought a huge tray and put down a plate and a large bowl with a bang bang. The sunrise set meal will be served later. The person I'm waiting for hasn't arrived yet. Sorry sir, this is the dragon fruit layer cake you ordered. Hearing the waiter's apology, Nelson turned his head and looked at the food on the table. There was a sliced puff pastry on the plate, and it could be vaguely seen that the filling was condensed milk or cheese, and it was put aside. The large bowl in the house is filled with dragon fruit cut into small pieces, and 2 small wooden forks are stuck on it. Sorry, our chef tried to make dragon fruit jam, but the effect was really mediocre, so we had to serve them separately. It's okay. Nelson looked up at the waiter, picked up a small wooden fork, threw a piece of dragon fruit into his mouth, and nodded. Remember to wait for someone to come and serve your set meal, and then pour me a glass lukewarm water. Okay, sir. Nelson was bored eating dragon fruit, and was a little bored waiting. He took out 2 round metal balls from his pocket, and used his magic wand to control them to roll around on the table. After a while, a tall and thin man pushed open the store door, walked with heavy steps, and sat down opposite Nelson. Playing Quidditch? I can teach you. No need, Senior Newt. Nelson looked up, and Newt looked tired, with heavy dark circles under his eyes. What's wrong with you? Are you in bed? Nelson raised his eyebrows, turned to his side, raised his arms, and snapped his fingers, then turned to Newt and asked, do you want to eat some dragon fruit first? You've been running around all year round, like you will a wizard who runs away recognize a bed? No, thank you. Are you really not afraid of diarrhea when you eat fruit early in the winter? Newt waved his hand, declining Nelson's kindness. Actually not. To tell you the truth, I actually slept a lot at first, sweet. Don't even worry about Grindelwald sneaking out from under my bed and sneaking up on me. It's sniffing. I'm so hard. The wizard who lives next door is a jeweler. His room is full of shiny things and Garen. These things are too tempting for Zixiu, and I didn't close the box tightly. You can't even imagine it, which caused me to spend most of my life trying to catch it. Understandable. Nelson nodded with a smile. When I was at Hogwarts, I went back to the dormitory at night. When I went to bed, I didn't find my cat in the bed, and ended up lying on top of it. Newt yawned, and when he opened his mouth halfway, he hurriedly put his hand up to cover his mouth, smiled shyly, and was about to stand up. Sorry, I got up late. I'll order breakfast first. It's okay, I've already ordered for you. Nelson held him back and said, I've just arrived. Look, I haven't eaten this puff pastry yet. Really? Newt took a long breath, patted his chest and asked, what did you order for me? I don't know. Nelson noticed that the waiter was taking a plate from the food delivery port, like the front desk Nurazu. Look, you never know if today is the end before sunrise. What? Newt was a little confused. Sorry, I was a little sleepy just now. Sir, before sunrise, you will never know if today is the end or not. It's the name of this dish. The waiter put down a large tray with the cover on the dinner plate, put it in front of Newt, bent down and asked, "Need me lift the lid off your plate? Unraveling the mystery yourself will make your meal even more enjoyable." "No, thank you." Nelson smiled and refused. The confused Newt looked at the back of the waiter leaving and smiled. "It's quite fancy. It is said that the dishes in this set meal are all random and are determined by professional divination. The teacher judges what is suitable for customers to eat today. Is that so?" Newt came to his senses. His hand reaching for the cover of the dinner plate trembled slightly. Melon's beard. "I've never left it to fate before what I eat in the morning." The lid of the dinner plate was slowly lifted, and Nelson put his head on it curiously. He thought that there would be fog or golden light gushing out of the tray when the lid was lifted, but unfortunately, there was no accidentally normal, just regular slices of bread, fried eggs, spinach and a glass of milk. "It's good. Fate still favors me a little." Newt showed an expression of the rest of his life, took a sip of milk, and his sleepiness faded a little. He put down the glass, looked at Nelson, and asked curiously, "Listen, said you were leaving again. Where are you going?" Nelson was even more curious than Newt. "Who did you hear that from?" "Andre. He said that you might go to England in a few days to rescue your bandmates." Newt shrugged, and with a fork, he moved a fried egg and spinach to a slice of bread aside, and picked up another slice of bread. "I didn't even know you still had a band. What happened to him? Did he publish some song insulting the authorities?" "You may have misheard." Nelson raised his forehead. "He is a member of the team, and I don't want to go. The job of paying the ransom leader is not interesting at all." "That's good. I thought the spying umbrella in Ermengarde was going to run away." Newt joked, and the two quickly finished their meal. After the meal, the two took the tram to the outskirts and headed towards Lorien Castle. Nelson patted the pocket of his coat. In addition to some regular props, it also contained the book that Lorien gave to Jonas, and finally handed it over to Nelson, the magic book in his hand. "He went to learn art from a teacher today. Ermengarde is really very different from what I imagined." In the empty tram, Newt said to himself, "I thought that Ermengarde would be very resistant to Muggle inventions, but I didn't expect that. All sorts of cool stuff from the streets of London and New York are already running here. I didn't think of this tram at first." Nelson nodded in approval. The free public transportation is still driverless. Although the ride experience can't be called good, it can already be called advanced. Although the tram has been running here for a long time, it is rare for residents of Ermengarde to take it. This may be related to the attitude of the saints towards Muggles. Compared with shutting themselves in an iron cage and crawling slowly, they are more willing to walk, apparate, or ride a broomstick to work without knowing that what's considered sluggish transportation today will be a lot faster than a broomstick in a few decades. It's not just a tram. Newt sighed. While the pureblood families in the Ministry of Magic were still fighting for a shampoo monopoly, Ermengarde had already started a magic factory. Ermengarde has a well-developed magic industry. There are large and small magic factories or magic workshops in the industrial areas on the outskirts. There are the beaters with bread in their mouths on broomsticks, and the senior beaters who walked unhurriedly to the door and disapparated. Some hard-working factories have even started working, and the tall chimneys in the suburbs are breathing black smoke. Good guy, has the wizard discovered the residual value? Nelson was startled when he saw the smoke column that he had never noticed before. Do you also feel shocked? I can't even imagine what will happen if this place develops steadily. I went around the surrounding factories yesterday. Their production efficiency is much higher than that of the unscrupulous merchants in Diagon Alley. New York. Tez's eyes blurred. But what does this have to do with me? I suggested to my brother to learn from Muggles to establish patrol police. Did he accept it? Of course not. He asked me to visit St. Mungo's. He always felt that Grindelwald's spell hurt my brain during the battle many years ago. Newt shook his head sadly. This is really shocking. People are sorry. I have to say, this is indeed a good suggestion. And when Tom sent me a letter yesterday, the owls surprised the patrolling wizards in the surrounding blocks. Nelson spread his hands, and his tone was as heavy as Newt's. Your brother didn't adopt this suggestion, but Grindelwald adopted it. I think this may be more regrettable. It's a pity that no one knows about it. Newt covered his cheeks and said speechlessly, if I told my brother what I saw and heard here, he probably wouldn't suggest me to go St. Mungo's, but take me to St. Mungo's himself. To be honest, I never thought that one day I could spend Grindelwald's money for breakfast on Grindelwald's site. Newt, holding on to the handrail, sighed looking at the passers-by with pancakes outside the window. Not bad at regulating emotions. Didn't he pay for the meal when we first came to Nurmengard? That's different. Newt shook his head. It's a dinner party. It feels different. Do you want to go back and order a few more dishes? Seeing Newt's unfinished look, Nelson suggested, let's have it at noon or at night. I want to see that dragon again. Newt licked his lips, not sure if it was the dryness of the winter or the hunger, if it was the next meal or the dragon he was about to meet. Okay. Nelson shrugged. Actually, I can order takeaway or take it to the castle. You know, I have a very convenient walking stick. No. The tram drove to the muddy ground outside the city. Newt shook his head firmly amidst the bumps. You need the waiter to say the word still credited to Lord Grindelwald. You understand me mean? I don't know. Well, that doesn't matter. What matters is that we are here. Seeing the castle getting closer, Newt stood up. Nelson walked to the door. The tram stopped slowly, opened the door in front of the patched castle, and the two jumped out. Interestingly, when Nelson jumped, the dust raised was much bigger than Newt's. Newt glanced at Nelson's pocket. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and he stepped forward to ring the doorbell. Here we come. Nelson asked angrily, a little lower than the gate, only to see a big red bow bouncing towards him. Mr. Scamander, come and see those furries. Is it a bug? I'll come and see Dinkus. Newt waved his hand and agreed with a smile. It misses you very much too. Lorianne hopped to the gate of the courtyard, opened the gate, tilted her head to look at Nelson, caught a glimpse of the corner of the note that Nelson had exposed due to the bumps when he jumped off the tram, and ran forward to pull it holding his arm. Nelson, are you here too? Come in. I promised you to give you notes before. Regarding Cassandra Trelawney, there is not much description about this person in the original book. It is only known that Sybil's prophecy talent comes from this famous prophet, and the curse that she predicted, that she would not be believed, also alludes to the legend of Cassandra. However, it is mentioned in the original text that Sybil's identity is the great-great-granddaughter of Cassandra Trelawney. The legendary Cassandra is not Cassandra Trelawney, but only her prototype, and it is estimated that she lived in 10 years. 5th to 17th century. Chapter 117. Not only did I find your uncle, I also found your father. With her hands behind her back, Eluolan bowed slightly, tilted her head, and glanced behind the two of them. The big red bow was bouncing, and her long golden hair fluttered in the air. She looked like an elf in the morning light, smart and cute, and independent of the world. The tram is nice, she admired. Nelson and Newt followed her into the manor, and the door slowly closed behind them. It is said that this is the route that Grindelwald opened up specially for you. Leaning against the gate of the castle, White reached out and took off Nelson's hat. She held a grass stalk in her mouth, and the emerald green leaves trembled in the air. It's really good. Nelson agreed with Lorianne, rubbed his shoes on the doormat, took off his coat, handed it to White, and walked into the castle. I suggest Hogwarts or other things in the future. The magic school uses mechanical owls to send letters, which is both classical and modern. White covered her mouth and smiled, put down her hands to pick up Nelson's coat, and was about to put it on the coat rack in the concierge, but this movement froze at the very beginning. She shook the clothes in her hand and pulled. Nelson asked, how much stuff do you put in your pockets? Sorry. Newt followed Lorianne to the garden to look at the caterpillars. Nelson showed an embarrassed smile full of apology, took his coat from White and hung it up with his own hands, and took out the notebook and wand from his pocket. He held it in his arms, leaned his cane aside, and followed White upstairs. I basically carry my belongings with me. Do all of you Hogwarts students have this problem? White thought of Newt's suitcase. That's not true. Maybe the students who don't enroll halfway have this problem. You know, we hang out outside and feel very insecure. Nelson laughed and asked, you've been living with Lorianne these days together? Yeah, she and I are good sisters. White raised his eyebrows. You should understand that people with outstanding looks will always attract each other. I have no doubts about this. Nelson and White tacitly forgot about Andre. He raised his head and looked at a patched hideous crack on the wall of the promenade connecting the foyer and banquet hall of the castle, and asked with some concern. Said, doesn't this house shake normally? I'm worried about the professionalism of Zweig's construction team. Don't worry, Magic. Don't always think of yourself as a muggle. You have to know that a wizard just sticks it with a patch, and it is much stronger than the mud mixed by a muggle for a long time. White sneered. Oh my god, if you hadn't mentioned this, I would have almost forgotten about Zweig. Memory matters. Nelson shrugged and walked upstairs along the stairs. Looking down from the window, Newt was still studying caterpillars in the vegetable field. Lorien stood beside him and said something. The puppy in his arms was a little scared and buried his head into her arms, leaving only a short tail dangling stiffly outside. It's called killing caterpillars to scare dinkus. Nelson looked back and walked into the living room at the top of the tower. Because Newt got up late, it was almost noon now. White walked to Nelson, took the notebook, and threw it on the coffee table in the living room, put his elbow on his shoulder, pushed him to the kitchen, and muttered, come and help me cook, just to show you your cooking skills. Nelson's culinary skills can only be described as full of imagination. He commanded the knife to butcher potatoes, onions, and carrots, cut them into individual dices, and threw them into the pot for a hodgepodge, carelessly throwing seasonings and diced meat. But I have to say, the taste is pretty good. Nelson opened a bottle of red wine, and was about to pour it into the stew. After thinking about it, he poured himself a glass, and tasted the taste. Well, it's not expired. Nelson drank the red wine in the glass, and 2 red clouds appeared on his face instantly. He poured the remaining bottle of wine into the pot, smacking his lips, feeling a little unfinished business. Why don't you leave? There were so many good opportunities before. White leaned against the kitchen door, holding a piece of rosemary that Nelson had just washed in his mouth, and asked like a repeater, I have to come back. This time again it's hard to go. Why should I leave? I have a good time here. I have food and drink and I don't have to pay for it myself, but you. Why don't you leave by yourself? Nelson found an apron and wrapped it around himself. It took several times to tie it up. This vest and shirt were just washed last night. Before he returned to the case, he continued to butcher a ham, and suddenly he talked more. You always persuade me to leave quickly, but I didn't. The reason why I have to go is that I have to pay for my daily meals on Grindelwald's account, and I can go to the library when I go out, and I can travel around. He's your enemy. Don't you have any? Yeah, so what? Nelson put the sliced ham on the coals, turned to look at White. His whole face turned red. Do you think I can take revenge or something? I tried my best. A sneak attack would probably only cause him some nosebleeds, so why bother? If I could beat him, I would fight him right now, but I can't. White, it's just the 2 of us now. We another type of person, so I can tell you that I had an enemy before, but I was stronger than him, so I turned around and killed him. Do you understand? Is that why you left Hogwarts? White saw Nelson, who was holding a knife and blushing, as if he had met him for the first time, and took a step back. Not something that hit Dumbledore or something reason. It's not important, and I don't want to quibble, but I still think that person deserves to die. Nelson hiccuped, smelling of alcohol in his mouth. Seeing White's appearance, he shrugged helplessly, turned around and held the fork, turning the ham over. He continued, the important thing is that I have nowhere to go now. I don't know much more about the wizarding world than muggles. The world is so big that I can only stay here. Don't you care about the hatred between you and Grindelwald at all? Of course I care, but it's still the same sentence. So what? Nelson began to load the plates and said in a calm tone, I grew up in a muggle family and lived in an orphanage in London all year round. My manner is low, and I don't know anything about what happened that year. Each of you told me that I had a grudge against Grindelwald, but no one ever told me what kind of grudge it was. Did he do it himself? Did he direct his subordinates to do it? Did he force the enemy to do it? I really know nothing. And Grindelwald was the one who witnessed it back then. If I could stay here, I would be able to figure out the truth. At least let me know who the enemy is who. I can become stronger faster than in school. If you want me to take revenge, this is the fastest shortcut. Learn from the most powerful dark wizard in history, and then use what you have learned to take revenge. Sorry, Nelson, I didn't know. It's okay, I don't know anything. Nelson put the ham aside, picked up a huge cauliflower, and suddenly asked about lunch. Will Andre come to eat? If he wants to come, I cut it all up. Seeing White nodding his head, Nelson split the whole cauliflower in half, and dealt with the half first. He inserted several kitchen knives hanging on the wall into the dish, walked to the side, and waved his wand, and continued to say to White, "Say really, I didn't call him Master Grindelwald. What are you worried about? I think you and Barry are really a match made in heaven. He wants to complete the task, but is arrested by various people every day. You always persuade him. I ran and shut myself up here. I signed an unbreakable oath with Grindelwald." White lowered his head desolately. "I can't really betray him, unless at the cost of my own life, but I suspect, even if I abandon my life, it will be difficult to hurt him. Grindelwald is too powerful. I remember that unbreakable vows can only be made when both parties are completely voluntary." Nelson, who has many versions, has not forgotten his art of speaking. This little science made White choke. "Well, people change. You must have been deceived in the past." Nelson scratched his head and asked, "Can you come over and help me chop the other half of the vegetable? I feel a little sleepy." Nelson closed his eyes and fell to the ground with a bang. "Are you awake?" Nelson opened his eyes in a daze and heard someone calling him, "Go and wash up. Come and eat, if you feel like it, or you will have to eat leftovers if you don't wake up." Nelson cleared his mind, moved to the bathroom to clean himself, and sat down at the table covering his head. "Did you poison me?" Picking up the fork, he stared at White. "No, the wine bottle is flying in." White shook his head with a smile, reached out to catch an empty wine bottle that was spinning, and leaned in front of Nelson. "Do you know what you drank? You were cooking, and fell asleep suddenly caught." "What?" Nelson took the bottle and read the label on it. Neither of them mentioned what happened in the kitchen. "Isn't this red wine? I only had one glass." "Oh, what is this?" "There are a lot of euphoria in it, and a little water of life and death." White helped him finish the rest of the sentence. "This is a drink to enliven the atmosphere of the banquet. I bought it at the liquor store yesterday. You can drink a big glass by yourself. Definitely going to sleep. I poured that bottle into this pot of stew." Nelson pointed to the half pot of stew left on the table, muttering, "Why is there life and death water in the drinks that enliven the atmosphere of the banquet?" And fell asleep. "What kind of atmosphere is there?" "It's okay. The medicine won't be effective after boiling, and I have to say it tastes good." Nelson saw Andre next to White, and nodded as a greeting, and listened to him continue. "As for why, you're still young, you'll know later. As long as you can eat it." Nelson moaned and picked up the big spoon on the table, and scooped the stew into his bowl. "Can you tell me what happened in the kitchen?" Newt smiled teasingly. He poked a piece of carrot out of the bowl with a fork, and pointed at the bumpy spot on it. "It's a penetrating wound. Here." The murderer cut it with a blunt knife, and did not cut it off, then made another cut, and found that the cut was still continuous, so he changed the position. "Here." "Ha ha ha, Nelson, you are so cruel." Lori Ann's laugh seemed to be hit by this joke. She burst out laughing, lying on the table, while laughing and patting the table. "Eat, eat quickly, everyone." Nelson buried his face in the bowl and smiled awkwardly. After drinking and eating, Andre took out a newspaper and threw it in Nelson's arms. "What? That little friend of yours is looking for Lord Grindelwald?" Andre held his teeth from a toothpick, grinned at Nelson, and motioned him to read the newspaper. "Which of my little friends, Tom?" Nelson was a little puzzled, but he still opened the newspaper. "What is he looking for, Grindelwald?" On the second page of the Parisian Daily, the advertising notice page, a missing person notice is printed there alone, which is particularly eye-catching. "Looking for Albus Dumbledore and Gellert Grindelwald, two performance artists who have appeared in Paris. Please contact the newspaper or Mr. Tom Riddle. Mailing address, XXXX Greater Hangleton XXXX. His seeing the word Great Hangleton in this missing person notice, Nelson understood what was going on. He gasped and simply covered his face with the newspaper. "What's wrong?" Andre picked up a big spoon and poked Nelson curiously and asked, I remember his stage name as Gellert Grindelwald. Why did he find himself? Art. But he looks quite rich, and this kind of layout is not cheap. Andre has been busy making money recently and is very sensitive to money. You can't go into too much detail about this. Nelson sighed. Don't worry about it, Andre. This is a private matter. No, a family matter. Nelson took out the class schedule. The latest online class is still 2 days away. He shook his head, looked at Newt, and asked, Senior Newt, can you lend me an hour later? I might have to send a letter. Yes. Newt nodded, trying his best to hide the curiosity on his face. I'm going out for a while. I have something to do. Nelson stood up and ran downstairs to the porter. Nelson. Lori Ann called to stop him. Are you coming back later? I'll be back in a minute. Okay, if you still want to hear me talk about that notebook today, just come to my room and find me later. Okay, sorry. Nelson. You can apparate. Unfortunately, Newt's shout was not heard by Nelson. Nelson ran downstairs, ran to the foyer, and grabbed his coat and cane. Before he could put them on, he raised his cane, while holding the clothes, and called the name of the priestess. Pushing open the door, Nelson took out the double-sided mirror used for online classes from the bedside table, and called Tom's name. Soon, the mirror responded, and wavy stripes rippled from the center to the surroundings. Tom, I not only found your uncle, I even found your father. Chapter 118 Bloody Love Story. Oh, it's you. Nah. Tom rubbed his sleepy eyes. The milky white nightcap on his head slid aside. A grass green fur ball trembled. He covered his mouth and yawned, stretched his hands aside to grope around the pillow, lifted the quilt from the bed. Get out of bed. Nelson held the two-way mirror in his hand, as if watching a horror documentary filmed by a handheld camera. Did you just wake up? Yeah. Looked up at the wall clock in the dormitory, looked down at the mirror, rubbed his eyes again, and said weakly, actually, I just fell asleep not long ago. Tom? What happened? Tom Riddle? Is that really you? Nelson's mouth twitched, and he asked uncertainly, are you possessed by Slytherin? I've never seen anyone in bed after 8 o'clock in the morning. Tom Riddle. What are you talking about? Tom opened the door of the bathroom and put the mirror aside. He glanced at it and found that Nelson had been arranged properly, so he nodded in satisfaction, picked up the tooth bowl, and prepared to wash and put it in his mouth. Taking a sip of water, he said vaguely, I stayed in the secret room last night, and I didn't go out to fool around. You are really studious. Nelson sucked his teeth and praised insincerely. That's not it. Tom continued with a froth in his mouth as he rolled his eyes at Nelson. I've discovered a powerful magic that even a mediocre wizard can blow up a street with a spell, so I think that's right. What? Nelson was interrupted by him, and for a moment he even forgot what to ask him for. That's what you told me, because there are too many mediocre guys, and for the convenience of teaching, the spells are getting simpler and weaker. Did I say that? Nelson scratched his head, and it was hard to recall what he said to Tom when he interpreted Slytherin's transfiguration. He nodded and sighed sincerely. You really know do reading comprehension. By the way, why did you come to me early in the morning? Tom threw the toothbrush into the tooth bowl, raised his head to rinse his mouth, stroked his hair with one hand, stared at the big mirror in front of him and said, I just heard you say, my uncle is your father, so we are really cousins. That's right. Nelson finally remembered the business and quickly waved his hand. No, I mean, not only did I find your uncle, I also found your father. What did you say? I said, I found your father. What did you find? I found your father. What are you, my dad? I found your father. Who found my dad? Tom may not have understood what Nelson was saying for a while, or maybe he resisted the news from the bottom of his heart, and he even wondered how Nelson could say a sentence like a music box that is magically played a song on a loop. Talk upside down. Nelson was so annoyed that he took out a crumpled journal de Paris from his pocket, pressed it tightly to the mirror, picked up the mirror, and shouted at Tom, your father, old Tom Riddle, saw our report in Paris, and went to Paris to find you. He published a missing person notice in the Paris Journal looking for us. You can read it yourself. Tom fell into a long silence because the newspaper covered the mirror and Nelson couldn't see his expression and stayed clearly. In the quiet air, he once thought Tom was disconnected, but the faint breathing sound told him that the person opposite him, "I'm seriously reading the newspaper with only a few dozen words." "Nah," Tom said after a long time. "How can you find everything?" Nelson lifted the newspaper covering the mirror. Tom's face was full of melancholy, so gloomy that he could almost squeeze out water. The last time he saw Tom like this was on the streets of Paris, when the outrageous report finding Pythia, the great performance artists Albus Dumbledore and Gellert Grindelwald first appeared on the streets of Paris. "You know, I'm good at this." Nelson took out the ring with the resurrection stone and shook it at Tom. "But I didn't find it this time. It was a saint who saw you looking for Grindelwald, just brought me the report." Tom's expression became even more melancholy. He was like Oedipus who was being teased by fate, Alsace who picked up Frostmourne, and who coveted the throne, causing Nelson to ask, "Are you okay, Tom?" "I'm fine, but he's really..." Tom sighed. The maturity and sophistication that didn't match his age disappeared without a trace. His eyes were full of resistance and panic to this Muggle father, who fell from the sky. He paused for a while, looked around, and asked, "Is he really my father? How would I know that?" Nelson could only joke with a relatively brisk voice, "I don't rule out the possibility that someone with the same name and surname as you really has something to do with Grindelwald and Dumbledore." "Okay." Tom nodded, recalling what he knew about the poor parents. In the UK, the same name is very common, which is why Tom resisted his own name, but the surname is so weird. On the contrary, there are not many cases of the same surname. Since Mrs. Cole said that her mother named herself after her father, then the Tom Riddle who came to her after hearing the news is most likely the one she never had in those 10 years. The father who never showed up. Oh. He lowered his head and sighed. Oh. Nelson didn't know what to say, and he sighed and asked, "This, Mr. Riddle seems to be in France right now. Let me check the situation for you." "Oh." Tom continued to sigh. "It's not that your girlfriend is pregnant. Why are you sighing?" Nelson comforted. "It's a good thing. At least you are not an orphan anymore, aren't you? I will go to France tomorrow to help you find the way. If this person is not very good, let's not look for him. Anyway, he can't find us. At most he can find no." Tom refused softly. "Find Grindelwald and let them duel." Nelson finished the remaining half of the sentence, and when he heard Tom's words, he asked in surprise, "What did you say?" "No need, nah." Tom shook his head lightly. "Let me face this matter myself. Is it okay?" Nelson asked with some concern. This kind of father who has not been seen for more than 10 years does not sound like a good person. "No problem, nah." Tom clenched his fists, and the panic in his eyes disappeared. "Didn't I live healthily without him? I just want to know what happened to the situation," he whispered. "To be honest, I still think that woman controlled me in a strange way." Beside the fireplace, old Tom shivered, as if recalling the bloody love story when he and Merope were dating. He picked up a cut cigar from the table with trembling hands. The manservant behind him strode forward to light the fire for him with a wink, and then disappeared neatly into the darkness behind the sofa. In the lingering smoke, old Tom said slowly, "I fled back home later. Everyone said I was crazy, or thought I was just making excuses for abandoning others, but only I knew that during the nearly a year what a horrible thing I've been through." "Mr. Riddle, can you explain in detail?" On the sofa opposite him, a young reporter was holding a booklet while listening and recording. On the expensive leather cushion, the young reporter was a little fidgety. He was wearing an ill-fitting high-end suit, like it was a doll, that was fitted with the body of another doll at first glance. He looked like a lucky man who had been poor for a long time. He was the reporter who wrote the report before, and he was a master of reading comprehension. The crazier the era, the more people will pursue these specious things. With that report, he also gained unimaginable fame and a certain amount of wealth before. He also gained this interview opportunities for men. It's the first time I've mentioned this to anyone other than my family. Old Tom took a sip of the cigar in his hand, and the smoke he exhaled wrapped his whole head. That woman, the daughter of the shabby family living on the hill opposite our house. I really don't know what's going on, but the first thing I wake up every morning is to think about her, and every night, when I fall asleep, I also think about her. Whether she is by my side or not, there is only one thought in my mind, and that is to miss her. I understand, Mr. Riddle, the young reporter nodded, which seemed to be within the scope of his knowledge. To tell you the truth, all I have in mind now is to take my fiancée to the hotel floor after the interview is over. Let's have a good meal at the next restaurant. I invite you. Old Tom waved his hand impatiently, and the valet behind him appeared from the shadows again. He went to the reporter and put down a meal coupon, and then retreated into the darkness without making a single sound. Tom continued, his voice a little shrill. That's different, like you're thinking about your fiancée now, but you can ask me questions here. Grab your goddamn pen and write in that goddamn book. You can hear what I said, but I can't. My mind was full of that woman, and I could hardly do anything except think about her and interact with her. Your crazy love is really rare. The well-informed reporter also felt that his knowledge had increased, and he was amazed. I said that's not love. Old Tom's head came out of the lingering smoke, and he let out a low roar from his throat in despair. The manservant behind him appeared again, staring at the reporter indifferently. Seeing this, the reporter quickly waved his hand to apologize. Sorry, Mr. Riddle, that's not love. You go on. Yes, that's not love, continued Old Tom, leaning back on the couch again, hiding his head in the smoke. When I'm awake, I only want to sleep with her, and when I sleep, I dream of being in bed with her. Sorry to bother you. The reporter raised his hand and asked, Mr. Riddle, can I include this in the report? Of course. Old Tom leaned forward, poked his head out of the smoke again, and grinned at the reporter with his black and yellow teeth, like a crazy jackal. The love victim in the crazy fantasy, and the famous gentry who doubled the wealth of the Riddle family. Of course you can write anything, even if it is fabricated. It doesn't matter, and the attitude of the reader has nothing to do with your thoughts. I will modify it. The reporter still maintained the gesture of waving his hand before, and added at the end, in a literary way. Very well. Old Tom nodded with satisfaction. Only the cigarette, but with a faint orange light, was visible in the smoke. My mother was still alive at the time, and she took me to see a psychiatrist. You've heard a kind of doctor who specializes in treating people's brains. He said that I was just too guilty of that woman, so I fantasized about her controlling me to comfort my conscience. Huh, that's a quack doctor. Although the behavior during that time was completely illogical, but I remember that memory clearly. I understand that this is a new science, a new profession, and it's normal to have misjudgments. When I was with her, I would sometimes be sober for a moment. She didn't fully grasp my thoughts. Every time I was sober, I would look for a way to escape in the broken apartment she rented. Tom gritted his teeth and said, she doesn't look very smart, but she is actually smarter than anyone else. In order to prevent me from escaping, she would lock the apartment before going out, and she even rented an apartment on the 5th floor, just in case I would turn over window escape. Did she put you under house arrest? That's right. I can only think of a way inside the room. Old Tom nodded and said, then one day, I found that the kitchen was unlocked. Every time before going out, she would lock the kitchen door specially. It was really lucky that day, Old Tom said, patting his chest apprehensively. I saw her use one of those pots on the hearth, the kind you get in the smithy for melting iron. You know, the crucible, said the well-informed reporter. That's right, it's a crucible. She uses that kind of crucible to boil a strange liquid every day, and the luster of the mother of pearl looks abnormal. She mixes that thing in her rice every day for me to eat. Infatuated with her. So you believe that the lady drugged you over a long period of time to make you fall in love with her? The reporter concluded. That's right, Old Tom said with a conceited smile as he hadn't smoked a cigar for a long time, and the smoke that shrouded his face faded. After knowing all this, I started to pretend to be sick, pretending that I had an upset stomach. I haven't eaten for days. But in those 3 days, I still pretended to be infatuated with her as before. Maybe it made her think that she could make me obsessed without that disgusting aphrodisiac. So she stopped feeding me. That thing this is for gave me a chance to escape from this devil. The devil? The reporter interjected, looking up. I noticed you seem to be calling your ex the devil. That's right, that woman is a devil who seduces believers, a devil who plays with people's hearts, a devil who has the means of hell. Then Mr. Grindelwald? The reporter looked at Old Tom's face carefully and said seriously, I noticed that he looks very similar to you. Him? He is almost exactly the same as when I was young. Old Tom struggled. The muscles at the corners of his mouth twitched rapidly. After a while, he closed his eyes and said weakly, "That may be the child born between me and the devil." The reporter got excited. The old jackal finally showed his weak side in front of him. To the reporter, this kind of weakness is like the temptation of the bloody smell in the sea to the shark. He licked his lips and asked, "Then is he a devil to you, or a child?" Thank you all for your subscriptions, monthly tickets, recommendations, collections, and rewards. Thank you for your support. Wish everyone an early year. Chapter 119, The Devil's Son. I don't know what he is to me. Old Tom was silent for a long time, smiled dryly, and shook his head. That period of life was like purgatory for me. My education and conscience told me that even the son of the devil is just an innocent life, not to mention my blood flowing in his body. He is my heir. But, choking on the smoke, old Tom grabbed his neckline and coughed violently. The wrinkles on the face of this man in his prime were wantonly tangled, and the scars on the chapped skin seemed to penetrate to the bone. Conscience? The young reporter murmured to himself, adding a note to the pamphlet recording the conversation. That's right, old Tom said, clutching his chest and frowning. I understand that in the eyes of ordinary people, I'm a thoroughly bad person, and I don't have any conscience at all. But I still can't face that experience after so many years. Come on, except for the loss of my daughter. That is my deepest and most terrifying nightmare, so that I have always harbored resentment towards the son I have never met, even though I know it is to vent my anger. But I understand, Mr. Riddle. After all, people are emotional animals. The reporter nodded and continued to ask, "You said before that you have been looking for your daughter all these years, so have you ever looked for your son? Question mark. I thought it would be easy if you wanted to find him." Indeed. Old Tom lay weakly on the sofa, holding a cigar and letting the smoke rise. His trembling hands made the rising smoke show an extremely zigzag line, just like he lived with Merope 12 years ago. The spiraling white steam presented by the pot of potion seen in his small apartment, the unimaginable experience of ordinary people, and the unbearable potion of muggles almost destroyed his mind and body. After that, he closed his mouth tightly, and his eyes became empty. So over the years, have you ever looked for your own son? The reporter didn't care about that. Since this gentleman asked to be interviewed, he should dig deeper. The keen sense brought by his career excited him. Compared to the nonsense of an old gentry, his cold-blooded and ruthless deeds are more likely to make readers angry. His bloody wounds are more likely to arouse people's discussions, more likely to drive newspaper sales, and more likely to make him successful. He has already tasted the sweetness of a successful news. The interviewee this time is a fragile and emotional man, and there are too many wounds on his body that can be opened. I didn't. Old Tom squeezed out a few words in a trembling voice. Why? The reporter asked passionately. He even forgot about old Tom's wealth and the manservant behind him, and couldn't wait to find out something explosive. Have you never thought that a single mother, how should I live in London with a child? You said that lady is the daughter of a shabby family next door, so maybe she doesn't have the ability to live in London. Not to mention that she is still pregnant with your child. Have you thought about such cruelty? What kind of embarrassing life will her abandonment bring her? I haven't thought about it. I've never thought about it at all. Old Tom roared hysterically. His cheeks were flushed abnormally. He glared at the reporter and stretched out his trembling fingers to his head. Can't you understand human language? I said it. That's the devil. Could it be that the devil starves to death because the soul it controls escapes? If it really starves to death, it's really gratifying. I'm sorry. The reporter quickly raised his hand and put it on his chest, looked up at the male servant who appeared again, nodded his head as if smashing garlic, and signaled with his eyes that he would not ask questions like this again, and said, "Calm down, Mr. Riddle. That's not what I meant." "Then what do you mean?" "It seems that you, like those quack doctors, think that my running away is just an excuse for refusing to admit that I abandoned others. I'm not." The reporter categorically denied it. "But yes, I think so," was written on his face. "I'm really not afraid to tell you that I've done this kind of thing more than once or twice." Old Tom picked up the newspaper on the coffee table, went to the reporter, pointed to Tom's photo and said, I saw his face, is he exactly like him when I was young? Exactly. Do you know what that means? This means that he is indeed your relative? The reporter replied in a low voice. No. I just want to tell you that if you have such a face, you can live happily and happily. There will never be a lack of beautiful women around you. Even if you rely on women to support you, you can live a very nourishing life without suffering. Had a rhyme trying so hard to find a place in this kind of hotel restaurant to take my fiancé to dinner. Mr. Riddle. The reporter's face also flushed red. He felt insulted, but sadly found that what old Tom said was true. So you see, when I was young, I did a lot of dumping girls. Did a lot, you know, said old Tom, waving a newspaper like a conductor. Before I met my wife I'm a prodigal too, but I never deny those relationships or passions, and I don't shy away from my responsibilities to them. I'm not a poor guy, I have money. When it came to money, old Tom returned to his field of expertise, and his mood stabilized. He calmly put one hand on the armrest of the sofa, crossed his legs, waved his hand, and asked the servant to light the next cigar for him, and squeezed it, taking a deep breath in his hand. He exhaled a puff of smoke at the reporter. Do you understand? Old Tom said rather proudly, the reason why those girls like me, even though they know I'm so flirtatious, is because they know that there is no way they can lose money when they associate with me. It's different. What's more important between a man and a woman is emotion. The reporter justified bitterly. He thought of his fiancée who was struggling like himself in the big city of Paris. Thinking of the recent improvement, his heart surged. A touch of sweetness. What stupid things are you talking about? Boy, old Tom sneered, as if he had heard some joke, and mocked. It's just a poor boy like you who keeps saying such things every day. Do you know statistics? I have dated so many girls, but my true love is only my wife. What is the ratio? Go back and figure it out yourself. Okay. The reporter didn't know what to say, so he continued to ask according to the outline. So have you looked for your son before? I haven't looked for it. Old Tom struggled to admit, and the reporter smiled with confidence. But he immediately added, my family members actually knew about this, so after I returned home, they sent servants to look for my possible heirs. Oh. The reporter asked excitedly, is there any result? Yes. Old Tom closed his eyes, took a deep puff on his cigar, and hid his head in the smoke again. After a while, he said, that woman, she's dead. Dead. The reporter sat up straight, tightly holding the notebook and pen in his hand. Yes, after I ran away, the woman died. Old Tom breathed a sigh of relief, and began to repeat in a trance, yes, she died. I saw the news a few weeks ago, and was going to come to France. At that time, the old housekeeper of the family told me about this. On the last day of that year, she died at the gate of an orphanage in the West End of London. If I had known about this earlier, I would have actually. The reporter felt sick to his stomach, and the old Tom on the opposite side didn't even bother to cry out fake tears. In his eyes, every word of this guy who did something wrong was justifying himself, and everything was proving that I didn't know about it, and I only found out after it happened. He had no remorse at all in his heart, no sympathy for the woman who died for him, only the joy of escaping the sea of suffering. It was really hard for him to feel sorry for the old woman. Tom empathizes. Maybe it's true what he said. If he is really controlled by the devil as he said, then he is indeed a complete failure. The reporter thought in his heart, and quickly refuted himself. How is it possible? How can there be a potion to control love in this world? It's just this man's sophistry. What's wrong with me? How can I believe such a thing? Mr. Riddle. The reporter's professionalism is good. Apart from the previous disputes, he did not bring his emotions into the interview. He calmed down, and continued to ask, you just said that this lady died in an orphanage. Does that mean she left the baby there? That's right. Old Tom took a deep look at him, nodded and said, he grew up in that orphanage. I took your report and asked the person in charge of the orphanage. He left there only last year. Really? The reporter quickly recorded in the pamphlet. Does this mean that you, oh no, your servants or someone else are very aware that your biological son has been living in an orphanage? He looks exactly the same as when I was young. Old Tom didn't answer the reporter's question directly, but said with emotion, "That woman named him the same as me, Tom Riddle. So you actually knew about it, but you let your child grow up in an orphanage." The reporter asked, "Is it just because of the emotional dispute between you and his mother?" I said it. I have no relationship with her. Old Tom came back to his senses, stared at the reporter angrily, with bruised veins on his forehead, panting violently, and scolded, "There is no so-called emotional dispute. So that's why you allowed your own son to grow up in an orphanage?" The reporter looked at the out-of-control Old Tom triumphantly, writing hard and chasing after the victory. "Then why are you now come to him? As far as I know, he has at least one like-minded friend who has a life of his own, and you came to him because he became famous, because of my reporting?" Old Tom was panting heavily, and his face and neck were flushed. "Sir, this is the end of today's interview." The valet behind Old Tom stepped forward, covered the reporter's booklet with his hand, and warned softly but forcefully, "I hope you can report truthfully, and don't write something for no reason." The reporter tried hard to withdraw his pamphlet, but to no avail. He shrugged and stood up. "Well, Mr. Riddle, thank you for accepting the interview with our newspaper. Your story is wonderful." The valet let go. The reporter took a step forward and extended his right hand to Old Tom, but he ignored the reporter in front of him, tilted his head to one side, and smoked the cigar in his hand vigorously. The reporter smiled awkwardly, turned and left. "As I said, I have no malice towards that child. I'm old and sick all over," Old Tom said weakly behind him. "I just hope to find my own son and hand over the family business to him, and then let him find his sister, no matter what I do. But that is the business of the fathers." "I understand, Mr. Riddle." The reporter nodded, took off the coat from the coat rack, and put it on his body, left and closed the door behind him. He no longer trusted the man's words. In his opinion, no matter whether it was the outrageous story or the final hypocrisy, they were all just quibbles that he planned. Coming out of the room, the reporter angrily picked up the pamphlet, bit the cap of the pen in his mouth, and wrote as he went downstairs, "Mr. Grindelwald and Mr. Dumbledore, the performance artist group that set off a trend in France and even Europe, have disappeared for a long time. People's understanding of the two gentlemen is only limited to the worker that night, looking for Pythia, but this is not enough at all. The society is curious about them, so that the author has received so-called gossip about them since the report was published. But this report is different from the previous rumors that were difficult to verify. A person who looks very similar to Mr. Grindelwald, gentlemen like me, bring new news that is more real, more intimate and more unimaginable. Tom Riddle, a gentry from Hangleton, England, a wealthy family and a satisfactory life made him perverse and irritable, and made him older and weaker than his peers. This self-proclaimed Gellert Green, the man of Mr. Devore's father, found the author 3 days ago, and asked us to publish his missing person notice in the newspaper. It is difficult for anyone to connect the artist Mr. who is in the limelight with Mr. Riddle, who is like an octogenarian. Get up. From Mr. Riddle, the author learned of a bloody love story. Turning around the stairs, the pen was out of water. He flicked his wrist, took off the cap of the pen in his mouth, and threw it into his pocket. But in it, he found the meal coupon for the high-end restaurant downstairs that Old Tom gave him. The young reporter struggled for a moment, let go of the meal coupon, smoothed the handprints made by Old Tom's valet on the pamphlet, and added a sentence after the paragraph. "How did Mr. Riddle change from a handsome gentleman to what he is now? It all has something to do with the woman," he said, "Mr. Grindelwald's mother. In this bloody love story, Riddle sir is undoubtedly a victim too." Chapter 120 was a duel. "Come on, Nelson, attack me and show me your magic." In the open space outside the castle, Lorianne and Nelson stood opposite each other. Nelson glanced at Dinkus, who was struggling in Newt's arms, and asked in a low voice, "Do you want to make some preparations first?" "No need," Lorianne nodded. "Magicians don't know foresight, so they have no chance to prepare before encountering a battle." "Okay." Nelson nodded, turned and walked to the distance. After about 10 steps, Nelson turned around, gave a wizard salute to Lorianne, raised his wand to his chest, and pressed his lips tightly. "Keep an eye on the movements of the opposite witch. Who do you think will win?" Andre, who was standing with his hands folded while watching the show, raised his elbow, and poked Newt's shoulder, and asked curiously, "I've seen Nelson cast spells in battle, and transfiguration is very useful. But it doesn't seem like it's going to be a make or break factor. Albus is the most powerful transfiguration master in the world, and he can defeat most wizards with only transfiguration." Newt continued, teasing the puppy in his arms. "Without raising his head, any magic can become a sharp weapon against the enemy when it is used at a high level. Don't think that only black magic and defense against black magic, which can cause direct damage, are powerful. Transfiguration is also an extremely powerful magic in wizard duels, not to mention it's impossible to guard against." "You think I don't understand this, young man?" Andre rolled his eyes at Newt and found that he was just lowering his head to tease the dog and didn't receive the whites of his eyes, so he said angrily, "Of course I know, even if his apparition is powerful when it's used, but I'm just talking about this battle, you know? Of course I understand how powerful Nelson's transfiguration is, and there's one next to me caught in his net wizard." Andre pointed to White, who was staring at the opposing two, but Newt didn't see his movements. He thought Andre was talking about himself, so he couldn't help but raised his head and said to him, "You are worthy of being a saint. Is it pervasive? What are you talking about?" Andre turned his head and asked, "What is pervasive?" "Nothing. So, do you think Nelson will win with his transfiguration?" Andre continued to discuss with great interest. He should also have mastered some other magic. "How do you think he will start?" "I guess it is changing the field with his kind of fog, and throwing little balls in his pocket into them, and turning them into pegs or bricks or nets, or whatever. The net bag. It's really possible." Newt nodded, thinking of some disgraceful memories. "Of course it doesn't rule out the possibility that he will change into other things," he added enthusiastically. "After all, we have seen a lot of world together, but smoke and throwing should not be able to escape. This is his traditional art. It seems that you know his spellcasting habits very well, but I don't think he will win." Newt took on the responsibility of explaining well, and he said seriously, "He is too young, and Lorian is much older than him. Not much, let alone think about it. We are very familiar with Nelson's spell, but we don't know anything about Lorian. In a wizard duel, the most dangerous spell is always the unknown spell. But have you ever seen Lorian cast a spell?" Andre pointed to Dinkus in Newt's arms and retorted, "I've only seen her, dragon. Other than that, I've seen the little alchemists she arranged in the castle. You know, they don't look very smart. This doesn't mean that a spell level must be better than Nelson's. He is highly praised and valued by Lord Grindelwald talent. No, you don't understand." Newt shook his head, cast his gaze to the center of the venue, where swords were raging, and said softly, "Dinkus is a dog that is magically turned into a dragon. I don't think a wizard who can do such a thing will cast the spell of mediocrity." Lorian watched Nelson complete the wizard salute curiously, and asked, "Do all the wizards on your side salute before the battle?" "No, it's just a prepared duel." Nelson shook his head. "In a real battle, no one will give up the right to sneak attack." As soon as he finished speaking, his wrist flipped quickly, and the magic wand held on his chest turned in an instant. The tip of the wand spit out a slender red ray at Lorian, and the spell was transmitted to Lorian's ears along with the spell. There are many obstacles. The spell flew rapidly and hit Lorian in an instant. It splashed onto the ground and stirred up smoke enough to cover a person. Nelson raised his wand aloft, maintaining the beam of the spell, while slowly backing away. An impediment spell is a jinx used to slow down an opponent's actions, allowing one to live ahead by slowing down the opponent. Damn it, there is no harm in the smoke. Nelson felt that the spell was indeed controlling something, but it was obviously not a living person. With a sigh, he gave up the spell and sprinted back, while raising his wand again and shouting, "Armor guard body. Didn't you mean a duel? You still made a sneak attack." Lorian's teasing voice sounded beside Nelson, scaring him to add another layer of iron armor charm, and turned his head to look in the direction of the sound. Jack exploded. Turning his head, Nelson saw a huge pumpkin head on fire rushing towards him. He sighed softly, added another layer of the iron armor curse, and survived the attack. The pumpkin head exploded in front of him with unimaginable power. The middle one is big, but the impact force of the explosion is enough to make him use the impact to distance himself. All petrified, In the process of retreating, Nelson added a note. What? I thought a duel was two people standing face to face and throwing magic at each other. Lorianne stood there without any restraint, and behind her was a long and slender staff, a full meter. It's not too long, not much shorter than herself. There is a big yellow ball on the top of the staff, and an abstract smiling face is engraved on it. Out of the corner of his eye, Nelson glanced at where Lorianne had originally stood. A small scarecrow had been left there, covered in dust. It's called Willy, isn't it cute? Lorianne tugged at the smiling face on the staff and introduced to Nelson. Will it still talk to me before? Why aren't you talking now? Nelson asked aloud, reaching into his pocket and grabbing a handful of small metal balls. Who knows? It might be out of battery. Lorianne said, raised her hand, palm facing Nelson, and small black balls flew towards Nelson at an extremely slow speed. Ball of nothingness. Nelson looked at these snail speed spheres of nothingness, as if he was facing an enemy. He gripped his wand tightly and murmured, then pulled his hand out of his pocket and threw all the spheres in his hand. They disintegrated into crystal debris in the air, shining in the sun, and quickly glued and reorganized when they approached those black balls. One side of the silver wall about the size of the door stood up on the ground. He's crawling slowly. It's a good idea, but it doesn't seem to work. Andre watched as the ball of nothingness released by Lorianne easily corroded Nelson's wall, penetrated through and slowly approached the other wall, but it was smaller in size. Shook his head helplessly. The difference in power is too great. Look again. Newt, who had been silent for a while, saw the black ball approaching the third wall and reminded him, Lorianne doesn't seem to use her powerful spell. If she doesn't plan to use her full strength, Nelson will still have the opportunity. In the center of the second and third walls, there were a few undeformed silver metal balls floating. As the second wall was broken, these metal balls drilled out along the holes, corroded by the ball of nothingness. When passing through the almost completely corroded first wall, it suddenly accelerated, flew away in all directions, and then quickly turned in the air, attacking Lorianne in the center. Have you given up magic? Are you going to knock me unconscious with an iron egg? Lorianne raised her hand, and a mirror made of 6 ice crystals formed around her ice wall. Her spells are more vivid than the wizard's. After the ice wall is formed, it is tightly connected without a trace of gaps. It hits the flying metal ball hard, and the metal ball hits the ice wall. Instead, these metal balls froze close to the ice wall and were tightly wrapped by ice crystals. Lorianne raised her right hand and squeezed it hard, and the ice blocks floating in the air, together with the metal balls inside, shattered into gravel in an instant. Like fine powder, a bright rainbow was raised in the air. Lorianne smiled, and the smile on the corner of Nelson's mouth was even stronger than hers. The powder after the shattered metal balls were evenly distributed in every corner of Lorianne's ice wall. When the spell ended, the metal dust exploded one after another. Groups of dense white fog formed, connecting with each other, forming a huge white fog ball, wrapping Lorianne in the middle. Hey guy, here we go again. Andre stabbed Newt's ribs hard and said excitedly, he used this magic to catch an adult wizard. Look, he's going to lose the net. It's okay, don't mess with me. Newt clutched his ribs, looked at Nelson who was approaching Lorianne through the silver wall eroded by the ball of nothingness, and sighed, my junior is a showman. Nelson half kneeled in front of the big ball of mist and inserted his wand into the ground under his feet. Dozens of evenly textured black steel columns rose from the ground and slowly grew to a higher place. Your magic is very suitable for delaying time. Eluolan's surprised voice came from the dense fog. Nelson did not answer her, but struggled to maintain the transformation at hand, sweating from the forehead. In order to prevent Eluolan from vigilance, this everything is done in silence. Hey, is anyone there? Lorianne's voice didn't stop, but continued to ask, did you transfer me away? Several flames shot out from the center of the dense fog and hit one of the steel pillars, but were refracted into the sky, leaving no trace on the pillar. No. Seeing that the steel pillar had grown to a sufficient height, Nelson nodded with satisfaction. Lorianne in the thick fog had no idea what she had done. He had won the duel. He took out a few more small balls from his pocket and threw them on the ground. They quickly turned into terrifying mechanical crossbows like siege machines. The arrows and bowstrings all shone with a cold light. The silver net is flying. the large net that had been made earlier, and crawled on the ground rose up and covered the tops of the 4 iron pillars. Nelson held up his wand. The steel column and the silver net were connected together and began to shrink rapidly. After waiting for a few seconds, probably affected by the fashion value, he snapped his fingers lightly, and the spherical thick fog disappeared instantly, revealing the center A cage where only one person can stand. Sorry, I won. Newt in the auditorium covered his face helplessly and couldn't bear to look at the center of the venue. Andre opened the bag at hand and began to count the money. White had already turned and left and went to the vegetable garden to look for the ripe watermelons that had just been picked yesterday. Congratulations, Nelson. Lorianne's voice rang in Nelson's ear again. Nelson turned his head slowly and saw Lorianne's face less than 10 centimeters away from him. I think your cage is a good idea. Lorianne nodded, stretched out her hand to press Nelson's hand holding the wand tightly, patted his shoulder vigorously, and said, your idea is very good, but only control, no harm. Such is not enough. Nelson lowered his hands and smiled helplessly. Ice wall. Lorianne whispered, and Nelson felt a chill around him, and 6 mirror-like smooth ice walls quickly formed around him. Lorianne patted his shoulder again and encouraged, it's just that you are too young, and your magic power is not enough, and I will teach you. Goodbye. Nelson grinned, feeling the strength on his shoulders suddenly disappear, and sat down on the ground. His wand was thrown aside by him. With the wand out of his hand, Nelson's carefully prepared cage turned into a field of green toads, bouncing and jumping into the vegetable garden, playing happily with the caterpillars in the vegetable garden. I surrender, Nelson shouted, and as soon as he finished speaking, the ice wall around him collapsed instantly, turning into a puff of clear smoke, and a bright rainbow lit up above his head. He squinted his eyes, avoiding the glare refracted by the ice crystals, until a large hand reached out in front of him. Nelson raised his head, and it was Newt who was trying to suppress his laughter. He held Newt's hand, stood up with his strength, scratched his head, and said helplessly, laugh if you want to. No, I just think we have a successor to our Hogwarts dropout group. I dare say that even Merlin can't do better at your age. Newt waved his hands again and again, raising his hand vigorously, rubbing Nelson's hair. His tone was full of pride. But why didn't you apparate and leave in the end? Thank you, but I don't have any magic power anymore. Nelson scratched his head harder, and the lock of hair on the top of his head became a bright exclamation point. When I was your age, I wasn't as good as you. Lorianne came from the side, holding the notebook she gave to Jonas, and said, go and drink some water first, and I'll give it to you later. Lecture notes. Haha, I never thought that I would have the opportunity to give lectures to others. Chapter 121 What can Gordic be used for? You wizards seem to have made too many adjustments to human beings in your magic. In the reception room, Lorianne set up a small blackboard, picked up a small wooden stick, and tapped on the board, where no words were written. Putting on a pair of small glasses, she continued, this shows that your living environment is safer. Apart from being wizards and criminals of the same clan, you will not be attacked by too much magic power. Really? Nelson, the only listener, sat on a small folding stool that had just been taken out of his pocket, and nodded like a serious student. Although there are some magical animals in the world, their abilities are not strong. As far as I know, that's true. Lorianne nodded approvingly. Newt gave me a copy of Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them written by himself, which introduced most of the magical animals in the world. It seems that, although there are many powerful individuals among them, they have not formed a community. This kind of group is difficult to threaten the status of human beings. I mean those human beings who do not have magical abilities, let alone those who have mastered all kinds of magical powers. The Wizard of Magic. Lorianne, where you lived before, was there any magical animal that could threaten humans? Nelson asked curiously. He was always curious about the identity of Lorianne's extraterrestrial visitor, and asked hopefully, can you still go back? I don't know if I can go back, but I've been doing research in this area. Lorianne shook her head shovingly, then cheered up again in the next second, clenched her fist, and waved it lightly, and said, research and development magic is a slow and meticulous job. Let's not talk about it. Let's continue with the previous topic. There are no so-called magical animals where I live. No? Nelson raised his eyebrows suspiciously, recalling the huge flaming pumpkin head that Lorian made before. Nelson shook his head. Your jack bomb doesn't look like it's used to hit people. Of course not, Lorian said, still smiling. There is a misunderstanding in your understanding. Nelson, you wizards call those magical creatures magic animals, which is precisely because you don't recognize their threat. To wizards, so-called magical animals are mostly animals, and where I live, any creature can be a threat to humans, including the weakest goblins. Goblin? Nelson asked. It's similar to the goblin in the book Fantastic Beasts, and where to find them. Luolan explained, but it seems that the goblins here are very weak in combat effectiveness and not united, otherwise they wouldn't keep opening banks and so on. Note, see the author said, the goblins have also rebelled against wizards, especially in the 70s. Even today, they make no secret of their desire for magic wands and their malice towards wizards. Nelson said, they are very united and clever creatures, and they also have mastery of magic. Unique magic, which once caused a lot of trouble for wizards. Is that so? Lorian opened her mouth into a circle. She did not hide her surprise, and explained, but none of them mentioned this to me. Maybe it's because it's about the history of magic, and almost no one takes the history of magic seriously, Nelson said. As for Senior Newt, he doesn't know. Maybe it's because he dropped out of school very early. Well, that's not important. Lorian said, what's important is that the wizard's magic is more applied to the same kind, and they pay more attention to the structure of the human body in terms of damage, control and defense, even though these magics still have thousands of years of magic. The shadow of the fight against the huge creature before. So do I need to change it? Nelson asked. Enhance the power and range of the spell. No. Why do you think so? Luolan didn't realize that a lot of words she said could easily make people have similar associations, and asked, do you think there are any huge non-humanoid creatures that need to be confronted? Like a dragon or something? No. What should I do then? On the contrary, you should strengthen the content of this aspect, Lorian said, striking the empty blackboard with the small wooden stick in her hand, so that your magic can target your enemy more precisely, instead of trapping him in a cage. As far as I know, wizards should have many ways to escape from the cage, such as your apparition or something. Maybe I can cast the counter curse of apparition in the field. Nelson had a whim. How stupid are you? Lorian poked the blackboard too hard, causing the small wooden stick to bend a little, and a string of sparks burst out from the tip. She quickly extinguished it and explained, this is the wand used by your wizards. White gave it to me. Okay. Nelson nodded. Maybe I can change the ground, so people can't stand. Have you realized that you are a showman, Nelson? Lorian held her forehead helplessly and said, your imagination is too limited, as if restricted by something. You seem to be very afraid of hurting your enemies? I pay attention seeing that your magic is almost all aimed at controlling. It is difficult to cause damage, and controlling a person with resistance is much more difficult than knocking him down. Not to mention that you always like to create some big scenes and big effects. Everything is very beautiful. Everything is big. Big is better. Nelson was still quibbling, saying something strange like more is better. Bigness is really good, but you have to distinguish the occasion. Lorian said, if you are facing a group of enemies, your thick fog is really effective, but when facing a single enemy, although the effect is also good, but such a large area is not enough. It's not necessary. Nelson nodded, no longer quibbling. He was more like a special effects artist than a wizard. I think your last crossbow is very good, Lorian recalled. Those sharp metals look very lethal. Although they are a bit primitive, why don't you throw the crossbow directly with magic? Nelson muttered something. Are you afraid of hurting me? Luolan smiled and said, if you always think this way, you will find that you can't beat anyone in the end. Don't worry about this situation in the future. Your magic medicine is more advanced than attack magic in my opinion. Too much. By the way, is your best magic transformation that toad spell? Okay. Nelson touched his ribs, and he could faintly see the faint golden light shining through the thin shirt from his ribs, and said, yes, I'm the most proficient at transfiguration among all the spells. As for the toad, that's a side effect of learning a new magic recently, and it's not called toad magic. If I were you, I would only use crossbow arrows to attack, while using smoke to control the field, and arrange a few to go around the enemy's rear to attack the weak defense direction. Of course, you can actually consider some more effective than these cold weapons that need to be aimed. Simple and effective methods, such as meteorites falling from the sky. Lorian said, it would be even better if they can be used freely, then you can continuously release your toad technique and let the weapons you conjure freely attack the enemy and truly become a walking armory. I can't do it. Nelson shook his head. I still can't transform into something with thinking ability. At most, I can transform into a small cart that delivers goods according to the established route. That's why you listen to my lecture. Luolan grinned and touched the blackboard. On the black background, complicated runes and annotations appeared. With a wave of her hand, the curtains closed, and the door was locked. Without the brightness of the light source appearing in the room, she patted her chest and said, open your notebook. Coincidentally, I think that notebook you got last year is just what you need most now, whether it is matching your transformation magic or your venue idea. Even matching your coat with a lot of pockets can produce miraculous effects. Please allow me to introduce to you my favorite magic, the Great Alchemy. Nelson thought of those little people running around in the castle, who didn't look very smart, shook his head to expel those magical images from his mind, picked up his notebook, and listened carefully to Lorian's pointing on the blackboard. They do look like a good fit for me. Tom, you don't need to be like this. Professor Sloan lay on the sofa in the office, helplessly watching his youngest proud disciple cry and fight against a pile of green onion-like plants. He stood up and took out 2 cans of butterbeer from the wine cabinet, put a can beside Tom, and said, have some drinks and see if you are smoked. In fact, it's okay if you don't come next week. You have been here this year. Has done years of work for the previous naughty students. After all, I made a mistake, sir, and the confinement will last until next year. Tom wiped his tears, and the cuffs stained with juice made him cry even harder. The tears poured down like a waterfall, and he blinked watery with big eyes. He couldn't help asking, Professor, what's the use of this goldigan? I don't know either. Sloan shook his head. It's quite rare for a potions master like him not to know the uses of herbs, but he said frankly, actually, no one knows the purpose of the real use of deacon. It seems that it can only be used to smoke people. But I don't think so. I think any herbal medicine should have its effect, but people haven't discovered it for a while, so I bought some for research. That's why I said that you don't actually need to use it to do the work of next week in advance, because I really don't have any herbs to deal with, so I can only ask you to peel them. My honor, Professor. Tom bowed his head politely, and the tears in his eyes did not affect his polite gesture, which also made Sloan appreciate him even more. Tom complimented softly, I don't feel that then you can see the results of your research in Master of Practical Potions. Ha ha ha, Tom, you boy. Sloan's beer belly, which had just taken shape as a walrus, shook. He picked up Tom's can of butterbeer, uncapped the bottle, and handed it to Tom, saying with a smile, even if I want to publish an article on Master of Practical Potions, I have to go through some review. Thank you, Professor. Tom took a sip of the butterbeer, and the tears stopped. He looked at Sloan with a serious expression, and said seriously, I'm not saying that it's difficult for you to post an article. I just think that your research results should be easily favored by the reviewers. I have read every article of yours, and I can't see any human element in them. Ha 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 ha, you kid. Sloan's walrus-like laughter echoed throughout the office. By the way, what are you going to do next week? Sloan laughed enough, straightened up and walked back to the sofa, opened his own butterbeer, and lay down and asked, I see that you have been looking for teachers to ask for leave these days. I want to go to France. There are some things. Tom lowered his head and continued to skin Gordigan, and secretly made up his mind, if anyone messes with me in the future, I will definitely plant this stuff next to his grave. It's not peaceful over there. The followers of the Dark Lord Grindelwald have become more active recently. Sloan straightened up from the sofa and said seriously, is it important? Do you have to go? I'm in a hurry, Professor, and it's also very important. Tom nodded, piled the skinned Gordigan into a small basket, and replied, I have acquaintances in Europe, and I have also been to Paris. so I'm familiar with it. You don't have to worry. Okay. Sloan lay back on the sofa, made a rustling sound, and straightened up after a while and said, "You must enter and exit through the official channels of the Ministry of Magic." "I understand, Professor. That's how I came back from Paris." "That's good." Sloan didn't know what he was doing, and suddenly said after a while, "Go on." Tom looked up, saw a small cloth bag flying towards him, and reached out to catch it. "When you go out, you must be careful. If you see wizards on the street, you will avoid conflicts. If you see wizards with Grindelwald's mark, you should pretend you didn't see anything and leave quickly." Sloan acted like an old man, chattering and concerned. "There is a small bottle of Felicity elixir and a bezoar in the bag. I'm a wizard who deals with potions, and I can't help you too much in other aspects." "Thank you, Professor." Tom's gratitude came from his heart. He nodded vigorously and said, "These are too good. I will be careful." "Well," Sloan said with satisfaction, when he saw Tom put the basket containing the cleaned Gordigan in the office for communication, "go back and rest early." "Okay, Professor." "Go to bed early, Tom," Sloan repeated, as Tom opened the office door. "Be careful out there. The goblin in the original book is said to be goblin. I always pay attention to this when I read the original English work, but in the Chinese translation it seems to be translated as goblin in order to reduce the dyslexia of young people, and it is written as goblin here." Chapter 122 Shocking Changes in Astrology. Children, fate is the most subtle, complex and fundamental rule in this world. Mrs. Clemens's classroom is located at the top of the central tower of the castle. Here, she can have a closer contact with the stars. This is Tom's last class before his trip to Paris. I don't know why Mrs. Clemens adjusted the class time tonight. At this moment the sun has just set, and the afterglow is still shining in the sky, as if covering the navy blue sky with a layer of vermilion tulle, dotted with looming stars, making the sky appear a magnificent and psychedelic purple. Fate is not woven by a few mad women on a loom, as some say, nor is it forged by the consciousness of man, as some blasphemers believe. It's always there, believe it or not. Some people try to read fate and play their roles in it. Some people try to resist fate and walk against the current. Some people are ignorant or even unable to see fate. Mrs. Clemens was chattering away as usual, but everyone felt that the divination teacher bathed in the starlight was different from before. She walked anxiously among the students, with her hands folded on her chest, as if she kept shaking her fingers, as if there was nowhere to place them. She closed her eyes, raised her head and said, "No matter what people do, all their actions have already been placed in their fate." "Lady Clemens," asked a Ravenclaw student, raising her hand, "what good is it for us to learn divination when everything is determined by fate?" "Good question." Mrs. Clemens widened her eyes and applauded, nervously clapping her hands. "I'm going to give Ravenclaw 10 points. I used to be puzzled by this question too. I think it has no answer, since fate has long arranged it well. Then we just need to eat and wait to die, and we just need to meet our own destiny." It was the first time for the students to hear such an argument, and the classroom instantly became noisy. "But we can't get a glimpse of the whole picture of fate. This is the glimmer of life fate leaves for wizards," Mrs. Clemens said solemnly. The sun had completely set, and the starlight passed through the Hogwarts' unique roof, making the entire classroom shrouded in an unusually dazzling starlight, like daytime. Most prophets can only see fragments of the future, and wizards like me, who do not have the talent of prophets and only rely on astrology or other means of divination, the methods we use are all word of mouth, which makes us the prophecies interpreted through things like astrology. Crystal balls or tea residues often have flaws, just like rowing a boat. You can see the direction of the river through the prophecy, but you can't see whether there is treasure or danger hidden under the rushing water. The development of the times is inevitable, but the fate of the individual, unless a person is unlucky enough to be dreamed by a prophet, and the prophet makes the prophecy public. Otherwise, the fate of each wizard is still in his hands. A person's destiny, of course, depends on self-struggle, but the process of history must also be considered. Tom said to himself. Alfred on the side asked in a low voice, "What did you say?" "It's nothing." Tom curled his lips and said, "When I was in the orphanage, Nar often said this sentence and said that he was too young and naive. He is really a god of epigrams." Alpha sighed. "What the hell?" Tom gave him a blank look and said, "You are really a nicknamed god, or a secret god. I like the title of God of the Secret Way." Alfred found it very useful and continued, "We followers of the Dark Lord are going to compile a book of epigrams, and we are going to call it Maxon." "A follower of the Lord Dark Lord?" Tom asked with a chuckle. "The Lord Dark Lord can no longer copy homework for you. Why do you still follow?" Alas, Alfred's face collapsed, and he said dejectedly, "Some things can only be regretted after they are lost." Whispering, 10 points for Slytherin. Mundane work like chatting can easily affect your connection between heaven and man, so I don't recommend talking in my class. Especially in this changing age, it is necessary for everyone to play their part, whether it is a sinful Dark Lord or the venerable White Wizard. When the stars return, they will all return to their own destiny's position. "Mrs. Clemens, do you mean Grindelwald and Dumbledore by the Dark Lord and the White Wizard?" The classroom fell silent instantly, and everyone's eyes focused on the Ravenclaw girl who asked the question. "I don't know. This requires you to interpret it from the astrology." Mrs. Clemens waved her magic wand, and her large lavender sleeves attracted everyone's attention. When she recovered, the starlight had already condensed into smaller constellations in the air, allowing students in the classroom to view them from various angles. Observing the arrangement and brightness of the constellations, she cleared her throat and introduced, "Through this magic, you can see the arrangement of the stars tonight more accurately. Try to use the knowledge in the book to interpret it. Between Ophiuchus and Serpent, 2 stars float in, like a knife. Serpent is a little bigger than Ophiuchus, so Ophiuchus gave the fuck a knife. This could be a sign of." Hearing the people around him start to lose their minds and talk nonsense, Tom felt a little blue pain in his head. "Tom, take this with you." Alfred handed Tom a small box from under the table. "This is what Wahlberger asked me to bring to you. She asked me to tell you that you can't treat yourself badly when you go out." "Your sister?" Tom frowned and asked in a low voice. He didn't want to deduct any more points. "What is this?" A luxurious tent?" Alfred said. "I don't know what she is thinking. She may think that you will sleep and eat in the French style, but this tent comes with a set of automatic kitchen utensils. You open the upper layer, you can take it out alone. There are fully automatic teapots, fully automatic grills and fully automatic ovens inside. I suggest you make a pot of green plum green tea when you are free. It tastes very good." "Okay." Tom nodded, clutching his cheek, took the little box, and said, "Thank you sister for me." "You're welcome." Alfred waved his hand. "Will you meet Nelson this time? Can you ask him if he is interested in doing homework? You can send it by owl. It seems that you miss your Lord Dark Lord very much." Tom felt his teeth hurt even more and whispered, "If the time of this class has not been changed, you can ask him yourself. He was going to use a mirror to teach." Whispering, another 10 points from Slytherin. Mrs. Clemens walked past Alfred, pressed his head on the table, and asked, "Alfred Black, do you see that from among the stars?" "What?" "After 10 minutes, please come to the podium and share your prophecy for the students." "Okay." Alfred shrugged and began to think about which form of his death would please her more. Many people refuse to admit the relationship between astrology and wizards. They believe that the stars moving in the universe have their own fixed orbits and laws. Some Muggles even claim to have studied the laws of celestial bodies, and based on this, they created a science called astronomy. "Ask Mrs. Clemens," pacing up and down the room, pointing to the sky with one hand. "Has anyone taken Muggle studies? Can you tell the students who he is?" "Well, actually, I don't know too well. I just know that there is such a thing." Mrs. Clemens shook her head and said, "But this does not affect our teaching content. Muggles think that the movement of stars has its own reasons. This is actually based on the discussion of astrology by wizards in the 16th century, and before that, astrology was once the most common way for wizards in many countries and regions to interpret fate. Do you think it's reliable to tell fortunes by looking at the stars?" Alfred persisted and began to whisper to Tom again. "Keep your voice down. You've already deducted 20 points. Tom warned softly and then added, "But isn't Nara a prophet? He never looks at the stars." "Did you tell Mrs. Clemens?" "No." Tom nodded. "Didn't she say that she has no prophetic talent?" "I'm afraid she will feel uncomfortable." The study and emphasis on astrology in Europe started relatively late, and the oldest astrology exists in the wizards of the three countries, namely Eastern wizards, Egyptian wizards, and the vanished Native American wizards. They are good at building high platforms for prayer, communicate with the stars and use them to predict the rise and fall of nations. Mrs. Clemens spoke eloquently, and her knowledge of the history of magic was professional within her profession. But there is an obvious loophole in this statement. She stretched out a finger, pointing to the top of her head, and said, speaking from the facts, if this statement is true, in the current tense situation, the astronomical phenomenon should produce strong differences changes. After all, a wizard of this size. Mrs. Clemens suddenly got stuck, staring at the top of her head with her eyes wide open. The students in the classroom followed her gaze to the open dome of the tower. The whole sky was reflected red. I really don't know how to predict. Nelson was lying in the garden with no love in his life and counting the stars. Lorianne has finished teaching today and at this moment is pestering Nelson with the prophet she just heard from White Prophecy. You can just say whatever you want and it might come true. Newt has never used prophecy and divination. He has let Dinkus go, but he has his eyes on the toad, produced by Nelson's failure to transform, and the toad in the vegetable garden. Caterpillar. Okay, then I'll give you a prophecy. Nelson closed his eyes and said casually, this year the caterpillars in your vegetable garden may eat up all the vegetable hearts in your vegetable garden. Really? Lorianne looked worriedly at the vegetables in the vegetable garden. Although it was cheap to buy them in Nuremberg, the vegetables grown by herself still tasted different. She moved into the vegetable garden and squatted next to Newt, looking at the caterpillars in the exact opposite of Newt's eyes. A light golden doll crawled out of his pocket and looked out. Nelson felt the movement in his pocket. He lowered his head and met the little doll's eyes. It blinked and kept pulling out the metal ball in Nelson's pocket. Nelson covered his eyes helplessly. Is this what you have learned? White, who was on the recliner next to him, saw the little doll, got up and walked over with a smile, pinched the little doll's head, and pulled it out of Nelson's pocket. Don't say it, it's pretty good. Lovely, though ugly. This alchemy doll is the result of Nelson's study with Lorianne this afternoon. With Lorianne's encouragement, he used the prepared materials to refine a basic doll, only a bulging spherical head and a small cylindrical torso. An abstract smiling face was drawn on his head, and there seemed to be some problems during the refining process. This villain has developed the habit of walking with his head, so its image is a ball with a long, unknown use strip, bouncing and bouncing on the ground. Nelson vividly called it the exclamation point. Yes, he let go of his hands covering his eyes, looked aside, and said, Lorianne suggested that I let it learn archery, but I think with its structure, it can only be put on the bowstring by itself and shot. This is a good way. White shook the exclamation mark's little head and said, you can teach it to box, and then launch it to the enemy, to give it an uppercut. Is there really a wizard who can be knocked down by an uppercut? Newt, who was playing with the caterpillar, asked quietly. Yes, Nelson said, turning his head to look at him. Her fiancé, Berry. Now it was White's turn to be silent. By the way, Nelson. Luolan stared at the caterpillar and asked murderously, you said that, if I kill all these caterpillars, will my vegetable garden be saved? It's useless. Nelson continued to look at the sky and said, you insist on my prophecy. When the prophecy is made, it can't be changed. If you kill caterpillars, there will always be fish that slip through the net. They may die because of killing insects and reproduce like crazy. You can't even keep your flower garden. Really? Lorianne stared at the caterpillar like an enemy and poked it with the wand White gave her. Ah. Nelson yawned and said, don't worry, with all due respect, prophets are basically charlatans, and they are as unreliable as fortune telling. By looking at the stars. He stopped talking suddenly and stared at the sky. Everyone present seemed to have received some kind of induction, and they raised their heads in unison. A red meteor was slowly sliding towards the west, dragging out a slender crimson tail flame that split the sky in two. Dippet. Are you crazy? On the streets of Paris, at the entrance of the hiding place, a grey-haired old wizard was confronting the headmaster of Hogwarts, Armando Dippet, on the empty street through the statue of Pythia. This Ravenclaw girl is a real person, but I haven't found out what her name is. Before that, I will call it Ravenclaw girl. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 123, The Headmaster's Whereabouts. It was Judge Shafik who had a relationship with Nelson, who was confronting Principal Armando Dupit at a distance. He once presided over the trial of Dumbledore as a representative of the Wizengamot. As the principal, Armando Dupit has not appeared in Hogwarts for a long time. Many people are speculating where he went, and some even claimed that he had died in the attack of the Saints. But the wild speculation was obviously wrong, because he appeared on the streets of Paris at this moment. For more than a year, with the help of a few portraits, he followed the footsteps of several wizards who were suspected of being saints, and finally locked his target in a shop in the hidden place. Shafik, I'm not crazy. Dupit raised his wand, pointed at Judge Shafik, and said in a deep voice, I thought you were the only one who could understand me best, but it seems that you, and those people just as cowardly, isn't the one who understands you the most. Albus Dumbledore? Judge Shafik asked, shaking his beard. I understand your anger, I understand your hatred, and I understand your impulse at the moment even more. But listen to me, Dupit, you should take this matter to Dumbledore. Albus? Principal Dupit shook his head. The hand holding the wand tightly did not tremble at all. His body was not as tough as an old man of this age. It was quite different from the dying look he saw in Nelson's sorting school. He was extremely angry, laughing. He gritted his teeth and said, I thought he was the most ideal successor, able to end everything with his superb magic, but he only told me last month that he signed a blood oath with Grindelwald. What did you say? Judge Shafik was also a little surprised. Obviously you asked me before, asking me to spare Dumbledore during the trial. Yes, this is one of the most regrettable decisions in my life. After the trial, Albus confessed to me about it. Think about it. Who are the people who can sign the blood oath? You, and has your wife signed a blood oath? Dupit continued emotionally, but I don't care about it anymore. I just want those murderers to pay their debts in blood. There is no need for you to stand here and wait for me to do it. I'll go to Azkaban by myself when I'm done with what I'm supposed to do. That incident has been going on for many years, and no one can tell who did it. And don't you think it's strange that you just got a clue just last year? Judge Shafik said, earnestly persuaded. The saints in Paris all have identities on the surface. Even if you have seen them commit atrocities with your own eyes, it cannot be evidence. Besides, as the headmaster of Hogwarts, your every move affects too many things. Dupit, stop. Let's go back and investigate. I've been betrayed. My family members are dead. Did I die at the hands of those scumbags because I was the headmaster of magic school? Dupit lowered his eyes and said sharply, I haven't had a good few years to live. I don't mind doing things that you cowards dare not do before dying. You can rush into Ermengarde and kill Grindelwald now. Can you do it? Even if you can indeed defeat him, what about those saints? Do you just let them riot and kill more people? The wizards you targeted have completely legal identities in France, and if you rush in now, you will slaughter civilians. Have you considered the consequences? Have you considered the impact? Have you considered the evidence? Shafi Judge Kerr covered his forehead speechlessly. In his opinion, Dupit had been hit by anger to the point of dementia, and his mind might be full of carrots. He continued to persuade, Dupit, you still have a grandson. Woolen cloth. Grandson. Dupit became even more angry, and he cursed, with that squib. How can he be called Dupit? How can he be my grandson when he knelt at Grindelwald's feet? I have nothing to do with him. Don't jump to conclusions yet, Dupit. Your Armando Dupit didn't talk about martial arts, and while Judge Shafik was speaking, a red magic spell was shot out, bypassing the statue of Pythia, and coming to Shafik. Dupit, you. Shafik raised his wand, and only had time to cast an armor curse. Although it was basically formed, it still couldn't resist Dupit's long-planned disarming curse, and the effect of disarming was cancelled out. But the huge impact still made him take a step back. A morbid flush appeared on his face. He tightly squeezed his mouth. His cheeks puffed up and then shrunk, as if swallowing a mouthful of blood. The Aura office should rehire you as a supervisor. You are still as tough as before. Dippet admired, and then threatened. But it's a pity, Shafik, the Wizengamat's position made you slack. Maybe the understanding of the law is the deepest in the world, but your magic is too old. Let me in. You see, the only one who came to stop me is you, an old man. Don't you think it's strange? The person who has the deepest understanding of the law will not bend the law for personal gain. Judge Shafik sneered, with a trace of dark red blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. I know, you have violated the secrecy law and cast magic on the streets of Paris, and I'm ready to personally send you to the Wizengamat's trial seat. After that, he stopped talking, picked up his wand, and put on a defensive posture, tightly pursed his lips, and released a series of simple and unpretentious spells silently with a serious face. The confrontation between the two unfolded in a completely silent night. Even the wind could not be heard in Paris tonight. The only background sound was the melodious singing from the Paris Opera House in the opposite block. Tonight's play was King Lear. The plot at this moment is also reaching its climax. The old King Lear has fallen into madness while holding the body of his favorite little daughter. The battle between the two old wizards was not as grand as people imagined. On the contrary, they used all their magic power in the most important places. Judge Shafik tore off his silver white judge's robe, and the black sweater vest. The trousers are more helpful for him to hide his figure in the dark night. Every spell of his hits every spell that Dippet shoots accurately. Not a little bit of magic power used, not a little bit less. And Dippet is worthy of being the headmaster of Hogwarts. There are only a handful of wizards stronger than him in this world. He approached Shafik like a walk, and at the moment the spell struck, he apparated to other directions onslaught. This set of tactics full of sense of space is his famous stunt when he was young. It is said that Grindelwald's fighting style also refers to his record in that year to a certain extent. Note, see what the author said. The sparks of the curse kept bursting out in the silence. Dippet's figure kept flickering in the field, but Shafik's iron wall was still difficult to break into. The scene where the two fought was like a silent movie. Although it was silent, it was very intense. Dippet, to be honest, what did you see back then? Shafik and Dippet's distance was always difficult to close. Seeing Dippet's expression was a little anxious, he asked, trying to calm his emotions. And who told you the so-called truth? How many times have I said this? As soon as I got home, I saw my son and daughter-in-law lying in a pool of blood, and my stupid grandson who was like a squib stood aside and rolled his eyes stupidly. Shafik's spell was not accurate enough. A petrification spell hit the street lamp on the side of the road, and the crow standing on the top fell stiffly. He continued, over the years, I have been looking for the person involved back then. The person who used legilimency finally let me find a muggle who passed by that intersection. The two old men still pointed their wands at each other, but they stopped attacking and began to talk with each other. On the one hand, their old bodies needed time to recover, and on the other hand, this matter was indeed full of doubts. The performance of the Paris Opera House also reached its climax at this moment, and King Lear's cries were piercing, enough to penetrate the wall, echoing ethereally in the ears of the two. Cry, cry, you stone-cold creatures. If I had your tongue and your eyes, I would have cracked the sky with your cries and tears. She is dead. I know a man dead or alive. She is already dead, like dust. A muggle memory? Shafik tried his best not to sound so tired. He asked doubtfully, I remember your family lived in the residential area of Diagon Alley. How could there be muggles there? What's more, he happened to appear near your house at that time. His memory is real, and has not been instilled by others. Dippet also took a break while speaking, his eyes fixed on Shafik like a concentration camp instructor, and said slowly, he is a ray painter, just enough to paint the faces of the few people I saw coming out of my house. It's too coincidental, Dippet. Shafik and Dippet looked at each other. The lion-like eyes under his fluffy silver hair made Dippet's eyes retreat, and he sneered. A muggle who happens to see all this in the wizarding community that casts the muggle repelling charm, and happens to be a painter reminds me of a joke. Do you want to hear it? Forget it. Let me tell you. Gellert Grindelwald is also working as an artist in Paris recently. You would rather believe such outrageous evidence than believe what your own grandson said. The wrinkles on Dippet's face trembled, and he said softly, but he's just a wash. This time it was Judge Shafik's turn to make a sneak attack, and the tip of his wand gathered red light. The moment Dippet realized that the attack was about to block, Shafik apparated behind Dippet. With a red light shining, the wand hit Dippet's waist hard, and with a loud noise, Dippet's wand dropped from his hand and flew into the air, and he himself flew forward like a rag sack under a huge impact. Looking at the empty street ahead, his eyes were full of disbelief. Dippet, don't forget, I was the tutor for your apparition. There seems to be an old story between the two old people, but this does not prevent them from fighting each other now. Shafik raised his magic wand and sighed with a sound, pointing to Dippet's body that was about to fall to the ground. He said aloud, "Fly quickly. This is the first vocal spell of the night." The corners of Dippet's mouth curled up, showing a hearty smile. His right hand holding the wand was balanced in the air, and his left hand waved lightly. A stubby wand slipped from the sleeve into his hand. He grasped the wand tightly, and a blue light beam hit Shafik's chest, making him stiff and unable to move. Petrochemical curse, Shafik. Dippet turned his wand and pointed it to the ground, and it fell lightly. He stood up vigorously and walked to the opposite of Shafik. He waved his wand in front of him and said, "My son, I have kept my wand until now, and he is really protecting me. The plague has come. You murderers. I had a chance to rescue her, but now she's gone forever. Cordelia." Cordelia? Wait, what did you say? King Lear in the opera house has lost his mind. In despair, he heard the words of his daughter's corpse. The wrinkles on Dippet's face are not obvious, which is related to his life of not smiling for many years, but now he is smiling happily. He no longer regards teaching as his lifelong career. In his world, revenge is as important as Hogwarts. The wand is coming. He picked up his own wand, inserted his son's wand carefully into the sleeve, and used the levitation spell to place Shafik's wand on the top of the street lamp in the distance, and walked to the petrified judge, said, "The next time I see you may be in Azkaban." Dippet, wait a minute. Shafik's eyes rolled quickly, his lips couldn't move, and he could only make an indistinct sound. "Don't you want to hear my guess? You can tell me later, when you visit Azkaban." Dippet picked up the wizard robe that Shafik had dropped and put it on him, turned around, resolutely passed through the statue of Pythia, and entered the hiding place. "Why, a dog, a horse, even a mouse has a life of its own, but you have no breath. You are dead forever, 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 forever." King Lear's farewell cry wafted alone in the alley, only to this old man with stiff limbs, and only this one listener. "The wizards you are targeting have been engaged in the smuggling of magical animals all year round, and the report of the auras surveying the scene clearly stated that it is difficult for even Grindelwald to cause such powerful damage in a short period of time." Shafik looked at Pythia's sculpture, muttering, "Your grandson, Barry Dippet, may have become an obscure under your iron-blooded education." But Dippet could no longer hear the words, but with the ingenuity of the headmaster of Hogwarts, how could he not have thought of this possibility? But he never thought about it. The educator who is known for his strictness could not bear the truth. He fainted. "Your Majesty, Your Majesty, look up, Your Majesty." Shafik felt that his field of vision was suddenly filled with red, and something seemed to fly in the sky, but he couldn't lift his head. He could only hear the crying of soldiers in the opera house and the funeral march gradually sounding. There are not many descriptions of this principle in the original book. The so-called Grindelwald stealing from here is completely fabricated by me. After all, the chase scene is too deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Chapter 124 Your Backpack. Back in the dormitory, Tom was a little uneasy. He didn't know what happened, but Mrs. Clemens's expression in the shooting star in the divination class had already explained a lot of things, and a feeling of heart palpitations lingered in his chest all the time. Tom shook his head, putting these strange emotions behind him. He was an hour away from boarding a train for London, and crossing the border to France by the fireplace of the Ministry of Magic. He walked to the bed. The dormitory was empty at the moment. The 3 roommates went to have supper, and the other bed had been empty since this semester. At this time, a funny English short with a question mark on his face snoring on the empty bed. Tom sat down on the bed, lifted the pillow, and took out a small handbag from underneath. It was given to him by Bella last Thanksgiving. Tom unfastened the buckle of the handbag and checked the contents one by one. Passports, visas, train tickets, applications and permits to use the cross-border fireplace. What's this? Oh, bank stubs and newspaper clippings. Well, some money should be enough. He folded the receipts and stuffed them back into his handbag, returned the pillow and quilt to their original positions, picked up his handbag, and walked to Nelson's bed. Tom squatted down and stroked the back of the question mark and whispered, "When you wake up, go find Chris. Well, or Metal. I'm going away for a few days and probably won't be able to feed you." The kitten opened its sleepy eyes, saw Tom, rubbed its head and ears against his palm, purred twice, and curled up to sleep again. "Okay, then you stay here. I think there should be food everywhere in Hogwarts." Tom stood up, rolled the quilt on Nelson's bed around the question mark, and said, if you get food, go find the other 3 people who live here, and if they don't give you food, you'll bite them." Meow. The kitten raised its head lazily and barked, as if it agreed to him. "I'm leaving." Tom bent down and rubbed the kitten's head vigorously, causing it to scream unhappily a few times. He took away his hand, picked up the box that had been prepared, stuffed his handbag in it, and went to the bedroom. Go to the door. Bang! Tom seemed to have kicked something, causing a pain in the thumb of his right foot. He lowered his head, and a dusty school bag was lying by the door. What the hell? He pinched the bag strap with 2 fingers, and lifted it up, frowned in distaste, threw out his wand, and pointed at the school bag, and said softly, "Clean it up." "Isn't this Na's bag? Why is it still here? How long has it been there?" Looking at the clean school bag in front of him, Tom frowned even tighter. "Who put it here?" Tom looked up at the wall clock. It was only 4 or 10 minutes before the train left. He stuffed his backpack into the box, got up and left the room. "Whatever it is, send it to Na." He walked out of the empty lounge. The corridor without a fireplace was a bit deserted, so he wrapped his clothes tightly. The picture frames in the corridor were all empty, and they were full of sundries, including fruits and wine. It is said that they came from above. After the accident in the tower, the characters and the portraits hanging in the corridor at the entrance of the Slytherin lounge are still being rescued in the portrait of Saint Mungo. The portraits moved the sundries here and hid them. At the end of the corridor, a little girl's head protruded from the side of the usually empty large picture frame, and 2 big eyes blinked at Tom. Tom nodded at her as a greeting, and continued on towards the gate. Riddle. Tom, who had just walked to the gate of the castle, heard a thick male voice. He turned his head and saw Og, the key manager of the school. He came out of the gatehouse with a very bright oil lamp on. Wearing a thin blouse, Kanwu's powerful arms were exposed. The arm really didn't look like the short man's. Og put on a short robe, walked up to Tom, and said, "Deng, Professor Bullido told me to wait for you here and take you to the station." "No, thank you." Tom frowned. "I know a path that can bypass the Black Lake. It has to be sent." Og said hoarsely, and did not agree to Tom's request, but just pushed open the gate of the castle and led the way ahead with a lamp. Seeing that Og did not speak, Tom also closed his mouth. Although it was not yet snowing, the icy cold wind brought by the cold wave seemed to be holding a knife, and it hurt people's cheeks. Tom said nothing. Followed behind Og, looking at the sky that still had a trace of red from time to time, thinking about what the meteor might represent. "Get on board." Og pulled a small raft from the pier, jumped on it, and called Tom. "Thank you." Tom followed into the boat, holding onto a long pole on the raft. The water surface of the Black Lake looks really deep black at night. No one can see what is hidden under the water surface, especially the Black Lake is too quiet tonight. The thick tentacles that used to come out to breathe are gone, and those who swim in the shallow water area, the shoaler fish, did not know where to hide, and the black waves kept hitting the side of the boat, and the repeated rhythm made people drowsy. "Mr. Augur, is this pole the mast of this ship?" Tom grabbed the bare pole, a little disgusted by the smell of the spray and water, and could only find something to talk about. "No, this boat doesn't have sails, but I don't know what it is for. I bought it," Augur said sullenly, and suddenly pointed forward. "Get off the boat, we are on the shore." Tom got out of the boat with Og, and at the moment he was very glad that he came with Og, because it was too dark tonight, and after the meteor disappeared, all the stars in the sky were dimmed. Even if there were no clouds, it was difficult to cast starlight on the ground. The mountain road that went down the mountain to the station after leaving the school gate was completely unclear. "Thank you, Mr. Og." On the Hogsmeade platform, Tom sincerely thanked Og. "It should be done." Og nodded, holding a small lantern and disappearing into the night. Ugh, the train is here. The departure time of the Hogwarts Express is not fixed except for the 2 classes of school and holiday every year. The timetable of each station is changing at any time. Basically, this train is running around and arriving early. The terminal starts early, and the one late is one day late. Tom was not alone on this bus, as Hogsmeade had a lot of wizards on it. Tom found an empty compartment, went in and locked it. He opened the box, and studied Nelson's backpack for a while, but after studying it, it was an empty bag. He remembered Nelson's experience of forgetfulness, put it back in the backpack, and took out 2 mirrors from the interlayer of the box, to chat with him for a while. Sky. Ahem. Nah. Oh no. Tom shook his head and shouted again, Nelson Williams. The mirror didn't respond. Nelson Wertling Williams. Tom waited a moment, putting the mirror aside. Well, it looks like he's not there. He leaned his forehead against the window, closed his eyes, and prepared to squint for a while, but was awakened after a while, and he dreamed that he was listening to Professor Bin's lecture on the history of magic. The beginning of many historical events is often confused. For example, asking someone who fired the first shot in a certain war is difficult to answer, but this big event is very clear. Armando Da's disarming spell by Pate completely opened the prelude to the Wizard War. Hey, isn't this Judge Shafik? You're safe. A figure in black robe appeared at the entrance of the hiding place. Seeing the stiff passerby standing next to the statue of Pythia, he walked up to it with great interest. Before him, he took a closer look, took off his hood and said hello. Why are you blowing cold wind here in the middle of the night? Judge Shafik raised his eyelids, and under the hood was an old face covered with crisscrossing scars. His eyes rolled quickly, and he saw that there was no one around, and the man opposite him was the cunning Saint Andre, facing this man-made situation. Judge Shafik closed his eyes in despair. Why don't you talk? Are you cramping? Andre clenched the suitcase in his hand, approached carefully, stared at Shafik's face, saw his stiff muscles and sweat on his head, and smiled, shaking his head. He said, the petrification curse? Who did this? There are not many wizards who can defeat you. It's useless to talk too much. Judge Shafik, as the chief of the Wizengamot, naturally knows the great name of Andre. He was born 30 years ago, and served as a middle-aged man to Grindelwald, who was still young at that time. Under his command, he built a huge fortune for the Saints team. No one ever knew what he was doing before. The hideous scar on his face had already concealed all his past, and everyone only regarded him as a late bloomer. However, this notorious saint cunningly did not leave a trace of evidence, and blatantly entered and exited the Ministry of Magic of various countries all day long, and those politicians who put their interests first were often happy to do business with him. In this regard, it has a good reputation. Hurry up if you want to do it. Judge Shafik snorted coldly, and he had already begun to curse Tippert's impulse in his heart, let alone visiting him in Azkaban. He might die first. What hand? Andre smiled even brighter. He pulled out his wand, pointed at Judge Shafik's face, admiring the complicated expression on his face with great interest, then waved his wand, and said, I'm really going to do it. Judge Shafik closed his eyes, but felt no pain. Stop the curse. Andre's voice came from his ear, and Judge Shafik's eyes widened suddenly, and he looked at the innocent Andre in amazement. His little finger twitched slightly, and he regained his freedom. The magic wand is flying. Judge Shafik pinched his index and middle fingers together and shouted, and the magic wand on the street lamp next to him flew into his hand with a swoosh. He took a step back, and looked at Andre vigilantly. Why do you look at me like that? I did violate the secrecy law just now, but it was to save you. Andre showed a sad expression, but it looked provocative and terrifying on his face, and he spread his hands, said, My lord, I'm in a serious business. You can't discriminate against me just because a terrorist has the same face injury as mine and has similar scars. This kind of law is not fair. HMPH. Judge Shafik snorted coldly, put his arm into the sleeve of the judge's robe that was draped over his body, gave Andre a deep look, walked towards the sculpture of Pythia, and disappeared in the next second on the street. What are you doing in a hurry? Are you going to the hidden court? Andre cursed secretly, took out a thin silver chain from the robe, and tied it around his wrist, and connected the other end to the suitcase. He shrugged and walked through the hidden place door. Asterisk asterisk a strong modal particle passed, and Andre saw all kinds of magic spells flashing above the streets far away from the hiding place, and sharp shouts spread to his ears across the street. It seemed that he was coming, it was just in time, and the shops with lights out on the interface were turning on their lights one by one, and they were awakened by the movement. The aftermath of the fierce battle over there collided in the air like gorgeous fireworks. Is this some kind of festival? No one on the empty street answered this question, and the only response to him was a more intense explosion in the distance. What's going on? Andre stood on his tiptoes and looked over there, then suddenly ran towards the direction where the battle took place. Damn. That seems to be the stronghold of the Saints. Although Dippet is old, he is still powerful. There are more than 20 wizards living on the second floor of the shop that specializes in selling animal products, but at this moment, these little guys with poor spells have been lying on the ground in disorder. At this moment, he was standing in front of the 2 remaining wizards, and in front of them, a wizard at hand cast Legilimency. Don't worry, Dippet's eyes were like an old wolf, staring at the 2 wizards who had almost lost their resistance. These 2 seemed to be the person in charge of the store and the only ones who could treat him. The attack made some resistance, but at the moment their wands were in Dippet's pocket. The old headmaster took his hand away from the head of the wizard who had been taken by Legilimency, stared at the 2 opposite people in disgust, and spat softly. I thought it was just a group of poachers and smugglers, but I didn't expect that they were Grindelwald's henchmen. Look, it looks like I found the right person. Your good days are coming to an end. The leading wizard was unable to utter a complete sentence, his teeth chattering. Dippet gave him a disgusted look, and with a wave of his hand, Shafik, who had just arrived at the scene, cast a spell on him. Oh, Merlin's pants. Shafik exclaimed. What did you do? You killed so many people. They are not dead. Dippet blocked another spell and said, these people are Grindelwald's lackeys. You can take them back and interrogate them slowly. Your conduct is illegal. No, it's not important, as long as the result is right. Dippet interrupted Judge Shafik's panting accusation, watching the wizard who was chasing after Shafik narrow his eyes and raised his hand. The one said, I'm sorry, maybe you weren't ready, but the war has begun. Chapter 125 Running Away. What does this mean? Is it black? But why is this thing in Dumbledore's hands? At night, Nelson leaned against the head of the bed, recalling the scene of the meteor passing by just now. Holding the double-sided mirror in his hand and Mosso looking at the relief on the back. Suddenly the mirror shook a little. He quickly turned it over and saw the ripples in the center of the mirror dissipate, showing Tom's chin. What's the matter, Tom? He yelled at the mirror twice, only to hear a slight breathing sound. You actually have acne. I thought the dignified Tom Riddle wouldn't have acne. Nelson smiled, glanced at Tom sleeping soundly in the mirror, turned off the communication, put the mirror next to the pillow, and picked up the flipping through the Transfiguration notes. He murmured to himself, this guy must be talking in his sleep. After a while, Nelson shook his head while holding a piece of paper that had been accidentally rubbed off. He picked up his wand and glued the page back to the book. Shaking his arms, he threw the notes aside and took a small metal ball to practice deformation. In his hands, the hard metal is like flowing water, changing its shape arbitrarily, turning into an aureole flying around the room for a while, and turning into a small train whistling on the floor for a while. A light golden exclamation point sneaked out of the coat pocket hanging at the door, curiously looked at the similar that was rolling around on the floor but deformed, squeezed out with difficulty, jumped to the ground, and held it with its head that also jumps around. Do you want to play with it? Nelson asked, seeing the exclamation mark staring at the bull on the floor. You don't even blink your eyes. Oh yes, your eyes are 2 black dots I poked will blink. He gave up trying to read the abstract expression of the exclamation point, picked up a small ball and rolled it next to the exclamation point, and continued to look back at the book. This time he read Transfiguration Today, borrowed from the library downstairs. This is a very early issue of the authoritative journal that Greg published his papers at the beginning. The pages are all yellow with age, and the cover only has a simple magazine name and the year of 1710. There are no advertisements or color pages. Borrow it. A deposit of 50 galleons is also required. What is this about? Nelson turned to the page he wanted to read and frowned. Modern Transfiguration is based on Sir Gamp's basic principles of transfiguration. It originated from the theory of summoning, and metamorphic interpretations of transfiguration are losing their usefulness. What the hell? Was it still Middle English among wizards in 1710? It seems that the principles followed by transfiguration in ancient times are still somewhat different from those of today, and even the English language is quite different. Nelson struggled to read the article, closed the magazine, picked up an empty notebook, and wrote to the top. Take notes. The basic principles of Gamp's transfiguration were proposed by Ulrich Gamp in 1710. As the first minister of the Wizarding Council reorganized into the Ministry of Magic, he has extraordinary attainments in transfiguration. In order to reduce the abuse of Minister Gamp has promoted the establishment and popularization of magical accidents caused by transfiguration. Nelson bit the cap of his pen, frowning as he spoke and wrote. Its influence is too profound, and its correctness has been repeatedly proven in subsequent practice, so that subsequent wizards generally believe that Gamp's law of transformation is the fundamental iron law of transformation. Nelson heard the metal ball in his ear, the sound of bouncing on the ground, didn't pay attention, put the tip of the pen into the bottle, and dipped it in ink. It's neither physical nor biological to turn a button into a scarab, and Gamp also thinks that this change will not, it is permanent, and after the magic power attached to the deformed object is exhausted, it will return to its original state. But Nelson changed his pen, turned his head to look at a green toad locked in a glass cover on the table, and wrote, using the spell recorded in the Slytherin Chamber of Secrets to transform, will consume more than usual. There is a lot of magic power, but the successful product will be extremely stable, and the strange thing is that the product of the deformation error is a green toad. I don't know if it's Slytherin's own bad taste, or whether this spell has any connection with the toad in mysticism. After repeated inspections, there is nothing about this animal in this type of spell, which makes I'm confused about the essence of magic. But in line with the principle of pragmatism, this side effect of turning into a toad may have a strange and magical effect in a duel. Nelson turned his head and glanced at the exclamation mark that was playing with the metal ball, retracted his gaze, and continued to write. Said, but that's not important. What's important is that the toad I have is the product of a transformation error 2 days ago, but my magic power is not enough to last 2 days of transformation, and I commissioned Newt Scamander to dissect it. I found a toad, and it was indeed an ordinary toad from head to toe, having none of the properties of the pre-transformed object, and I had reason to suppose that it had become a complete toad. But here comes the problem. So that Gamp's transformation, the basic rules are broken. Nelson put down his pen. He hadn't heard the exclamation mark for a long time. He turned his head and glanced worriedly, and saw it put the metal ball on the ground in front of it, and curled up its long strip-shaped body on its head. Aim yourself in the pose of a baseball batter, and swing your body hard. Boom. Beep. Beep. There was a quick knock on the door. Nelson covered his eyes, walked to the door, opened the door, and saw White pacing in front of the door with his hands behind his back. Hearing the door open, she raised her head, and saw the right eye sign Nelson. What's wrong with you? I fell down. Nelson waved his hand. It's okay. I put white cream on it, and the swelling will subside after a while. What's the matter? There's a war. White said, you pack up quickly, you'll be downstairs later, and I'll take you to a safe place. Wait. Nelson stopped White, who was about to leave, and asked, what's going on? Who knows? Is the headmaster of your school out of his mind? White said, just now, the headmaster of your Hogwarts attacked Nermengard's stronghold in the hiding place, and happened to fight Andre. We met each other, and then we fought, and now the auras from the French Ministry of Magic, the teachers from Hogwarts, and our reinforcement are all gathering in the hiding place. Did you fight? I don't know. White rolled his eyes. It's not a report from the scene. At least a fierce battle is inevitable, and a team of wizards has been detected approaching Nermengard. You may also be attacked, so you have to transfer away a wizard with little combat effectiveness. But what happened to the principal of your school? We have always had a tacit understanding with the Ministry of Magic of various countries. No one will do anything when they are fully prepared, and he not only launched the attack in full view, but also attacked one of our less important grassroots contact points, and I don't know what he is thinking. To be honest, we rarely see the headmaster at Hogwarts. Nelson asked in no hurry. Wait. Andre had an encounter with Headmaster Duppert? I remember Andre is taking the money, To redeem Berry this time. So that's right. White's face became more gloomy, and her body was filled with a black air visible to the naked eye, and she said in a deep voice, I can only wrong him to stay for a few more days, and when I send you away, go rescue him personally, so hurry up. White's last words were murderous, like a lioness. Okay. Seeing that she was like this, Nelson could only follow her, shrugged his shoulders, dragged out his suitcase from under the bed, and watched her leave. Where are we going? Nelson asked, dragging the box in front of the Pythia sculpture. Your schedule has to be advanced, White said, stuffing an envelope into Nelson's arms. I'll send you to San Francisco. Someone will arrange for you to study in Alvermorny, since you can't go back to Hogwarts. There it is, the second safest place in the world, and when the situation stabilizes, someone will contact you, and you just need to stay in the United States, and help Krakow watch the gate. I see. I'm familiar with school. Nelson was looking forward to this magic school that only existed in legends. I don't know the difference between American magic schools and British ones. There will always be some differences, White thought for a while, and replied, the teaching content should not be much different, but their pronunciation may be American English, and it is said that the wand was brought to America by Alvermorny, so there might still be some Native American magic left in there, wandless casting or something. I'm looking forward to it. Nelson rubbed his hands, glanced at Lorianne who jumped off the tram not far away, holding a puppy, and asked, where is Lorianne? Is she going with me too? This way. White waved at Lorraine, without answering Nelson's question, but just said to Lorraine who was running over, sorry for the poor reception, but Nurmengard may be at war soon. For your safety, we have decided to send you to the United States. Another country? What am I going to do? Lorianne asked, even Dinkus in his arms, stuck out his tongue curiously, showing eyes full of curiosity. I helped you apply for a job as a janitor at Alvermorny, White said. There is a flower garden under your management, where you can relax, plant flowers and so on, and Alvermorny is a professional magic school. Where you can learn more about our magic. I will take good care of him. Lorianne was full of anticipation for the journey, smiling and rubbing Nelson's hair. That's not necessary, White said. He should be able to take care of himself. Okay. Nelson picked up the envelope in his arms and asked, what is this? This is an entry permit signed by the Emperor of the United States for you. White explained. I applied for it for you last month. Emperor of the United States? This magical title made Nelson dumbfounded. He felt that his cognition had gone wrong and asked, what is that? Isn't the United States a federal country with separation of powers? How can there be an emperor? What did you say? White didn't understand what he was saying. Are you talking about the Muggle system? It doesn't matter, and the emperor is just a title. You will understand when you go. Nelson looked down at the envelope. The sender's signature was signed on the bottom of the cover. Norton II, Emperor of the United States. It's amazing, he praised. You have a wide range of ways. You can easily get the Emperor's signature and Alvermorny's work. After all, I'm a White after all. By the way, Nelson looked around. Where's Senior Newt? Isn't he coming? Oh, him? White sneered. His news channels are much better than mine. As soon as he heard about the accident, he ran away immediately, probably because he was afraid that we would directly capture him in Nurmengard and mess up the situation. It seems that we are some wizards who don't talk about martial arts. But he left a note, asking you to meet in New York. What did he say, to treat you to a cake? Maybe you can meet him in the United States. Nelson nodded knowingly when he heard Newt's message. What is his code? No, it's just that I like to eat. Nelson raised his head, looked up into the distance, and asked, shall we go now? He noticed that the taller buildings in the city were lit up with eye-catching lights. Wizards in black robes rode broomsticks rising from every corner of the city, hiding in the darkness of the corners of the buildings, and on the horizon in the distance, hordes of wizards approached Nurmengard in an orderly manner, appearing to be surrounded. They will definitely release the spell that prohibits apparition, and it will be too late if they don't leave. White took out 3 glass bottles from his pocket and placed them in front of the 3 of them, reconfirming, have you all packed your things? It might be a bit of a struggle to come back. Nelson lifted the hem of his coat and shook it, and there was a loud noise of debris colliding in his pocket, while Lorraine nodded quietly. Go and touch that bottle. Confirmed everyone. Portkey? White nodded, and Nelson put his hands on the bottleneck. He only felt as if a hook was hooked on his belly button and pulled forward. It was not as uncomfortable as apparition, but it was definitely not a good travel experience, as if shuttle through a narrow dark tunnel with strange glare flashing. After a period of time, I don't know how long or short, Nelson finally felt down to earth. The moment the three disappeared, a group of wizards apparated to the street, where they met 3 days ago, and all the wizard teams that invaded Nermengard also entered the city. Welcome to Nermengard. A wizard in black robes suddenly appeared above the team of wizards on a broom, and greeted them friendly. Behind him, a line of well-trained wizards in black robes hovered in the sky, and each wizard pointed their wands at own goals. On the edge of the city, a hemispherical blue mask is rising rapidly, and it closes in the sky in the blink of an eye. The leading black-robed wizard said regretfully, "Although I really want to be a landlord, you shouldn't come in." No one in the wizard team on the street spoke. Under the command of the leaders of both sides, all kinds of spells exploded on the street. Such scenes happened in every corner of Nermengard. The war started hastily. Today I probably scanned the previous content and made some errata. I found that I may be the author with the most typos at the starting point. The words I posted the most were "thank you, it has been revised." End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.